So, Marius, at last I find you.
Tyrael, yes. Yes, now I recognize you. I should have known you'd travel in disguise. They're always watching.
I've been searching for you for a long time, Marius. I was rather beginning to think you didn't want to be found.
Oh, forgive me, Tyrael, please. It wasn't my fault.
Not your fault. Tell me, Marius, how was it not your fault?
The Wanderer. Yes, it was the Wanderer. My days at the Rogue Citadel seem so long ago. I sought refuge from my memories in the company of other outcasts, high in the mountains past the Eastern Gate.
Do you want something?
Oh, I fought sleep for days at a time. For when I dreamt, the memories would return. Memories of the monastery and the evil which had claimed it. Dreams, memories. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. Had the evil from my dreams followed me at my heels? How had he found me here? How could this broken shell of a man, barely able to carry the weight of his own sword, be the burning terror which drove me to hide here? He seemed to have demons of his own that he struggled to contain. And he was losing. As I watched, I became convinced that I was truly mad. The terror, the destruction, the evil I witnessed. How else could I explain them? Were these the demons from my dream, or were they born within the Wanderer? Why did I follow him? I don't know. Why do things happen as they do in dreams? All I know is that when he beckoned, I had to follow him. And from that moment, we traveled together east. Always into the east.
With a band of like-minded heroes, we follow word of a great evil that has corrupted the land near the Eastgate Monastery of Khandaras, an evil which is rumoured to have displaced the rogues from their sacred monastery. Our party consists of a fierce Amazon warrior, deadly assassin, unnerving and powerful necromancer, savage barbarian, a mystical sorceress, shape-shifting druid, and ourselves, a holy paladin. Originally, we hail from the Knights of Westmarch, who felled the armies of mighty Leoric. Our brethren are pure of heart and closely follow the teachings of the Zakaru, the religion of light. There are those who call us paladin, overwrought zealots, but others recognize the strength and goodness in the light. With the group, we head to the rogue encampment near the east gate of Khandaras, where the sisters have been displaced. We arrive at the gloomy, disheveled camp and introduce ourselves to its denizens for signs of what wrought this destruction.
Well met, noble paladin. It's been a while since I've seen any of your kind in the West. It would be an honor to aid you in any way that I can. No doubt you've heard about the tragedy that befell the town of Tristram. Well, some say that Diablo, the Lord of Terror, walks the world again. I don't know if I believe that, but a dark wanderer did travel this route a few weeks ago. He was headed east to the mountain pass guarded by the rogue monastery. Maybe it's nothing, but evil seems to have trailed in his wake. You see, shortly after the wanderer went through, the monastery's gates to the pass were closed, and strange creatures began ravaging the countryside. Until it's safer outside the camp and the gates are reopened, I'll remain here with my caravan. I hope to leave for Lut Gulain before the shadow that fell over Tristram consumes us all. If you're still alive then, I'll take you along. You should talk to Akara, too. She seems to be the leader of this camp. Maybe she can tell you more.
Taking Warriev's advice, we head to the High Priestess Akara, and so beginning our first quest.
I am Akara, High Priestess of the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye. I welcome you, traveler, to our camp, but I'm afraid I can offer you but poor shelter within these rickety walls. You see, our ancient sisterhood has fallen under a strange curse. The mighty citadel, from which we have guarded the gates to the east for generations, has been corrupted by the evil demoness Andariel. I still can't believe it, but she turned many of our sister rogues against us and drove us from our ancestral home. Now the last defenders of the sisterhood are either dead or scattered throughout the wilderness. I implore you, stranger, please help us. Find a way to lift this terrible curse, and we will pledge our loyalty to you for all time. There is a place of great evil in the wilderness. Kasha's rogue scouts have informed me that a cave nearby is filled with shadowy creatures and horrors from beyond the grave. I fear that these creatures are massing for an attack against our encampment. If you are sincere about helping us, find the dark labyrinth and destroy the foul beasts. May the Great Eye watch over you.
An arrival to this rogue encampment. Whatever foul forces are resurrecting these shadowy creatures for an imminent attack on the encampment, one thing is for certain. We better make haste. After initiating the quest, we think it best to talk to the other denizens and rogues scattered about. We first head to Charzi, the blacksmith, who says,
Hi there, I'm Charcy, the blacksmith here in camp. It's good to see some strong adventurers around here. Many of our sisters fought bravely against Diablo when he first attacked the town of Tristram. They came back to us true veterans, bearing some really powerful items. Seems like their victory was short-lived, though. Most of them are now corrupted by Ondario.
Asking her about the Den of Evil, she says,
The beasts from the cave have begun to roam throughout the countryside. You'd better be careful out there.
Blast! It seems we are too late, and whatever evil that lie in the cave has now spilled forth into the adjacent countryside. Heading over to the merchant Geed to chat and spy his supplies, he says,
Good day to you, partner. I'm Geed, and I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp. A spare weapon, some gold, a small gem is all I want in exchange for the equipment you'll need on whatever quest you might undertake. No, don't be shy. All of my items are guaranteed for life and come with a 2-day warranty.
Asking him about the Den of Evil, he says,
You're a brave soul. I'd sooner thrust my sacred scepter into the foulest carbuncular troll than set one boot into that cave.
Come again? Call me crazy, but I think Geed's thrusting of his sacred scepter into a carbuncular troll is a double entendre. As a holy paladin, I'm not going to touch that one with a 10-inch pole. Momentary confusion aside and shaking our head in disbelief, we make our way over to the rogue Cassia, who says,
Welcome, Outlander, to our glorious hovel. I know you're here to challenge the evil that's driven us from our ancestral home. But know this, Akara may be our spiritual leader, but I command the rogues in battle. It will take more than just killing a few beasts in the wilderness to earn my trust.
Asking her about the Den of Evil, she says,
The demons in that cave have claimed many of my finest archers. I wonder how you will fare.
This is tragic to know that she has lost her people to the demons outside of the encampment, and we should ready ourselves to find her kin slain in this quest. Just before we head out of the encampment, we swing past Warriv for some final words of wisdom.
One who seeks that cave seeks death.
With that grim assessment, it looks like we are left to seek death and head out into the Bloodmoor.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
The monsters in the Bloodmoor area are all generally weak and or non-aggressive, with only a smattering of fallen, quill, and zombies meandering about. It's not long until we spy what can only be the entrance to the accursed cave itself. A fallen victim lie next to the cave, splayed out as if they were felled fleeing for their lives. The cave entrance itself adorned with crude demonic artwork, what appears to be the horned skull of a demon on the left and a large green demon on the right, gleefully emitting some kind of lightning charge spell at potential victims or zombie undead. With a pause to gather ourselves, we head inside and remark,
Evil dwells within this cave.
The cave is noticeably dark. Something is wrong here. It's home to a myriad of enemies, notably fallen shaman, zombies, and gargantuan beasts. This early in the game, when our defenses are still low and life is also low, it is better to be prepared. Remembering to attack shamans first before attacking their minions, as although shamans do not appear outside in the first area, we learn quickly they can deftly resurrect their fallen minions. After clearing much of the cave, we happen upon a particularly foul undead, a zombie named Corpsefire, located in the cave, and usually at the opposite end of the entrance. Corpsefire is a super unique zombie guarding the Den of Evil. He's the first super unique of the game, and as such, will always drop 2 items of magical quality or above. He can be considered a little mini-boss, as he is likely the first super unique a player encounters when starting out with Diablo 2. After felling the foul foe and identifying our items and bounty, although the quest is nearly complete, we portal back to town. The reason being is, unlike Diablo 1, Diablo 2 boasts early return dialogue for all characters in its quests, which, as a story retelling of the game, we shall take full advantage of. Speaking to Akara early, she says,
Your task is not complete until you have killed all the demons in that cave.
Akara, pragmatic in her response, we're left to see Chazi, who replies,
You haven't cleared the cave yet? Do you need anything?
Chazi seems more ready to aid us than Akara, but what does Geed have to say? Nothing about his scepter, I hope.
Demons still be fouling that cave, huh? I think you might need a new weapon.
Ever the salesman, Geed, keeping it clean, but what about Kasha?
You'd better come through on this. Your reputation depends on it.
Kasha blatantly lets us know our reputation depends on completing this task. Whereas Wariv says,
One who hesitates does so with good reason.
Wisdom intact and honestly mood lightened just a little, we head back into the stinking pit of evil once more. Nearing the end of the quest itself will begin to update on how many monsters are left within the den, and it's clear that we have to rid it of all of its demonic taint before we are done. Once all the monsters have been cleared, the den will be flooded with a welcome light, and we remark to ourselves,
My duty here is done.
As the cave is now expunged of demonic taint, we're now able to claim our reward from Akara. Akara will grant you the boon of 1 free skill point and 1 free character skill / stat. Upon completion, she also says,
You have cleansed the den of evil. You've earned my trust, and may yet restore my faith in humanity. Your reward is training in the skill of your choice.
An invaluable reward, and her trust is equally welcome. So we speak to the other camp inhabitants. It seems, with previous attempts falling short and the poor slain rogues, Akara was right to worry about us.
You are truly brave and skillful. Akara was worried about you.
Geed, on the other hand, remarks,
The only good demon is a dead one, I say. By the way, did you happen to find anything in that cave you'd like to sell?
He is right, honestly, about demons, and there's nothing wrong with a shiny new sword for your inventory. Though I'm staying away from his scepters. With that, we pass Wariv, who states wryly,
That which does not kill you makes you stronger.
Upon clearing the den of evil in the Bloodmoor, talking to Kasha in the rogue encampment, who says,
My rogue scouts have just reported an abomination in the monastery graveyard. Apparently, Andariel is not content to take only our living. Bloodraven, one of our finest captains in the battle against Diablo at Tristram, was also one of the first to be corrupted by Andariel. Now you'll find her in the monastery graveyard, raising our dead as zombies. We cannot abide this defilement. If you are truly our ally, you will help us destroy her.
What an intensely grim thought. Andariel, the demoness responsible for corrupting the rogue's finest, and to add further insult to injury, forcing the now demonically influenced Bloodraven to, in turn, raise and corrupt the dead, amassing her own undead army of followers. After initiating the quest, we seek out further guidance from the townsfolk on this once esteemed Bloodraven, starting with Akara.
Bloodraven fought valiantly against Diablo in the catacombs beneath Tristram. She was never quite the same afterwards. It is now obvious that she brought an evil influence back with her.
What foul treachery is this? Does Diablo's corruption know no bounds? First, we learn of the warrior's corruption due to his containing of the Soul Stone during the events of Diablo 1. But it seems the rogue who was present with him carries her own taint. Heading to Chazi, the blacksmith, for further insight, she confirms.
Bloodraven was the leader of a rogue band that once fought Diablo at Tristram.
This is indeed a sad fate. We are a paltry 2 quests deep in Diablo 2 and the story pulls no punches. However, if I may take an aside, a fun fact to share is the rogue is actually voiced by Glynis Tolkien Campbell.
The sanctity of this place has been fouled.
Who also provided the voice for Jillian the Barmaid in Diablo 1 and our very own Kasha in Diablo 2, plus many more.
Good day. How may I serve you?
After digesting this grisly news, we visit Geed, the merchant, who says,
I'm sorry. The undead are bad for trade. I have a strict no-return policy.
Although I'm sure Geed was just looking for a cheeky pun about people returning, I wouldn't put it past the sleazy merchant being half serious about his rigid no-return policy. As we make our way out of the camp, we momentarily stop by Warriv, who poses,
How can one kill what is already dead?
And unfortunately, although a philosophical question in nature, it is also a question we will have to put into physical application. Leaving the safety of the encampment, we head to the monastery graveyard, located just off the cold plains as per Kasha's instructions. When entering the burial grounds, we see our quest update with one directive: kill Bloodraven. Once there, we start noticing a large quantity of undead, and we want to make sure to take care of these skeletons, zombies, and any errant hungry dead found at the edges of the burial grounds outside the cemetery gates, in case we start to become overwhelmed by undead, as Bloodraven will surely raise them once more. This will ensure that there will be fewer creatures to try and surround and attack us while we try and take on Bloodraven in the center of the cemetery. But before we try our direct attack, it's also of note that the area has a crypt and mausoleum that are both worth checking out for that extra experience for low-level characters. The mausoleum is largely identical to the crypt. They are both of equal size, contain same monsters, and have the same area level, and both contain a single gold chest. The one difference is that the mausoleum contains no super unique guarding the chest. Instead, a regular unique monster guards it. After looting said chest, we can head over to the crypt, where there is also a golden chest within said crypt that is guarded by a single super unique Bonebreaker. Heading back out into the burial ground, it seems Bloodraven has been busy. Before we hunt her down and she can find fresh victims to resurrect for her ever-growing army of the undead, as Diablo 2 boasts early return dialogue for its quests, which we shall take full advantage of, as well as taking a rest and selling some of our gear. Portaling back to the rogue encampment, we speak to Akara, who says,
If you fail to destroy Bloodraven, I fear that our order will perish forever.
It's a sentiment we share, as no doubt the camp would be overrun before soon. And Chari praises Akara's foresight, stating,
Akara felt something was wrong even before Andariel descended upon us. She feared that Bloodraven had stumbled upon some evil force beneath Tristram. I wish we had acted then.
Would the rogues have fell victim if they acted sooner? It seems like a lesser evil is no mild threat. Geed, on the other hand, has more pressing concerns.
I wonder if that old gossip Melra is among the undead. Oh, she had dirt on everybody.
Again with the double entendre, as the zombies are unearthed, and this Melra reportedly had dirt on everyone. Maybe also Geed and his sacred scepter? Kasha, ever the grounded pragmatist, says,
Each moment you delay adds another undead sister to Bloodraven's army.
And we take our leave before swinging by an unusually somber Warriv, who tells us,
When the dead return to prey upon the living, it is a terror beyond understanding.
Terror, it seems, has gripped even the most stoic of the rogues. Our thoughts and attention turn back to poor Bloodraven, and we head back to the burial grounds for our unenviable confrontation and duty to put her to rest. When we enter the burial ground once more, Bloodraven gleefully announces,
My army will destroy you.
And we see her girt by a gaggle of zombies. Bloodraven's arrows, as foul as Andariel, are laced with a particularly nasty poison. And for some immediate damage, she also boasts fire-laced arrows too. Attempting to quell the uprising of dead, we first focus our attention on the newly risen before we are overwhelmed. We spy they're gathered near an unholy display of hanging rogues on a tree. After being peppered with arrows unceremoniously and staving off our own death and inevitable undead return, we managed to fell most of the zombies for now and focus solely on Bloodraven. As it is quite apparent, she will deftly raise a cheeky zombie or two left unchecked and fill the graveyard given enough time. Hacking away at Bloodraven, she finally falls in a massive display of lightning which bursts forth from her body in an awesome arc licking through the graveyard and that wipes out the remaining zombies attached to her very essence. We then see it is actually Bloodraven, her soul in her true rogue form being released from her fleshy demonic prison. Exhaustedly, we then exclaim,
"Sisters, there was no other way."
We then head back to town to let the townsfolk know of this tragic, inevitable outcome.
Andariel must be made to pay for her sacrilege.
We know in our hearts what Akara says is true, but if this is Bloodraven's reward for her service, taking on Diablo, the Lord of Terror, we cannot help but ponder our own fate when we cross the demoness Andariel. Chazi, banging away at a forge, states,
Kasha wishes to reward you for your defeat of Bloodraven. I thank you too, even though Bloodraven was once my friend.
And it's hammered home that Bloodraven wasn't just a hero to these people, but a comrade and a friend. Although, does Geed feel the same way?
Some of those gals weren't so nice the first time around.
Predictably flippant as ever, Geed shows his hand that his company or even advances were not so welcomed by the fairer sex in the rogue encampment. We finally speak to Kasha for a reward and she says,
I can hardly believe that you've defeated Bloodraven. Though she was once my closest friend, I pray that her tortured spirit remains banished forever. You have earned my respect, stranger, and the allegiance of the rogues. I have placed several of my best warriors at your disposal.
We have now gained the respect of Kasha. Although she lost her dearest friend, she gifts us the ability to hire her rogues to fight alongside us. And one named Paige joins us in the battle. Meanwhile, Wariv then congratulates us and says,
"You've done well, stranger. I hope all your efforts are worth it."
It is clear that we are facing an evil difficult to comprehend, let alone combat. There is only one Horadrim sage, schooled in the most arcane history and lore, who could advise us. His name is Deckard Cain. You must go to Tristram and find him, my friend. I pray that he still lives. Tristram is too far to journey by foot. Cain would likely be dead when you arrived. However, there is a magical portal that will take you there instantly. To open it, one must stand within the circle of cairnstones and touch them in a certain order. The proper order can be found in the runes written on the bark of the Tree of Inifis. You must find the sacred Tree of Inifis and bring back its bark. I will translate the runes to unlock the stone's mystic pattern.
It seems we are tasked with finding a valuable scholar in an acute amount of danger, being in the town whence Diablo sprung forth. However, this mystery of a magical portal, cairnstones, and magical tree is a lot to absorb. So we speak to the other townsfolk for clues. Heading first to Chazi, the blacksmith.
If you bring back the bark of Inifis, Akara will tell you how to get to Tristram.
I don't understand how this tree will portal us to Tristram exactly, but we must collect the bark of Inifis from presumably its tree. Easy enough, but what does Geed think of this quest?
I would sooner micturate in a tankard of my own ale than journey to Tristram.
Well, today I learned that micturate is of Latin origins and translates as desire to urinate. So Geed would rather pee in his own tankard of ale than head back to the accursed Tristram. Honestly, I actually don't blame him. Kasha, on the other hand,
The bark of Inifus holds mystical runes. Akara can translate them into our revenge.
this must be some tree, and Kasha's blood is boiling over at the thought of Andariel's fiendish twisting of her sisters. Without further delay, we make haste to find the vital pieces, but first we swing by Warriv.
Months ago, I came across a few survivors from Tristram. They said that Cain had gone half-mad and could no longer distinguish fact from fantasy.
Wow. So even if we complete this task, it may be to find a half-addled lunatic. The fact that people have openly cast aspersions about Deckard Cain's sanity, the same esteemed scholar of the Horadrim and critical aid to the warrior in Diablo 1, is troubling. Honestly, what transpired at Tristram and the effects it had on its townsfolk, who could blame him? If anything, it just further steels our resolve to find Cain before it's too late. Heading out of camp, our first step is clear. Find the Tree of Inifus. To do so, our journal updates and tells us first we must travel to the Dark Wood, which is accessible only through the underground passage via the Stony Field, and holds the sacred tree. Upon entry into the underground passage via the Stony Field, it is the largest cave in Act 1. However, it's littered with a smattering of enemy variants, but is otherwise unremarkable. Resurfacing in the Dark Wood, we search for the truant tree and find night has fallen upon us. Feeling more than a little disoriented in this new forest, we head back to the encampment via town portal for further clues. It should be noted, as this quest requires a total of 3 steps, which is the most intricate of any quest in Act 1 to complete. It also features a sizable 3 early return dialogue branches from the townsfolk of the rogue encampment. The first can be activated upon arrival back at the encampment, and Akara scolds.
How will you find Cain without going to Tristram? Finding the Tree of Inifus is the first step on your journey.
Darzi also reiterates much of the same.
Without the bark of Inifus, you can't find Cain.
Geed keeps things light with an expected pun.
Barking up the wrong tree, huh? You'll find it. Just keep looking.
Kasha assures us.
The Tree of Inifus is hard to find, but you'll know it when you see it.
And Warriv hammers home what we already know.
He who seeks that which cannot be found must look inside himself for further guidance. Or look harder.
Clearly, this tree is out there, and unique enough that we will know it when we stumble upon it. Waiting for first light, we make our way back to the Dark Wood. The Tree of Inifus is typically located by itself, and we see that its magical presence has attracted some unwanted attention, as it is guarded by a super unique gargantuan beast known as Treehead Woodfist, and a pack of his Wendigo bros. Unlike regular monsters of the Wendigo family, he is A, quite fast, and B, packs a wallop to boot, slapping poor Paige down like she owed him gold. Once we have felled Treehead, we can then approach the Tree of Inifus, and upon loosing the Scroll of Inifus from the dilapidated tree,
This tree bristles with magic.
our quest updates and we return to Akara in the rogue encampment to decipher the scroll, and for the second early return dialogue in the game. Approaching Chazi first, however, she instructs.
Get this to Akara. Only she can understand it.
We agree to heed Chazi's advice, but first we make our way anti-clockwise around the camp, heading momentarily to Geed in front of his caravan.
Look, friend, I trade a lot of strange items, but I'm not gonna start dealing in bark, okay?
With nothing but contempt for this scroll and its value, we throw up our hands and speak next to Kasha.
With this scroll, you may open a portal back to Tristram. Only Akara can decipher its logic.
Speaking to the philosophical Warriv next, he pragmatically states,
This looks like gibberish to me. Akara may know what to make of it.
And with that, we have nothing left to do but head over to Akara, who guides.
Ah, very good. I have translated the runes on this scroll. You must find the cairn stones and touch them in the order that I have written.
Our quest log updates and reads, go to the cairn stones in the stony field. Touch the stone in order found on the scroll of Inifis. Enter the portal to Tristram, but beware the danger that lies ahead. We then check the scroll and confirm that it mystically will display the exact order in which to touch the pillars, forebodingly surrounding a pentagram in the middle. As we make our way into the stony field, we notice that we passed the peculiar cairnstones previously. These particular cairnstones are guarded by a nasty pack of carvers, especially if you happen upon them at lower levels, as one which is in the middle of his brethren is a super unique carver named Rakanishu, who happens to be a fallen demigod whose origins I have covered in a previous video. When attacking Rakanishu, melee heroes need to be careful because his lightning enchanted status causes several charge bolts to radiate out from him each time he is damaged. Quick attacks on Rakanishu will result in equally quick death if you don't watch yourself, especially on the higher difficulty levels. It should be noted, Rakanishu is the first lightning enchanted boss in Diablo 2. After felling the fallen foe and using the Scrolls of Inifis as a guide, touching each of the cairnstones in the correct order, we see lightning licks in a brilliant flash, and we open an ominous crimson portal directly to the town of Tristram. As we have been warned many times of the dangers which lie ahead, and recovering from our skirmish with Rakanishu and his pack of fallen, we head back to the encampment to activate the third and final early return dialogue. Upon seeing us back at the camp, Akara frantically exclaims,
If he still lives, Deckard Cain may be in grave peril. You must hurry to Tristram before all is lost.
We gather supplies, repair our weapons with Chazi the blacksmith, and then she warns,
I have heard that Tristram is now in ruins. Without Cain, I fear for the ruin of all of us.
We decide maybe talking to Geed can't hurt while we're in town, and he reveals,
I'm told that Tristram now resembles a mead hall after a barbarian wedding. I will wait here for your most glorious return.
Well, we can't help but picture the barbarian wedding and hope our return is glorious and less messy. Kasha, on the other hand, stresses,
Deckard Cain has crucial knowledge about the evils we face. You must find him.
We know Deckard Cain possesses unique and vital information on facing Andariel, the demoness. Without a moment to lose, we check in with Warriv quickly.
It is too dangerous to travel to Tristram. I won't be leaving here until the way is clear.
And it seems Andariel and the forces of hell are making sure vital travel routes are blocked. We must take our chances to circumvent this, and so we head back to the cairnstones and happily step into the portal.
What a tragic end to Tristram.
It seems we may be too late. Tristram is shown to be heavily destroyed by demons and, unfortunately, on fire. Although most buildings remain roughly in the same place as they were in Diablo 1, various corpses can be seen scattered around town, suggesting that perhaps the bulk of the original townsfolk didn't make it out alive. Although, an aside, some of the survivors' fates are confirmed in Diablo 3. We have a first-hand account of Diablo's tragic victims. In the northwest outskirts of town, we spy what looks like a straggler's fleeing corpse, and the most northwestern building, there's a corpse of a poor townsman in Tremaine the priest's house, and it looks to be crushed by a pillar and reduced to not much more than a stain. Heading to the southwestern side of the town, down by the river, we see Wirt the Peg-Legged boys, corpse face down, surrounded by far too many fallen once again.
Over here.
But can be looted for a considerable amount of gold. A peg leg that may or may not come in handy later, you never know. And he also altruistically gives back to the player some of the gold he acquired in Diablo 1, no doubt as a wry nod from the developers of his shrewd business tactics. In the southern part of town, hacking our way through carvers and the undead, is the town's blacksmith, Griswold, or what remains of Griswold.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
We are forced to face this one-time ally, as he is a super unique of the area and a particularly strong foe. Said that the stout Griswold was one of those who were bound past death to attend to the desires of the three. Wandering the town he once loved, he uses arcane powers and unholy strength granted to his twisted body by Andariel herself to stop any from following the path of the Wanderer. After defeating Griswold, we also realize that our audience, the skeleton leaning on the same rock that poor Farnham did, is most likely the remains of the town drunk who used to plop himself down in front of that very rock.
Can't a fellow drink in peace?
It seems, if it is Farnham, he was overwhelmed before he could get up, or maybe unable to bring himself to face the horrors once more.
No, you can't make me go back there. I won't let you take me. Too much pain. Too many dead. Can't get the blood out of my eyes. My mouth.
Speaking of horrors, we finally locate Deckard Cain's prison in the center of town, guarded by champion skeletons and 3 nasty champion Carver shaman, and a horde of Carver to boot. Sensing his chance to escape, he beckons to us, rattling his cage, pleading for our aid. We can choose to further clear the town for his safe passage, or gamble on his quick escape by freeing him during the fighting.
Deckard Cain, leave quickly.
I thank you, friend, for coming to my aid.
Once we have finally purged Tristram again of the burning legions, we wipe our brow, take one last look at what remains of the town, realizing as we inspect the eastern building in the town square that a charred and naked corpse is suspiciously close to where Pepin the Healer once stood.
What ails you, my friend?
We're ready to leave the accursed town once and for all, so we head back to the rogue encampment via town portal for a final time to speak to Deckard Cain, who says,
As a token of my gratitude, I will identify items for you at no charge.
This is a fantastic boon, usable for the entirety of the game, as following his rescue, Deckard Cain will offer to identify items for us at no charge. However, remarkably, this is the only quest in Diablo 2 that can be failed. You can choose not to rescue Deckard Cain before continuing all the way to Act 2. However, it will be considered a failed quest until a new game has been made. In this case, Deckard Cain will tell you that he was rescued by the rogues, and he seems to hold a bit of a grudge as he reverts back to his Diablo 1 dealings with the player, and you will have to pay 100 gold in order to have your items identified by him for the rest of the game.
Oh, blessings on the rogues. They finally rescued me from that cursed place.
Horadric, forgive but don't forget. Heading to Chazi next, she advises.
Akara wishes to reward you for your bravery in returning Deckard Cain.
Ah, Cain is here. Another customer. I haven't been this pleased since a love-starved maiden let down a bit more than her hair.
I don't think Cain has much coin or want to picture Geet pleased. Scrubbing that mental image out of our brain, we head to Kasha, who says,
Again, you amaze me, Outlander. The Sisterhood is grateful to you for delivering Cain to us. I believe Akara has something to tell you.
Kasha, firmly on our side, is right. We should head to Akara as we briefly speak to Waruv, who similarly states,
Only a brave adventurer could return with Deckard Cain. Akara has a reward for your valor.
With that, we finally see Akara about this rumored reward, and she remarks,
You have risked your life to rescue Cain. For that we thank you. We must seek his counsel immediately.
With thanks, Akara also gifts us this random magic ring. Ring in hand and items identified, our final speech can be with Cain, who reveals more about the fate of Tristram and Diablo himself. However, I will save that for the outro of this video, as it's pretty long and very detailed.
Regrettably, I could do nothing to prevent the disaster which devastated Tristram. It would appear that our greatest fears have come to pass. Diablo, the Lord of Terror, has once again been set loose upon the world. As you know, some time ago Diablo was slain beneath Tristram, and when our hero emerged triumphant from the labyrinth beneath town, we held a grand celebration that lasted several days. Yet, as the weeks passed, our hero became increasingly aloof. He kept his distance from the rest of the townsfolk and seemed to lapse into a dark, brooding depression. I thought that perhaps his ordeal had been so disturbing that he simply could not put it out of his mind. The hero seemed more tormented every passing day. I remember he awoke many times, screaming in the night, always something about the East. One day he simply left, and shortly thereafter Tristram was attacked by legions of foul demons. Many were slain, and the demons left me to die in that cursed cage. I believe now that Tristram's hero was that dark wanderer who passed this way before the monastery fell. I fear even worse, my friend. I fear that Diablo has taken possession of the hero who sought to slay him. If true, Diablo will become more powerful than ever before. You must stop him, or all will be lost.
The Forgotten Tower, and the quest, which is first activated by reading a book rather than an NPC. The book, known as the Moldy Tome, can be found on a stone pedestal in the Stony Field, which reads,
"And so it came to pass that the Countess, who once bathed in the rejuvenating blood of 100 virgins, was buried alive. And her castle, in which so many cruel deeds took place, fell rapidly into ruin. Rising over the buried dungeons in that god-forsaken wilderness, a solitary tower, like some monument to evil, is all that remains. The Countess's fortune was believed to be divided among the clergy, although some say that more remains unfound, still buried alongside the rotting skulls that bear mute witness to the inhumanity of the human creature."
What a disturbing and horrific read. This countess, if real, bathed in the blood of 100 virgins and was a blight upon the land and deserved to be burned alive for her transgressions. It's upon reading the Moldy Tome, our quests log updates, adding the Forgotten Tower, and tells us to look for the tower, which is located in the Black Marsh, beyond the Dark Wood. Continuing on our quest with more pressing matters at hand, aiding the rogues in the defeat the demoness Andariel. However, later, when entering the Black Marsh, we happen upon a big, foreboding tower. Realizing this is the tower in which the tome spoke of, we promptly head back to the rogue encampment, seeking whatever guidance we can from its denizens before we enter. Speaking first to Akara, she confirms.
The dangers there are not solely architectural. Once inside that wretched place, many succumb to a vile miasma.
So, it seems this accursed tower still holds some activity, maybe agitated due to Andariel's blight upon the land. Heading next to Cain, the scholar, who then muses.
"That tower marks a place of danger. There is an epic poem about it. How much sorrow one can stand was tested there."
So the tower tests you in some horrific capacity. Our resolve firm, but ever wary, we next see Chazi, the town blacksmith, who states,
"That old tower is as rotten on the inside as it appears on the outside. I heard that several sisters came to a gruesome end when a stairwell collapsed on them.
Oh no. Even the rogues have lost sisters in there. An accident or more victims for the Countess beyond the grave. We then speak to Gede, who says,
The only wealth you're likely to find there is a wealth of vermin.
Although wealth may draw a lesser man, our mind is firmly fixed on the demonic taint of the tower. Gold does help though. Kasha speaks of the treasure further, saying,
The tome speaks of treasure, yet all we have found are death, delirium, and disappointment.
So it seems people have heard of the treasure. It must be folklore at this point, and a dangerous lure to boot. Wareve too replies,
Rumors of treasure are no different from rumors of any other kind. They hold false promise to those who should know better.
Although we are less interested in treasure than most, we find ourselves drawn to this strange tower as we feel a pinch inside. As a holy paladin, our sense of duty inexplicably tugs at our innards, pressing us to enter. After heading back to the Black Marsh and steeling ourselves to what waits within, we finally enter the tower and boldly exclaim,
This tower shall be cleansed of evil.
We find ourselves first in a cramped, poorly lit cellar with bones strewn around in its centerpiece, a puddle of blood, and a quest updates urging us to explore the cellar dungeons beneath the tower, in which we spy a crude hole bored into the side of the wall, setting the tone for our welcome. We make our way through into the cellar, which at first glance looks more like a mausoleum, and are immediately pounced on by some nasty blood clan. The cellar itself opens to a larger room and is littered with blood clan, devilkin, disturbed ghosts, presumably of the dead which lay in the tombs before us, and demon dark archers, who are led by one extra strong, unique dark archer named Gloombite, the Impaler, lobbing arrows as we crush her aspirations to turn us prematurely into a pincushion. And we head further down the Dark Tower's levels with more visual confirmations that the rogues themselves have made it thus far, with burning effigies on display, and perhaps a sadder confirmation that the rogues have been here is the array of dark archers who were, in life, rogue archers, corrupted now in undeath. Heading into the next room, we see a big burning pentagram. It seems dark rituals are back in full effect, slogging our way through 4 short, nasty levels of this putrid crypt. We see the door to the 5th and presumably final level. Before we head down into the 5th level of this evil tower, finding ourselves questioning its promised wealth at this point, we momentarily head back to the rogue encampment for advice, and Akara tells us,
There is no more I can tell you about that ancient tower.
Cain similarly gives us a pragmatic hot take.
Quickly in and quickly out is all the advice I can give you.
Chazi questions our resolve with,
You're not ready to give up, are you?
Gede? Well, he says something we won't repeat.
Guess what? I've named a boil on my ass after you. It too bothers me every time I sit down.
Now that was another unfortunate mental image for the collection, and we momentarily contemplate giving Gede another lump for his collection. Gathering our composure, we head to Kasha, who then poses.
Have you suddenly lost your taste for wealth?
And Wareve gives us a sage piece of advice.
Better an empty pocket than a full grave.
Advice we choose not to heed as we head back down to the 5th and final level of the foul Forgotten Fortress. As we enter level 5, our journal updates and gives us one horrific directive. Dispose of the evil Countess. So, the previously slain Countess who sacrificed 100 virgins' evil remains, and she herself returns. But in what ghastly form? Unfortunately, it seems, we're about to find out as we enter the large main hall room and clear out the errant ghosts, devilkin surrounding what seems to be a boiling pool of blood, and it looks like the Countess is up to her old bathing habits. Flanking the room on the eastern side, we clear out the remaining demons and dark stalkers as the Countess exclaims,
"Here for a bloodbath?"
It's then we're forced to face the foul Countess as she blocks the room, showing off her newly acquired fire enchantment abilities as a pack of stalkers attempt to flank us in the fire. Once disposing of this Countess and her minions, she burns into a plume of smoke that makes its way to the chest she was guarding, which swings open to reveal its contents, spewing forth what seems to be much gold, but on closer inspection, it's a paltry amount.
I've earned the right to this abandoned trove.
The Countess drops a nice rune. However, the Ral rune, which boasts hefty fire damage when embedded in a weapon, or respectable fire resistance of 30% when socketed in armor, is a welcome addition to the collection. Reward in hand and task complete, we are glad to rid ourselves of this wicked place and head back to the camp to speak to Akara of our newly acquired boon, who says,
I thought the stories of treasure in the tower were nothing but lies. I am glad you found something of value in that death trap. Would that our sisters had been so fortunate.
It is sad to think of the sisters. If we had the time and the means, that tower would be destroyed brick by brick. Cain, however, goes on to congratulate us warmly, saying,
"Well done, my friend. Courage and opportunity together have created in you a kind of alchemy."
Who would have thought? Kill demons, get loot. Chazi too admires our slightly heftier coin purse, stating,
"Those riches will serve you well on the long road ahead."
Kasha then tells us her thoughts on the tower.
Your rewards are well earned. To us, the tower was nothing more than a headstone looming over a long-forgotten grave.
Which is understandable. What a grim reminder to her and her sisters. Wareve, on the other hand, has more immediate concerns, saying,
"Remember, wealth is as insubstantial as a cloud and passes as quickly. Ignore Geed. All that twitters is not bold."
And finally, after the cheeky spot of shade that Wareve has cast in Geed's general direction, Geed compares Wareve too with,
Wareve's advice is like corpse gas. It befouls the air for a moment, and then it disappears.
And that was honestly a beautiful comparison. A fitting end for the Forgotten Tower, though there have been strange rumors around the camp of a missing blacksmith's hammer I really should go talk to Chazi about.
When I fled the monastery, I left behind the Horadric Mallet, my enchanted smithing hammer. If you can retrieve it for me, I'll use its magic to strengthen your equipment. The monastery can confuse even those who know it well. Stay alert in there.
After initiating the quest, we speak to the denizens of the encampment for more clues regarding this truant tool. Akara urges us to make haste, saying,
The retrieval of the Horadric Mallet is not without risk. Our monastery is filled with voracious hellspawn. You'd best be careful, my friend.
Shuddering at the thought of a monastery filled with voracious hellspawn, we then speak to Deckard Cain, the Horadric scholar himself, for further guidance.
The Mallet was forged and enchanted by the ancient Horadric mages during the Sin Wars. When their union dissolved, the Mallet was entrusted to the Sisterhood, guarding the pass into the east.
This Mallet must be powerful indeed, to be forged by the Horadrim themselves, a secret order formed to safeguard Sanctuary from the forces of hell. It is also a great loss to think that the Burning Hells have their hands on this sacred artifact, and what wicked weapons they could create with it. Geed, the merchant, then confides in us, saying,
Charsey talks of nothing anymore but this Horadric Mallet. Between you and her, my ears need a rest. Just find it and bring it back quickly.
Poor Charsi. She must be beside herself over this missing hammer. But what do her sisters know of it going astray?
Charsi is wasting her time and talents using an inferior hammer. Had she the Horadric malice, she could make the steel sing and craft you a suit of armor as impenetrable as the Great Eye.
Honestly, steel singing sounds favorable to us, and the Great Eye seems to be some impervious god of the Sisters of the Sightless Eye. Wareve sees us exiting the camp and beckons to us one last time to say,
"Just as an archer needs bow and arrow, or a draftsman pen and paper, so Charsi needs the Horadric malice with which to ply her trade."
We firmly agree with Wareve's appraisal. After all, these are Charsi's tools of the trade. Exiting the safe confines of the camp once more and heading back into the unforgiving wilderness. The rogue monastery can be found by following the path through the Black Marsh and the Tomo Highlands. Once we reach the rogue monastery, a group of former rogues burst forth to greet us in undeath.
Even the light cannot pierce this gloom.
Knowing we must aid in cleansing this once sacred place, we continue through the outer cloister, strewn with gore of the fallen rogues and statues of their former glory. And finally, we find the barracks. Once inside the barracks, the air is noticeably thicker and light, visibly dim. It seems the new occupants prefer the dark. Our quest then updates, guiding us to look for the Horadric malice in the dark, somewhere inside these barracks. But beware, the smith that guards it. Before we do so, we head back to town to stock up on supplies and initiate the early return dialogue. To which Akara states,
"If you can't carry out this quest, how will you face the greater evils ahead?"
Which is a fair assertion. We must grow in strength or perish in time. Cain otherwise confirms.
The malice has eluded you so far. Well, search thoroughly in the barracks. That is where the rogues kept their forge.
The malice is in the forge, and we must scour it post-haste. Charsi similarly states,
"The malice is a Horadric artifact of great power. Please bring it back."
Honestly, she must be missing her malice. Geed as well has a word for us when we have a moment.
I've heard that you bear us no malice.
It's official. Geed finds himself punny. Heading next to Kasha, her warning takes on a more somber tone, saying,
To do battle with Andariel requires more than thick skin and a strong will. You'll want armor and weaponry forged with the hammer's enchantments.
Her words ring true. We will need to be well equipped to face a lesser evil, no less, and some of our gear is honestly less than optimal. We swing by Wareve once more as he says,
"Well, what better opportunity to show your metal?"
So it seems there's nothing left to do but head to the barracks and test our metal once more against demonic flesh. The Horadric malice is located somewhere within the barracks, guarded by a demon known as the Smith. We know this much. We note that the first room we enter is guarded by Moonclan and Devilkin and looks to be some type of dining area, now filled with blood, bone, and death. It's said around the camp that when Andariel's deceit overthrew the structure of the Sisterhood, a great struggle between the followers of Bloodraven and Kasha erupted. The rogues were forced to give up their ancestral home, and the monastery is now filled with voracious hellspawn. While all these dark beasts are dangerous, the Overlord who guards the malice is particularly brutal. Known as the Smith, this vile craftsman now uses the power of the malice to create weaponry for the minions of Diablo. And it wasn't long until we witness his handiwork firsthand. As we clear room by room, we come into what appears to be an armory and spy a great blue demon overlord who says,
"I shall make weapons from your bones!"
This must be the fabled Smith. working Charsy's old forge in a mockery of its former function. We take care of the two skeletons. Although a super strong unique, we are bolstered by the zeal of the high heavens themselves and vanquish the foul creature. We then check out a few blue items which the smith dropped. None are really of note. However, what is of note is Charsy's own malice, which we haphazardly bumped off the rack in the commotion. Now, with hammer in hand,
this will help the sisters turn the tide against evil.
We head back to the rogue encampment. Speaking first to Akara, who says,
Well done, my friend. But remember, the return of the Horadric malice is but one step in reclaiming the monastery.
It's shocking to think that the sprawling monastery was the base of operations for the rogues, who have been exiled to this paltry camp. The sacred monastery, Andariel has claimed as her own seat of power. Cain tells us of the malice, saying,
The magical effects imbued by the malice are impossible to predict, but are always to the good.
We cannot be unhappy with the results that are rumored to always be good, though as a Horadrim, Cain may be a bit biased. Speaking of predictable results, we speak to the Rye Guide, who says,
I guess it's too late to take back some of the names I called you?
It's never too late, Guide. It's never too late. Kasha then tells us,
Now that the Horadric malice is back in our possession, we shall use it to deliver a great blow against the evil which torments this land.
It does feel good to place the hammer back in the hands of the righteous. Wariv shares our sentiment and says,
I am glad the hammer has returned, and you with it.
Finishing our well-earned victory lap with hammer in hand, we finally visit Charzy, who excitedly exclaims,
Oh, thanks so much for returning the Horadric malice. I will now imbue one of your items with magical powers.
By retrieving the Horadric malice and returning it to Charzy, you will be able to imbue a piece of equipment with randomly selected abilities. Note that no magic, rare, set, or unique items can be used. And it's also worth noting that this can only be done once, therefore it is highly recommended that we wait until later game, such as in Acts 3 or 4, and imbue a higher level item. But that's it for the tools of the trade and the Sisters' burial ground.
Diablo is heading east for some foul purpose, and the only passage east is through the monastery gate. Obviously, Diablo summoned Andariel to block any pursuit. For her part, Andariel hopes to win Diablo's favor. The lesser demons are always vying for positions of power within the unholy hierarchy.
After completing tools of the trade, Deckard Cain will approach us in the rogue encampment with grim news.
It is certain that we face the demon queen, Andariel, who has corrupted the rogue sisterhood and defiled their ancestral monastery. This does not bode well for us, my friend. Ancient Horadric texts record that Andariel and the other lesser evils once overthrew the three prime evils, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal, banishing them from hell to our world. Here they caused mankind untold anguish and suffering before they were finally bound within the Soul Stones. Andariel's presence here could mean that the forces of hell are once again aligned behind Diablo and his brothers. If this is true, then I fear for us all. You must kill her before the monastery becomes a permanent outpost of hell, and the way east lost forever.
And so begins our final mandate. Everything we have labored for thus far in aiding the sisters has led to this moment. Face and defeat Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish, in combat, or we will perish in a horrific manner, and our efforts will be for naught. Pushing that grim thought to the back of our mind, we decide we should speak to the denizens of the encampment for clues, perhaps for the last time. All too familiar with Anguish lately, the High Priestess Akara says,
Andariel has desecrated all we hold dear. She must not be permitted to serve Diablo. Destroy her. The corruption of our order must be undone.
Although we agree, the fact Andariel was able to supplant the rogues in their own seat of power does not bode well, and we can only imagine the horrors she wrought upon the monastery. We spy Chazi, the blacksmith, over yonder, and approaching her, she solemnly declares,
Send Andariel back to the hell she came from.
Unfortunately, Andariel may bring hell to us first. We then see Geed the merchant sweating noticeably more than usual, and he questions,
You're going after Andariel? One of my wagon wheels is in need of repair. I'll be under the wagon if I'm needed.
I'd trust not even Andariel could squash this slippery gypsy in a pinch. Karsha, leader of the rogues, looking agitated, states,
I can imagine 1,000 different ways to kill Andariel. You need only choose one.
I can only imagine the fury she feels at the thought of the anguish her sisters have suffered. We lastly see Wariv, the caravan owner, who explains our predicament in traveling west, saying,
The map makers tell us the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Our way east is a line that runs through Andariel's stronghold, the monastery.
It seems we have no choice. If we wish to pursue Diablo, we must face, and somehow, against all odds, defeat Andariel. Our quest log guides find Andariel's lair in the monastery catacombs, and after heading back to the outer cloister, so begins our long, arduous journey through its maze-like structure. First, into the jail levels, and upon entry, we exclaim,
This is no place for a warrior to die.
Although dimly lit, we see the gore strewn about is more prevalent. The undead wraiths, furious at their fates, and choose to punish us for the tragedies they endured in life. After slogging our way through the dank jails, we spy a light at the end of the tunnel. Following it reveals stairs in the inner cloister, appearing much like the outer cloister and bringing us one step closer to the monastery. At the north end of the inner cloister, we find a once holy cathedral, now heavily desecrated, boasting a populace that consists of Wraith, the fallen and super unique skeleton mage Blood Ash, looking as if he's conducting his own unholy rituals in the stead of the sisters. After cleansing the cathedral, we spot some stairs leading down into the monastery itself. Upon entry, we exclaim,
There is great evil here.
Hacking our way through the denizens of the monastery, we find its fourth and final subterranean level, in which our quest updates with one final directive: kill Andariel. Before we face this foul demoness, we take a moment to portal back to the rogue encampment to complete the early return dialogue for the quest, in which Akara guides,
You have done much to help us, but I sense that this has only fueled Andariel's fury. She will not stop until we are all dead. You must kill Andariel before her army can gain the upper hand.
Time is against us, and Andariel's forces seem to gain power by the minute. As we make our way through the camp, Karsha beckons to us before we speak to the other camp folk and urges,
Deckard Cain has important information about Andariel.
So we stop by the scholar momentarily, and Cain tells us what he knows.
It is clear that Andariel is acting on behalf of Diablo to prevent anyone from following him eastward. Her defeat would allow you to continue the pursuit. Ancient lore has it that while Andariel was spawned in the burning hells, she is not fond of fire.
Our first tangible clue. Although it does seem counterintuitive, fire is our friend against this fiendish foe. Moving swiftly through the camp, we see Chazi and say,
If you are the hero that you seem to be, now is the time to prove it.
We appreciate the confidence and pray our steel lands true. Maybe for once, Geed himself has some wisdom to impart too.
Have you stumbled upon that demon queen yet? I hear she's quite the beauty. As far as maidens of anguish go, that is.
Gede and Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish herself, having a tumble. That is a painting I would hang on the wall. We then spy Wareve by the campfire, who leans over to us and remarks,
"May I remind you that my caravan can only go east if the monastery is cleansed."
And with that, we head back through the portal into Andariel's lair. In the first room, although Andariel is rumored to hate fire, it's the first thing we feel, the heat of fire pouring forth. Blood splattered on the walls and also boiling up from the floor itself. We cautiously open the door to the next room and see more fire on the ground, as well as the fallen scattered about, except they're now called Dark Ones. There's what appears to be almost spines or tails of bone protruding from the ground and walls as if reaching up from hell itself, and rogue corpses shoved unceremoniously on spikes, as well as other unidentifiable human remains strewn about. Worse yet is the huge pool of blood filling a crater in the middle of the room with naked human bodies lobbed inside. After putting down the Dark Ones and their shaman masters, we head east through the big main doors, finding ourselves in a large hall adorned with pillars that have grown spikes and have also burst forth through its walls. The Dark Ones in this room are also stirred up in a frenzy. We clear them one by one and catch a glimpse of zombies, hoping that Andariel doesn't have a penchant for raising the dead, as her one-time puppet Bloodraven did too. It's then we're confronted by the biggest demon I've ever seen.
Fear me.
Female in appearance and scantily clad with hooven feet and tendrils growing from her back and hair that stands on its end. With every hooven stomp she takes towards us, the ground shakes and we back up into the former room, knowing at least there we've fully cleared it out of zombies and other perils. It's then we're forced to face Andariel in close quarters, as range isn't our strong suit, and while we successfully dodge some of the poison bolts she lobs, her casual wafting of clouds of poison are particularly vicious and hard to dodge. Having been hit with some of these clouds, we thirstily gulp potions and most of the antidotes in our inventory. Feeling nauseous and a tad overwhelmed by the attacks, we try and get a better footing and some respite from the barrage of poison, moving back into the larger hall. As Andariel is much slower to move, we have a moment to clear out the rest of the Dark Ones and shambling zombies, and finally meet Andariel in a 1v1 confrontation in front of her unholy throne. After nearly succumbing to her assaults, we successfully send the demoness back to whence she came, the burning hells, with her anguished cry billowing through the room as it reverberates through the monastery itself, shaking its foundation. Her hated fire spewing forth as the roof looks to nearly collapse on top of us. It's then a portal opens to town.
My work here is finished.
And we're free to collect the loot off her body, including a potent crystal sword, yellow as well as yellow boots, a helm, and a choice amount of gems for socketing. Heading to the High Priestess, Akara, to advise her of the good news, she says,
"Finally we may rejoice. We owe you a debt we can never repay. I only hope that in time we will be able to rebuild our order. All our thanks go with you, my friend."
And we hope the Order is one day back to its former glory. Although no doubt the unenviable task of clearing out the monastery is ahead, we wish nothing more than the rogues can soon leave this makeshift camp behind and the terrors that they had to endure. We then see Deckard Cain, who says,
"This is a great victory indeed, but many more battles await. I will accompany you on your journey, lending what assistance I can. Remember, Diablo is still out there, seeking something in the desert. I'm afraid that this nightmare will not end until you find what it is that he seeks."
Heading up to the blacksmith Chazi once more, she says,
"You'll probably go east now. It was good to know you. I hope you'll come back if you ever need anything.
This may be the last time we see the rogues and their encampment. Geed, who appears from his hiding spot underneath his wagon, exclaims,
I'm gonna party like it's $9.99.
But not all are in a celebratory mood. We then talk to a solemn Kasha who reflects.
And Dariel's death brings about renewed life for us all. We mourn the loss of our dear sisters, but at least now we can get on with our lives. I may have misjudged you, Outlander. You are a true hero, and testament to the noble spirit which has inspired our order for generations. Farewell, my friend.
We bow our heads in remembrance of the sisters fallen and are thankful to have aided the order and humbled at Kasha's acknowledgement as a friend. We finally see Wareve by the campfire prepping for travels, who beckons to us saying,
The caravan is prepared. We may now journey eastward to Lut Gholein.
With the path clear and the townsfolk safe, we have nothing left to do but pursue Diablo, travel east with our new companions, Wareve and Deckard Cain in tow, giving the Lord of Terror himself a chase on his way to Lut Gholein.
We traveled east, over the mountains and into the vast deserts of broken lands. As the days passed, my companion told me of himself, that he had once been a great warrior, and that a dark and secret burden now weighed heavily upon him. We traveled for an eternity across that arid wasteland. How long? I couldn't say. And always, a dark cloud seemed to follow us just over the horizon. Finally, the journey ended. We climbed the last bridge. There below us lay our destination. The shining jewel, Lut Gholein, with a great sea beyond. We made camp there last night. Perhaps it was the warm desert wind or the sound of the ocean, but for the first time in many weeks, I slept. However, the dreams returned, but these were clearly not my own. I beheld a vision of a great man, the mage, Talrasha. You were there too, Tyrael. I remember seeing you in my dream. His brethren had cornered a great demon, Baal, Lord of Destruction, who had been set loose upon the world. They attempted to imprison the demon within a sacred stone. Yet when their attempts failed, Talrasha selflessly volunteered to contain the demon within himself, completing the prison. He instructed his brethren to bind him within a tomb, buried under the sand, there to wrestle with the demon for all eternity.
Now you know what I seek, Marius. This is my brother. Sleep now. We set out with the dawn.
The next morning, we walked over the hill toward Lut Gholein. I had no idea then of the horrors that were in store for me there.
We arrive a few days later in Lut Gholein via caravan, taking in the port city oft called the Jewel of the Desert, and it certainly lives up to its reputation, As the main trading port in Arreat, it's a surprisingly large city, including well-built structures and reportedly a well-trained army to boot. Yet as we pass the citizens wearing bursts of colourful clothing, they seem cheerless with tight-lipped expressions, belying a certain air of angst or perhaps dread in the wake of Diablo. Wasting no time, we speak to the young ruler Jeren, who greets us as we enter the town, saying,
"Good day. Greetings, honored traveler. I am Jeren, Lord of Lut Gholein, and I bid you welcome to my fair port city. I am glad to know that once again, caravans are free to travel through the Western Pass. For some time now, we have been under siege by an evil power that I cannot identify. Strange, it all began when a dark wanderer came this way, looking for the tomb of Tal Rasha. No one knows exactly where Tal Rasha, keeper of Baal, is entombed, but it is certain to be far out in the desert. Now my people whisper tales of the dead rising from their tombs, and horrible creatures lurking amongst the moonlit dunes. Even I have witnessed things which I cannot explain. I've ordered the port closed and all trade ships moored until I am sure that my city is safe. Atma, the tavern keeper, has an important mission for you. Go see her immediately. You'll find her on the other side of town. Now I must return to the palace. I apologize, but I can't invite you in. Things are rather a mess right now."
With no doubt in our mind now that Diablo has similarly disrupted the lives of the townsfolk of Lut Gholein as he displaced the rogues out of their sacred monastery, we seek out the town healer Adma in need of help, who says,
"I don't expect this of you, but if you want to help me, I would be grateful. In the sewers below our city, there lurks a horrid creature that hungers for human flesh. The creature has killed many, including my son and my husband. If you destroy it, I will reward you. Please, be careful, though. That beast has taken enough from us already. The sewer entrance is through the trapdoor, just up the street."
We cannot help but mourn the loss of Atma's husband and son, and can only imagine the horrors of living in a city where a flesh-eating beast lurks underfoot, hungering for human flesh.
"The creature makes its lair in the tunnels beneath the city. He butchered my husband and son. I simply cannot bear to talk about it."
Before we brave the depraved sewer lair, we first seek wisdom from our travelling companion, Deckard Cain, the scholar, who says,
"The Horadrim used to mummify their highest mages and infuse them with spells that would allow them to protect their tombs, even after death. I have no idea why one of them would be acting so malevolently. Perhaps Drognan or Farah would know more about this."
What a cursed thought. Cain's own kin, the Horadrim's best spellcasters, were gifted the ability to protect themselves in the afterlife. Clearly, we are but scratching the surface. Turning to our new ally, Drognan, whom Cain pointed us to for further guidance, who is also a researcher of everything Horadrim, he states,
"I've heard that you are responsible for banishing Andariel back to the burning hells. I'm impressed, stranger. That couldn't have been easy. My name is Drognan, and I know what you're up against, my friend. You ought to look over my inventory of items for trade. Farah and I have been talking about the creature recently. From my studies, I have deduced that it is Radament the Fallen, an ancient Horadric mummy that has for some reason left his tomb to prey on mortals. I'm doing some more research now. If you check back later, I may have some more insight as to his nature."
Great. I can't imagine Cain coming back as a flesh-eating mummy, yet I suppose neither could the townsfolk of Tristram guess the macabre future of their own blacksmith. As Drognan has asked us to return later, we continue asking around town and stop by ex-bandit lord Elzix, who shares,
You look like a sturdy adventurer. You know, I used to be quite the scoundrel in my day. I led the fiercest group of bandits who ever terrorized these sands. Nowadays, I run this here inn and pretty much stay out of trouble. My days of adventuring are behind me. I hear that the creature kills his victims in order to hack off their limbs. I guess that makes me a less likely candidate, eh?
Well, we had heard Elzix is missing an eye, some of his hand and half of his left foot due to repeated assassination attempts, so I guess there's some worth in keeping his spirits about him. We then turn to see Farah, the ex-paladin and blacksmith, about more practical instructions.
Welcome, Brother Paladin. I am Farah. I was once a devout champion of Zakarum. I believe that the creature you refer to is one of the ancient Horadric mummies from the tombs that lie buried beneath the desert sands. It is unusual for one of his kind to be so far away from his resting place. I sense in this entity a restless and malevolent spirit.
Ah, so Radament's tomb is of the desert, and he has been sent to raise hell from underfoot. But the question is, who sent him? We then see a leery drunkard / ex-warrior looking rather woozy named Geglash eyeing us off. We go to talk to him and he says,
I don't know why you people keep pestering me. Grays seems to have this place locked down nice and tight. Not that I couldn't have done the same. I've proven my valor in combat plenty of times. Hey, don't touch my drink, or I'll bore a hole into your skull with my thumb.
We take his threat into consideration and also ruminate on the idea that if Radament bit that thumb off, we wouldn't be losing much sleep over it. We then see the reportedly grumpy alchemist Lysander with a strange look of contemplation on his face. We ask him about Radament, to which he states,
How do I know I can trust you, You may be as shifty as that pack rat Elzix who runs the inn. But if you need a potion, though, I suppose I can make you one. For a price, of course. I hear that beast is after body parts. Does he eat them? Ugh, ghastly.
I guess it's natural to be morbidly curious until a mummy takes a big, wet bite out of you. As someone who has access to the docks, we then go to speak to the sailor Mashif.
Greetings. I'm Mashif, captain of this ship here. I make port runs around the Twin Seas and occasionally out to Kingsport in Westmarch. I haven't sailed anywhere lately, though. Jaren has ordered me to stay docked here in case of emergency. There are 2 entrances to the sewers, I believe. One of them is right near here, down by the water beneath the docks. I can see it from my ship, and you can bet I keep an eye on it every night.
Thankful for an extra set of ever-watchful eyes on the mummy's makeshift lair, we speak to our old friend, Wareve, before finally plunging into the stinky depths of the sewer. To which he states,
I've heard tales of walking corpses out in the desert at night, though I've never actually seen one.
And he's lucky. I'm sure the undead in the rogue encampment was more than enough excitement. With that, we have our supplies in hand and make sure we are armed with more than a paltry pig sticker as we hesitantly open the sewer's entrance to this gruesome ghoul's abode. Entering the sewers, we're met with a particularly pungent smell. Thankfully, the walls are lit by torches, so we are at least somewhat aided by the light in this dank pit. It's not long before we're set upon by a pack of hostile, burning dead. Their champions move forth to rush us and are strategically girt by archers who, like their namesake, wield fire-infused arrows for greater effects. And it's immediately apparent they are in a league above anything that we've dealt with previously. Peppered by incoming projectiles, we're forced to back up and take out their melee cast comrades before engaging the archers. Delving further into the sewer system, we encounter a new enemy variant, the Sand Raider. Boasting big, elongated bodies, these humanoids are rumored to have made a pact with an unknown darker power, to be adorned with 4 arms and the strength to carry a sword in each. Dealing with the swaths of these new enemies, we realize quickly there will be nothing dignified about this fight, as in the stead of chests we find we're forced to plunge our hands into goo piles for trinkets such as rings, rustle around in skull piles of presumably fallen citizens for loot, and unceremoniously kick rats out of their nests for rewards. After venturing down into level 2 of the maze, we spy a handy waypoint back to town and decided best to take a much-needed break from the stench and seek out the guidance of the townsfolk once more. To which Atma then regretfully states,
I am starting to have second thoughts about my request. I couldn't bear the thought of you losing your life on my behalf. Please be careful.
Deckard Cain too has further insight into the dangers ahead.
The Horadric mummies were created to protect the tombs, but Radament is far from his burial chamber. Given the aberrations that have been witnessed lately, it comes as no surprise that even the ancient Guardian's spells have begun to unravel. Be wary of this as you venture farther into the desert.
Drognan's research has also brought further disturbing clues.
I've just been reading something interesting about this sort of undead. Apparently, certain Horadric funereal priests altered the bodies of their dead mages with magical and surgical techniques, often replacing body parts with those of animals. This was thought to augment their powers and raise their status in the afterlife.
Elzix then points,
"If you're going to fight that thing, use some common sense. Be knowledgeable about what harms the undead. Poison, for instance, will have little effect."
Noted. He's basically swimming in poison down there. Farah then shares,
Drognan told me something interesting earlier today. It might explain why Radament is so restless, and it might have something to do with why he is stealing human body parts.
Geglash then offers us a drink, saying,
"Aha! Back for a small shot of courage? Believe me, it doesn't help for long." Drinks, barkeep!
Grays then tells us why they haven't confronted versus contained Radament.
We've been meaning to send an organized group down there to kill that thing, but it would be dangerous. We just can't afford the chance of losing any men with all the trouble that's going on in the desert.
Lysander, proving his hearing may be shot, mishears.
Peppermint? Oh, Radament. Oh, yes. Oh, a foul creature. Some of my exploding potions should do quite nicely against him. They usually work well against the undead.
Mashif then muses,
"I noticed a rotting human arm floating in the harbor this morning. I suspected foul play, so I told Grays. He didn't seem too concerned since there haven't been any folk reported missing lately."
And Wariv imparts some of his classic wisdom.
Death is not afraid of the living, but the living abhor death.
Knowing poison is not our friend and that exploding potions may do the trick, we head down to the sewer's depths once more to face Radament in his wretched lair. We continue our search for his lair and happen upon a gruesome scene. It appears as if his victims have been bound naked to long chains, but what they were forced to endure remains unknown. They are surrounded by what appears to be a pit of blood with some broken crates by them, and some of the town's guards look like they have unsuccessfully attempted a rescue. The longer we wait, the more the gore will grow. Stealing our resolve once more, we continue our search through this labyrinth for the creature responsible. Further in the sewers on the third and final level, we sense we might be getting close to Radament when we start to see horrors, these black skeletons that deal lightning damage, in addition to the Burning Dead and Burning Dead archers, and crimson skeletons that also deal fire damage, and also a swath of other mages. It's then the quest notification button pops up instructing us to kill Radament. Radament seems to have been busy and not putting any of his victims to waste, as he is surrounded by a horde of skeletal servants. Although we may want to dispose of his minions first in order to prevent Radament from reviving them.
We live again.
Without as many of his minions to help him, we then face Radament, a huge mummy emitting foul black magic with a skull for a face in a headdress, burning down this patchwork frame as he, with great zeal, as quickly as our strength permits. He makes sure to try to sap said strength first with a particularly nasty poison, and an ever-growing army of the undead as he raises nearby corpses with ease, a boon of his knowledge of the dark arts in life as it is in death. Drenched in his foul poison breath attack, we have anticipated this somewhat, and thanks to carrying a few spare potions from our encounter with Andariel, we are somewhat buffed from the full brunt of his attacks. When we finally fell Radament, bolts of holy energy start shooting down from his body, which will also finish off any remaining undead fiends in the vicinity. Radament then drops a unique tome. The tome is named Book of Skill, and it grants us an extra skill point, although repeatedly killing Radament after this quest has been completed does not yield more books of skill, unfortunately. As well as a few blue items, we notice a notably stronger set of chainmail, which is nearly double the defense qualities of our current armor. We then pilfer the contents of the glowing chest found in his lair, which holds the Horadric scroll, which will activate the next quest, the Horadric Staff. As we gather our loot and put the disgusting sewers behind us, we get one last glimpse of Radament's handiwork, with a bench adorned with bodies and tools as he hacked his victims for heaven knows what purpose. Upon arrival in town, Deckard Cain, identifying our wares, then instructs.
If you haven't already, tell Atma that Radament is dead. It may help to ease the weight of her mourning.
We understand this is a weight lifted, yet still may impart little comfort. Before we speak to Atma, we source a potion for our wounds and something for the smell from the alchemist Lysander.
Little of what I am able to hear is of any value. But Radament's death, however, is news worth hearing. I'm sure Atma will be glad to hear of this.
And we agree. His ears may not be what they used to, however. This is for Atma's ears. Wasting no time further, we speak to her and she says,
"They say that the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking. In addition to my undying gratitude, I have spoken on your behalf with the rest of the townspeople. The merchants have agreed to show their gratitude by offering their wares and services at lower rates. Oh, Jaren wants to see you too. You'll find him in front of the palace."
Although Atma's thanks are more than enough reward, it is the utmost kindness that the merchants are now providing wares at a discount. Heading over to Drognan to see his newly discounted stock, he says,
"From what you tell me, it would seem that Radament was bent on the task of reviving his own mummified corpse with the flesh of the living. This is very unusual indeed. It takes an incredible magic power to alter the singular purpose of an undead mind. Perhaps there is a power at work here, which is beyond my ken."
I don't know what's worse, the thought of him eating victims or the fact that somehow imbibing flesh would help him revive himself into a darker form. This is truly an evil power orchestrating something unnerving for the peoples of their port town. We then speak to Elzix, who says,
"We ran into one of those old tomb guardians when I ran with my bandits. I know they aren't easy foes to face, so you sure have my respect. Have you told Atma yet?"
I guess with his missing limbs, Elzix's bandit running days are over. Farah then confirms,
"As you have helped Atma and all of us, so shall I help you."
If there's anyone who can aid us, it's an ex-paladin armorer. Speaking to Geglash, looking rather wobbly once more, he woozes,
Whoa. Radament the Fallen, is it? I've fallen off many a bar stool, and no one calls me Geglash the Fallen. They might go so far as to say, Geglash, you've fallen.
Geglash the Fallen. I like it. We pause to ponder on the thought of him falling off his bar stool, and collecting ourselves, we head over to Grays, who says,
"Greetings. You've killed Radament, eh? That's quite a nice piece of work. If you ever need a job as a mercenary, I'd be happy to sign you up."
With a slight nod and thanks for the offer, we then finally speak to Wareve once more.
"Atma's been telling everyone what you've done for her."
It seems true. No good deed goes unrewarded. Unfortunately, in Diablo, even if you're a servant of the light, or more specifically the Horadrim, your reward may not be the townsfolk accolades, but instead wearing a skin coat as you're rewarded with a restless undeath by a sinister primeval.
The shrines in the desert are leftover artifacts from the Great Sin War that ravaged these lands almost 1,000 years ago. They still function, but most travelers believe them only to be remnants of the distant past.
After felling Radament and completing his quest, we can locate a strange Horadric scroll in his lair. Upon returning to Lutgo Lane, Deckard Cain will approach us with somewhat welcome news.
"Ah, the lost Horadric scroll! What a fortunate turn of events! As the last living Horadrim, I alone have knowledge of its meaning. Now, to read the Horadric runes it bears. The Horadric mages, after binding Baal within Tal Rasha, magically sealed off his burial chamber from the mortal realm. Those same mages also crafted fearsome Horadric staves, and imbued them with the special power to open the chamber's hidden door. After nearly losing one to the thievery of a rogue sorcerer, they divided all the Horadric staves into 2 parts, wooden shaft and metal headpiece, hiding them separately to safeguard them. The Horadrim foresaw our current plight, and designed the hiding places to reveal themselves to worthy heroes like you. Collect both parts of a Horadric Staff and unite them using a Horadric Cube. Then you may enter Tal Rasha's burial chamber.
So, we are to find and battle the deadly greater evil Baal, bound to Tal Rasha, of whom we saw visions of in the beginning of Act 2. It seems the Horadrim, due to attempts of theft, have wisely hidden their powerful staves and dismantled them so that errant thieves and wizards can't enter Baal's tomb. As such, uniquely, this quest is broken into 3 separate parts, and our quest update saying, search the halls of the dead under the dry hills for the Horadric Cube, the Maggot Lair under the far oasis for the shaft, and the Claw Viper Temple for the headpiece, as we need all 3 items to complete the staff and face whatever lies in Tal Rasha's tomb. As we head through town, we realize the townfolk, also unique to this quest, do not have any additional dialogue to add throughout this entire endeavor. However, I think it's prudent we should speak to Grays for much needed aid of our companion.
Brognan's a mystery to me. Then again, I never did trust mages much.
As we step foot out of the relative safety of Lutgolain, now that we've felled Radament, and into the searing heat of the arid, unending desert known as the Rocky Wastes, we are met by an array of vicious new demons, the Dark Wanderer no doubt left in his wake. We are immediately overwhelmed by a pack of deadly and massive beetles who have a chance to burst forth erratic waves of lightning upon striking them. With little resistance to said lightning, this can be deadly. The once passive huntresses, foul cat-like humanoids bearing whips and malicious intent, and also vultures frenzied at the idea of wet, succulent meat to strip off the bone in the dry desert heat. The desert itself is unforgiving, and there are signs that those who have strayed from Lutgolain were made into a quick meal for the denizens of the sadist sandy oasis. It's not just townsfolk's skeletal corpses that litter the desert sands either. Huge skeletons of large creatures appear, perhaps the original fauna of this area, stripped to bleached bone and left to rot in the sun. As we enter the dry hills, which we are informed the Horadric Cube is rumored to lie under the halls of the dead somewhere within, we see more travelers executed for trying to travel outside the city, and it's quickly apparent that no one is traveling east without paying the ultimate price. We're then bound upon by a new enemy, Cave Leapers, who dance over our heads in a trio, attacking in tandem. After haphazardly hacking at the hopping haters, we find a usual place of respite, an actual oasis, even though its water is murky and seems to be soured. It's not long before we realize night has fallen around us and we're more exposed than ever before. Finally, we sight in the distance the one area that is well lit, the entrance to the Halls of the Dead. However, entering the halls, we immediately smell decay and the stench of death permeates around us, which is exactly what we encounter. Moving a few feet to our right, we see undead called Decay, who release plumes of noxious gas as they are casually re-deaded. Their bat-like companions, the Desert Wings, excitedly drop from their perches on the ceilings to show us just how electrifying their shocking spurs on the wings truly are. After battling our way through a further 2 levels of death, decay and destruction, we see a golden chest on level 3. However, it is too precious to be left unguarded, and as such, it is in the stead of the voracious, super unique saber cat Blood Witch the Wild. After we felled the super strong Blood Witch and a gaggle of cat groupies with surprising ease, and somewhat disappointedly search her corpse, only to find a paltry 2 wrist blades, which are blue, and we can neither use or sell for much. However, we then examine the golden chest, which holds the quest item, the Horadric Cube, boon of a box in hand. We then hurriedly teleport back to town and speak with Deckard Cain.
You have quite a treasure there in that Horadric Cube. According to Horadric lore, the cube can restore a Horadric Staff. To do it, use the cube as you would a scroll. When the cube opens, place both pieces of the staff into it and use the cube's transmute power. You'll be pleased to know that the cube has other alchemical uses as well. 6 gems plus 1 sword transmute into a socketed longsword. You may also transmute 2 quivers of crossbow bolts into 1 quiver of arrows, while 2 quivers of arrows yield 1 quiver of bolts. I must leave it to you to discover other formulae.
Ah, the fabled Horadric Cube. Cain tells us the purpose of said cube, quite drawn out, I might add, as well as other information about its uses. The most important of which is the fact that now we can use the cube to transmute items into better items and many of our stashed gems to boot. However, there's no time to rest on our laurels and celebrate just yet. Taking advantage of the new day, we begin our search for the Maggot Lair under the far oasis, for which Cain and the townsfolk give no further dialogue. Here, we again cautiously venture into the desert once more, and it's not long before we're set upon by a new enemy aptly titled the Itchies. It seems the advent of Diablo's passing has invited a plague on the land of biblical proportion. Shortly thereafter, while treading the blistering sands, we spy a strange and ugly orifice in the ground. The entrance is to that of the Maggot Lair, and looks like a tunnel dug into sand dunes by, well, if it's maggots, then one can only imagine the bloated torso it'd take to wriggle inside. Once entered, we find ourselves in a near pitch black cavern, and we can barely make out a fallen townsguard drenched in a gelatinous goo, definitely all smell. As we brave the depths of the claustrophobic hole in the ground, we run into the biggest, foul, and unholy maggots one could witness. After hacking them to sludge and their girthy brethren, as they attempt to birth their own putrid protective posse. We further encounter scores of insect-like creatures such as sand maggots, scarab demons, and swarm insects. Making our way through the circular tunnels until we reach level 3, at the bottom of the maggot lair lies the super unique sand maggot matriarch, Coldworm the Burrower. This boss has the ability to spawn full-grown sand maggot monsters and stands taller than any maggot we've seen before. So we are forced to lure out her newly birthed allies before piercing the gruesome maggot's flesh until it spews forth a volcano of disease and corruption. It's a poison which fells our fellow companion Paige and has us thirstily gulping potions just to stay standing. After we manage to defeat the matriarch, we search the room and find a rather lacking breastplate, a 2-handed axe, and sacred globe, none of which are helping us. However, we then greedily pilfer the contents of the golden chest in the southwest side of the room. In it, we find some gold and the Staff of Kings, the shaft portion of the Horadric Staff. Heading back to town, nightfallen once again, we address Cain once more and tell him of our new boon.
The Staff of Kings! You astound me, my friend. You have discovered the shaft portion of a Horadric Staff. I trust you know how to use a Horadric Cube to unite the shaft with its headpiece.
And so there is one final piece left, the headpiece of the staff, located in the Lost City.
The sun has grown disgusted with the terrible deeds it must shine upon each day. Damnation is upon us all.
While searching for the headpiece to complete the Horadric Staff upon entering the lost city located off the far oasis, a sudden eclipse darkens the sky, and the quest notification button pops up telling us to speak to Drognan in town about the mysterious darkness. This triggers the Tainted Sun quest, and both quests conveniently have the same destination, the Claw Viper Temple. Heading back to Lutko Lane for clues of this mysterious eclipse, we seek out Drognan, who says,
I've been researching this lengthy eclipse, and I believe it to be the work of claw vipers. Find their temple beneath the desert sands, and you may find the source of this curse.
What a powerful piece of sorcery for the serpentine demons. We realize to overcome this curse, we should seek the aid of the townsfolk, however, many of which point us back to Drognan, of whom we've already spoken.
My astrologers failed to predict this eclipse. You should seek Drognan's advice.
Drognan the wizard will have some idea as to what is happening.
Drognan may have some advice on this matter. I think I'll speak with him myself.
This unnatural nightfall is no doubt caused by evil sorcery. Drognan might know what we are dealing with.
However, the remainder of the villagers have more insight into the matter. Squinting to see, we bump our way around town, starting with Elzix, the ex-bandit lord turned innkeeper, who says,
2 men arrived late last night bearing a story about evil magic. They said they saw a gathering of giant snake creatures performing some arcane ritual. They sound like the serpent men of the desert.
Who are these mysterious men? Surely the Wanderer and his companion, Marius, wouldn't stand idle in town to tell of an impending attack orchestrated by the three. Or is it men whispering of dark arts born of the occult? We should perhaps investigate further. We then seek out the rum-soaked Geglash, who muses,
This whole place is one big ale fog.
I don't know if Geglash is being serious, but hey, at least it'll appear more alluring to the ladies in the dimly lit tavern. We then seek out the hired muscle, Grays, to get more grounded news of what this has done to the morale of his militia.
This midday darkness reeks of foul magic. My men and I are trying to keep the peace, but this kind of thing really scares people.
If the flesh-eating Radament wasn't enough to shake the townsfolk to the very core, everything has got to be scarier in the dark, and the people must be petrified. We then see the potion-brewing Lysander, who curses,
Claw vipers. This outer darkness mirrors the inner blackness of their souls. It is they who have eclipsed the sun, I'll wager. They are a venomous band.
Venom seems to be the least of our worries. How do you fight what you cannot see? Speaking next to the sailor Mashif by his ship, he states,
This permanent darkness is very unsettling. It would make navigation by stars easier for me, though.
Perhaps he is right. We've been abandoned by the light of heaven, but it's our duty as a holy paladin in the absence of light to carve out the darkness by force if necessary. Back in the ruins of the lost city, we're forced to contend with hordes of what appear to be ex-residents reawakened from their slumber. Perhaps at home in the cold, dark nothingness, the allure to come above ground calls to them, and so we hack through a pile of wretched, rotten risen. After dealing with a pack of undead, marauders and their kin, we find the Valley of Snakes adjacent to the lost city, guarded by a plethora of fire towers that are brutally efficient at flinging flames and other nefarious defenses of the ancient city. It's then we stumble upon the entrance of the Claw Viper Temple and steel our resolve as we enter, saying,
Light guide my way in this accursed place.
The temple itself is overrun with undead, skeleton warriors girded with their now all too familiar guardians, and the embalmed that have nasty, noxious gas they release upon re-death. Making our way to the second level, and quite leery of the lack of abundant vipers, we seek the wisdom of the townsfolk once more, greeted by Atma, who is clearly addled by the time-twisting taint.
I was going to go to bed, but then I realized that I have no idea what time it is. It could be the crack of dawn for all I know.
Geglash then ponders.
It's strange when the morning after the night before is still the same night.
Cain helpfully informs.
The source of this spell is probably a magical altar. It will not be enough to kill the claw vipers. To reverse the spell, you must destroy the altar.
Farah then horrifically reveals.
The claw vipers practice evil magic. They have also been known to kidnap travelers and sacrifice them to their dark gods.
I wonder which gods they serve outside of the Evil Three. Lysander then points us in a new direction.
I don't know much about the habits of claw vipers, to be honest. Drognan will probably know something about the nature of the magic at work.
Mashif then admits he's grown less fond of the stars, even if they would aid with his travels.
I've had about enough of this darkness. I don't even know what day it is anymore.
Wareve waxes lyrical.
The calculated coldness of the reptilian brain makes the claw vipers uncanny adversaries.
Jaren tells us what we already know.
This eclipse is a definite manifestation of evil.
Elzix humorously muses.
I usually charge for rooms by the night, but I may have to soon change that.
Drognan then confirms Cain's theory of the Viper's true power.
I've discovered a reference to a similar eclipse several hundred years ago. It says that some desert-dwelling snake demons had erected an evil altar which caused the sun to go black. Perhaps we're dealing with something similar here. Look for an altar in the Claw Viper Temple.
And before we head off, Grays assures us.
Don't worry. My men and I have an iron grip on this town. If those cursed claw vipers are plotting anything against us, we'll be prepared for them.
It's good to know we aren't going to have the town terrorized for a second occupation of Lut Gholein by treacherous demons. And with our companion Paige fallen, we enlist Grays' help of a warrior, Wahid, for a much-needed second sword arm in the tomb. With our sights set firmly on finding an altar in the Claw Viper Temple, we portal back once more into the depths of the dark and dank dungeon. As we enter level 2, we see a big, strange, dusty pit in the middle of the room, girt by pillars, which we cannot make out quite what the contents are. Here we will find more claw vipers and a super unique monster called Fangskin. Defeating Fangskin and his kin, we pick up a powerful yellow falchion called Impsaw, boasting elemental and added damage, plus a piece of blue mail, and exploring the tomb further, we see what appears to be viper deities on the walls adorned with human skulls. In the southwest side of the room is a cage full of human bodies from God only knows where. As then we head up the sandy stairs in the middle of the room and see an altar which is covered in blood and looks to be a site of unholy rituals. Upon breaking the altar, flashes of light release, as if trapped in this ghoulish seat of worship. And as the light finally floods back the darkness and it abates, we state,
"The light can never be extinguished by evil."
Not only does this complete the Tainted Sun quest, but in the altar we see it also yields the coveted Viper Amulet, the missing headpiece of the Horadric Staff. As we head back to town, the headpiece in hand, light shines anew on the desert jewel, and we are warmly greeted by Atma, who says,
"You have done well to restore light to our world."
Geglash saunters over and slurs.
"So this is daylight. It's overrated."
Looks like no more beer goggles for the rest of the town, hey Geggy old boy. We then spy Cain, who beckons to us, saying,
"The Viper amulet you bear is actually the headpiece of a Horadric Staff. Yes, you have an uncanny knack for finding rare and valuable artifacts. Of course, you'll have to use a Horadric cube to combine the headpiece with the shaft."
Farah then calls to us and says, and we agree,
Drogman seems to have taken you into his confidence. This is good, for you will benefit from his wisdom.
Drognan's wisdom of the Horadrim, and as is Cain's, is invaluable, especially of this area. Lysander then queries,
"Oh, claw vipers are fond of magical artifacts. Did you happen to find one in their temple?"
A wry mention of the staff headpiece, perhaps? Or of the booty? Speaking of which, down at the docks, Mashif, too, has booty on his brain.
So, did you plunder any booty?
How quickly do they forget the sun was literally blotted out and their minds are firmly fixated on things that shine in the light? It's then we seek out the caravaner Warriv to tell him of the good news.
With renewed daylight, one may gather the wits that were scattered about like restrictive undergarments in the darkness.
I feel like Warriv is channeling Geed there, but no need to chafe. We then proceed to the palace where Jeren beckons us over as we had been instructed by Cain and says,
"The sun again shines on Lut Gholein. I'm beginning to like you, traveler."
At least one person is wholly grateful for the feat we'd have accomplished. Although perhaps I spoke prematurely about Elzix, who has a certain gleam in his single peeper, as he pronounces.
It takes but one eye to revel in the beauty of our restored sun.
I'm glad he too appreciates the effort put forth. Heading back to the original quest giver, we see Drognin, who congratulates us.
You did well in destroying the Claw Vipers. We are all glad to see the sun return to its former glory.
Glory. Wearing full plate and packing steel in this heat, I can conjure a few other words for it. Unfastening a few notches on said armor to let in a nice, gentle breeze, we finally make one last stop with the mercenary Grace before we head out again, who says,
"I'm glad that's over with."
"You and me both, Grace. You and me both." However, although victory for the light and staff pieces is complete, I believe this, unfortunately, is just the beginning of the town's woes.
I've been researching the old records, trying to find the location of Tal Rasha's tomb. Though I haven't found the tomb itself, I may have a good lead for you. The great Vizjerei summoner, Horazon, built his arcane sanctuary somewhere around here. He was a powerful spellcaster and kept demons as slaves within the sanctuary. He kept a close eye on great events too, such as the imprisonment of Baal within Tal Rasha's tomb. If you could find Horazon's sanctuary, I'm sure that it would hold some clue as to the tomb's location. Though I doubt Horazon is still alive, you must proceed with caution. There's no telling what could be waiting inside. When I spoke of this with Lord Jeren, he asked that I send you to him. Perhaps he knows of a secret entrance or the like.
After collecting the pieces of the Horadric Staff and heading back to Lut Gholein, we are instructed by Drognin to seek out the young ruler Jeren at his palace, who shares.
"When the troubles began here, I allowed the terrified harem guilds to join me within the safety of the palace. All was fine until one night. Screams echoed up the stairwells from the harem. My guards arrived to find the poor girls being slaughtered by a merciless band of hell-spawned demons. My brave guardsmen tried to push the demons back into the mysterious rift from which they came. Ever since, my men have fought a losing battle. Demons have continued to pour through the rift into the palace. Ultimately, I hired Grays and his mercenaries to help protect the rest of my fair city. Drognin believes that the Arcane Sanctuary lies buried underneath this palace, since Lut Gholein occupies the site of an ancient Vizjerei fortress. My palace is open to you now. Take care."
Our darkest fears have come to light. Of course, Horazon's Vizjerei summoning site was at the heart of the palace, and the townsfolk and harem girls have paid dearly for his actions. Also of note is, Horazon's Sanctum originally appeared as a cut quest during Diablo 1, and we were forced to face Horazon himself. However, as with most cut content from Diablo 1, Diablo 2 has a much different take on the story and is just as dark, if not darker than the original. Before we head into the palace for clues on the whereabouts of Horazon's prized journal, which is our best lead for hunting down Baal's tomb, we decide to speak to the townsfolk scattered around and see if they have any further clues of Horazon and his rumoured arcane sanctuary. We first seek out the wisdom of healer Atma, who questions.
Arcane Sanctuary? That place sounds awful. Even if you find a way into it, what makes you think you'll be able to leave again?
She's right. Crossing into an arcane plane seems dangerous at best. We can't even begin to fathom what we're dealing with. With that grim assessment to mull over, we spy Gaglash, the drunken lout, in the tavern, beckoning to us.
Look, I'm just about as tough and arrogant as they come. But you never catch me trying to tame a demon for a pet. That's just asking for a lot of trouble.
Arrogant? Yes. Tough, undecided, but respect for having marginally more sense than Horizon himself. We then head back to the center of town and seek out the wisdom of the Horadric scholar, Deckard Cain, once more.
I very much doubt that Horizon still lives in his sanctuary. He possessed great power and influence over demons, but even that may not have been enough in the end. One of his notoriety cannot easily remove himself from the vengeful reach of hell.
Although it gives us some manner of comfort to think that Horizon is no longer in his sanctuary, this is potentially even more troubling news. Whether alive or deceased, this Horizon could not be filching the ranks of any of the evils for long unnoticed. Hammering away just over yonder is Farah the blacksmith, who declares,
"Ah, the ancient mage Horizon. He believed that he could bend evil forces to his will. What he didn't know was that evil uses man, not the reverse. The Vizjerei still revere him as a symbol of man's ability to triumph over otherworldly forces. The Church of Light, however, cites him as an example of man's folly."
While the mages revere this man's mystical prowess, the Church of Light and those with common sense, it seems, know that you cannot bend evil to your will without a cost. Or as Nietzsche once said, he who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. And if you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. With that terrible thought, we see the potion brewer Lysander next, who also has his own philosophy on summoning.
Horizon found it necessary to lock himself up for all time, just to protect himself from those angry demons. Such is the fate of one who practices the summoning arts. In that or eternal damnation, there's old summoners and bold summoners, but no old, bold summoners.
So, should we expect to see Horizon locked up? I also enjoy the rhyme of the old and the bold. I bet there are no bold and beautiful summoners, after a demon escapes anyway. We then see the ship captain Mashif down by the docks, and hopefully if he's got word of this sanctum in his travels.
The legend of Horizon is an old one, especially around these parts. You wouldn't believe the feats and strange events that are attributed to him.
One can only imagine. Also, that none of them are good. We then seek out Caravaner Wareve, who says,
"A careful caravan gives wide berth to sleeping bandits. If Horizon is gone, let him remain so."
He has said everything we need to know and as eloquent as any have put it. Passing the palace quickly, we then speak to Elzix, who shares,
"An arcane sanctuary under the palace? I'd heard that there were some underground cellar levels that Jaren used as chambers for his treasure and such, but no arcane sanctuary."
Of course, an ex-bandit leader knows a rumor of treasure. Who would have thought? Maybe my caravan should have given him a wider berth. We then talk to the man who presumably has had the most contact with Jaren of late, the mercenary leader in charge of keeping this town safe, Grays, who says,
"The only thing in Jaren's cellar are the harem girls that have been hiding there since the troubles began."
Has Grays been in this cellar? Is Jaren's concern real, or is he hiding something? With all of these clues about Horizon and his wicked past, and what to expect if we encounter this treacherous sanctuary, we have naught to do but greet the palace guards and head into the palace.
Welcome to the palace.
With the thought of what we may encounter of those poor harem girls, we ready ourselves as we head down the winding steps and into the palace's first floor of the harem. We enter the first level of the harem and are met with a disturbing silence. Colourful walls decorated show no sign of struggle, although cups knocked over and disheveled look of the floor could mean somebody left in a hurry. An errant bat glides aimlessly around the room, and we question how long it's been since the women have stepped foot here, and how many would tolerate the presence of a bat and few rats scurrying about for that matter. And where are their guards? We then head into the northern room to see it empty and in the same state. Quickly checking the room to the south, it's clear the floor is totally void of life, bar a few rodents and small creatures, but we must delve deeper to uncover the mystery of the missing girls. Heading to the second floor, we're met with darkness that is unsettling. There's a guard unceremoniously skewered, hanging limp and lifeless in front of us. The decor, although darkened, is similar, but splashed with lashings of blood, making a mockery of the formerly pristine white dancing statue's grace and beauty. It's then we're happened upon by a gaggle of horror archers and their mage brethren. They appear to have helms similar to the dress of the guardsmen, and make us wonder if they too had been turned to the unholy service of the three. After fighting through vicious waves of their kin, we find some of the harem girls, bound against a pillar, blood pouring from their slit throat. We don't know how long they've been dead, or what untold nightmares they were forced to endure, but we know that unfortunately, this is likely not going to be an isolated occurrence. After slogging our way through 2 levels of the harem, we find a dead guardsman shackled to a door, accompanied by a deceased harem girl, as if wards to further unwanted trespassers, and an entrance into the palace cellar. The cellar itself adorned with various barrels and yet still painted with smatterings of blood like the previous floors. On the ground is a body of a harem girl left where she lay, and then we're pounced upon by an angry pack of June beasts, hacking our way through the beasts with waves of skeletal mages lobbing various spells of lightning, poison, and ice at us, and the previous gore becoming more pronounced with every step. Guardsmen now being decapitated in a mockery by the demonic inhabitants of the cellar. It's on the 3rd floor of the cellar that we happen upon some sand-raided demons and a super unique monster named Vizjerei, who drops an enhanced level skullcap upon defeating him and grants us access to another room with a portal in the middle. This must be the fabled portal to Horizon's sanctuary. However, before we delve into the unknown horrors of Horizon's portal, we decided prudent to stay a spell in town to resupply and return to the villages for further guidance, to which Atma says,
"So you've been in the palace, have you? Tell me, why does Jaren keep that place locked up so tight?"
Geglash then imparts supreme wisdom on fight or flight tactics.
All my years of brawling, of pummeling both the unsuspecting and the deserving, have yielded 2 insights. You can either fight, or you can run. All other strategies are variations of these.
Cain then reveals what we unfortunately already know to be true.
I've been thinking about the problems in Jaren's palace. Perhaps this has occurred to you as well. If those cellar passageways lead to the Arcane Sanctuary, then that is where the demons came from. Horizon's haven must have been breached.
Farah then warns,
"Even a sanctuary such as Horizon's can be breached by the tentacles of evil. Such a haven could have become a chamber of unspeakable horrors. Be wary of what you may unleash."
Lysander mishears.
The horizon is always out of reach, you should know that. Oh, Horizon. Oh, I see. Yes, well, he was insane. Yeah, brilliant, yes, but total lunatic.
Yes, Lysander, lunatic. Nashif by the docks impatiently requests,
"So, now that you're such a pal of Jaren, why don't you ask him if I can set sail one of these days? I'm running out of patience."
Wariv then burns a new visual into our brain.
Fate is like a caged gorilla. It will pelt you with dung if you mock it.
Elzix then muses,
"I understand that you've been talking to Jaren. Well, if so, then you're the first in a long while. Since the trouble began, actually. Do us a favor and try to find out what's got Jaren so edgy all the time. Okay?"
Grays somewhat questions our integrity.
"What's got you so occupied in the palace? Oh, don't tell me you're finding the harems more compelling than killing demons. That would be out of character for one such as yourself."
Confirming he is fully unaware of the horror that lies in that accursed place, and why Jaren chooses to loiter on the safety of his palace steps.
I am certain that you will find the information you need when you find Horizon's journal. I suggest you find it quickly, for Diablo may be getting closer to freeing his brother as we speak.
And then Jaren warns us of the rogue mage.
There was an eastern mage, a Vizjerei, I believe, who visited me almost a year ago. He was very interested in the history of this site, and he seemed particularly fascinated with the palace architecture. I gave him a tour. When he found the ancient seals over a passageway in the cellar, he became very agitated. He asked for some time alone to study them, and I granted it. Shortly after, he left with no further word, and I never saw him again. Odd, don't you think?
It's not completely unheard of for those trained in the dark arts to find the allure of power absolutely irresistible. But what did the wandering wizard discover? And why did he leave? Or did he delve into the accursed portal himself? There is only one way to find out, as we ourselves tepidly step through the portal in the palace and through to the Arcane Sanctuary.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
Upon entering, our journal updates, telling us to find Horizon's journal. We see we're in a huge, almost infinite expanse that seems to be separate from time and space itself. The air, if such a thing seems to exist here, is thrumming with magical currents, and although we're not well versed in mysticism, we can tell the architecture itself has been warped by magics, and the starry void is some kind of current in which it flows. It feels less of a prison and more of the construct of a warped yet brilliant mind. Fighting our way through the maze of narrow paths and red portals, there are untold waves of goatmen, wraiths, and vampires waiting in ambush. The small corridors thankfully grant us the ability to fight them in packs, although the fire spells from the vampires can be nasty. The Arcane Sanctuary itself consists of 4 arms with a waypoint at the center. At the end of 3 arms, we typically find just a golden chest filled with treasures and a dead end. However, as we travel to one of the arms, we begin to become cursed and pelted with strong magical attacks, and the quest notification will pop up that we have entered the Summoner quest. This means that we are close to Horizon's journal. We race up the stairs as we defell the Summoner himself as quickly as humanly possible, as he is a ferociously powerful glass cannon that we've ever met, dropping him within a few blows as his mocking laughter echoes through the void.
Rest in peace, tortured soul.
He then drops a few paltry blue swords and nothing really of note. However, we then see on the pedestal his famed journal, to which it says,
"Seekers of the tomb of Tal Rasha will find it through the portal, but know that the glowing glyphs recorded here in my arcane sanctuary are the signs of the 6 false tombs. The missing 7th sign marks the tomb of Tal Rasha. Of the Horadrim, he might be called the foremost." It was a shining but brief moment for the mage clans when they set aside their differences and worked together against the common enemy. The Horadrim relentlessly pursued the 3 across the desolate empires of the east and even into the uncharted lands of the west, leaving the Archangel Tyriel's hands unblemished. Presuming the 3 to be vanquished, the Horadrim's unstable fellowship began to dissipate. Abandoning their sacred charge to safeguard the 3 soul stones, the disparate mage clans began to squabble amongst each other over petty differences. Their conflicts not only dissolved their brotherhood, but strengthened the evils which they had buried beneath the cold earth.
And then a special red portal opens to the Canyon of the Magi, and our quest log will now display the symbol of the true tomb of Tal Rasha. Before we head to the canyon, we heed the journal's warning and speak once again to the townsfolk. Returning to town, some of the people will give us news of the Summoner and his history, as well as talk about the Sanctuary, uniquely giving some NPCs 2 different responses when greeting us. Seeing Atma first, she says,
"You're more the hero than I could have dreamed. Perhaps there is hope for us after all."
I haven't forgotten those poor girls, and glad the Radament incident is over and the townsfolk never witnessed the horrors within their walls. Geglash then jokes,
"I wish Jaren would have let me in the palace. I would have saved those girls and kicked demon ass back to the fire pits of hell."
Luke's. I don't know. They may have willingly jumped in the pits of hell rather than Geg's sweaty rum-soaked sheets. Cain then shares,
"You must move quickly now, friend. for Diablo is undoubtedly close to finding what he seeks. Find the tomb of Tal Rasha before he frees the Lord of Destruction. I hope that this false summoner found peace in death. Unfortunately, it is more likely that he will be dragged down into hell by the demons he was bound to. Let this be a lesson to you. Demonic magic is a quick path, but its powers are seductive and deadly.
And he is right. We must make haste if we're to catch Diablo before he frees his destructive kin. Tragically, although not implicitly stated, it is official in canon the summoner's identity was that of Jazrith of the Vizjerei, the wizard from Diablo 1, making all three heroes from the original Diablo accounted for and have been corrupted and tragically twisted by the prime evils by the events of Diablo 2. Farah then affirms,
I feel no pity for that would-be summoner. His terrible ambition for demonic power was his undoing. You merely hastened the inevitable. Faith is stronger than any armor. The shield will protect the body, but faith will strengthen the courageous heart.
As a fellow ex-holy paladin, her words ring true. However, Lysander, cocking one ear, fails to hear us for a third time, sputtering.
Such is always the fate of those who meddle with evil. Horizon's urinal? Journal. Yes, well, glad you found it. Such a shame about those poor harem girls, huh? I shall miss them deeply. I mean, their conversations, of course.
Don't worry, Lysander. You'll see them soon enough. We then visit Mashif by the docks, who says,
Well, you've got what you're after. Now get a move on before it's too late. So, now we know Jaren's little secret. Well, I guess I can see why he wanted me to stay, though. I'm just glad it didn't come to that. Now he tells me to wait some more, in case you need to get out of here. Well, for you, I'll do it. Maybe they'll mention me in the epic ballads, eh?
I hope there is little cause for a ballad and this ends quickly. Wareve shows further concern, saying,
I guess you'll be heading to the tombs now. I hear that they're in the deepest desert regions. Well, the news going around town is very unsettling. Apparently, we were in more danger than anyone thought. Good work, friend. You may have saved all our skins.
We appreciate his thanks, but fear the true danger lies in one of the 7 tombs. We then pass Jaren, who says,
The demonic force that was emanating from the corrupted sanctuary has dissipated. I thank you greatly for your help. Now we can look to rebuilding our lives. All will be for nothing, though, if you do not stop the greater evil which is rapidly gaining ground. I thank you for your heroic aid. I'm also glad that you found something you were looking for. The journal should help you find the true tomb of Tal Rasha. Hopefully there is still time to get there before Diablo. Go now, and good luck.
Journal in hand, we have but a few more people to see before we search in the desert heat once more. Elzix then says,
You make me long for the days of glory, when I had both hands, both eyes, and more of a foot. News of the tragedy in the palace is spreading fast. How awful. And to think this whole time I thought Jaren and his guards were in there playing with the harem girls.
It seems a simple curiosity added with time and mixed in fear sparks many a rumor.
So, Horizon's been dead for some time. I take it you at least found what you were looking for. Unbelievable. The harem girls are dead? The palace guards been fighting off demons from the cellar? How could that happen without my knowledge?
It's like my father always says, never assume. It makes an ass out of you and me. And finally, we seek Drognin once more, who muses,
Larger forces are moving inexorably towards us. You must now make haste to the tombs. You have found Horizon's journal. Excellent. But I must caution you. The mark of the true tomb of Tal Rasha is sought, if not already known, by Diablo. I needn't elaborate on the implications of that.
No, we understand the dire effect Diablo's unleashing of a second greater evil has on the land. With that, we make haste once more to find the tomb of Tal Rasha and stop Diablo before it's too late.
It is well known that there are 7 great Horadric tombs hidden beneath the sands in the furthest reaches of the desert. One of them surely must be Tal Rasha's prison. You must explore each of the tombs to find Talrasha's exact location. Of course, Diablo is searching for the tomb as well. No one can guess as to what terrors he has unleashed in his search.
The Seven Tombs quest can only be complete after first finding the hidden pieces of the Horadric Staff and reading Horizon's journal, in which a glyph of the true tomb of Baal, Lord of Destruction, will be recorded in our quest log. However, originally it was the young ruler Jeren, as a mark of trust, who initiated the Seven Tombs quest some time earlier, saying,
I have heard of your many deeds of skill and bravery. I feel I can trust you with something I have been hesitant to speak of. Drognin and I have concluded that the Dark Wanderer who passed through here recently was Diablo himself. Drognin believes that Diablo is searching the desert for the secret tomb where the great Horadric mage Talrasha keeps Baal imprisoned. You must find Diablo and put an end to the terrible evil that has fallen upon our city. Drognin is wise and is sure to have some helpful advice for you as to how Talrasha's tomb may be found. It may take you quite some time to find the tomb. May you be ready when you do.
We then seek out the townsfolk of Lutgolane for further guidance before confronting Diablo himself and perhaps his brother, Baal, if we're too late. First, we head to the healer, Atma, who shares,
I've heard legends of the tomb of Talrasha, but I thought they were just old tales meant to scare young children.
Deckard Cain once said the same thing of the Horadric tales of Diablo back in Tristram. It is in our nature to not want to believe such an evil exists, and the nightmares it might bring to light if set free. We then spy Geglash, the drunken lout, who bravely states,
Oh, I'd go with you to those tombs, but, I don't like all that living dead stuff.
It's as if Geglash needs a reminder nobody likes that living dead stuff. Well, maybe necromancers. We then seek the wisdom of the scholar Deckard Cain once more about the evils loosed on Sanctuary.
Diablo nears his goal. We have little time to lose. Remember, my friend, that Andariel gave herself willingly to Diablo's cause. It would be prudent to assume that the other evils will attempt to aid their master as well.
They say that the lesser and greater evils are oft marred by infighting. Whatever plans they have must be dire for them to hold more than a tenuous partnership. A few steps away, we then speak to the blacksmith Farah, who recalls,
Legend has it that Talrasha lies imprisoned within his tomb, forever struggling to keep the Lord of Destruction bound. His was a selfless act, although perhaps foolhardy.
It's sad that, although brave, no man can seemingly hold the will of evil of that magnitude, at least not forever. Then the Heart of Hearing spellbrewer Lysander points,
When Talrasha chose to embody the spirit of Baal, he knew his doom was to wrestle eternally against the will of the greater evil. Look around you and ask yourself, has the battle been won or lost?
If he had seen the inside of the palace, I think he'd say this place is little more than Baal's bathroom. Mashif, the shipmaster, then admits,
I'm sorry, I can't help you much here. Now, if the tombs were across the ocean, then I'd be the guy to talk to.
It must be hard being curtailed from the freedom of the ocean, and Mashif is a good man for not setting sail by the night sky. We then next visit another traveller, Wariv, the caravan master, around the corner, who also has chosen to stick around, saying,
Be very careful, my friend. I think I've seen enough recently not to doubt that these tombs exist, and if they do, they are most certainly guarded by terrible creatures.
Wariv, foregoing his usual quips for more pragmatic advice, belies his true concern. We then seek out the ex-bandit leader Elzix once more to see if he had spied the tombs in his travels.
So, you're going to search for the 7 tombs, huh? Don't you know that they're just desert legends, passed between merchants and travelers? No one really believes that they exist.
The merchants either know better or nobody is fool enough to travel that deep into the dangerous desert wastes. Steeling ourselves, we then choose to speak to Graze, the mercenary leader, for his own type of martial wisdom once more.
If you're going into the deep desert, why not hire a few of my men to watch your back?
Honestly, it's a good thing we have had Wahid by our side. His polearm has gotten us out of a pinch more than a few times. Finally, we then speak to the Horadric scholar, Drognan, who says,
The Horadrim were a powerful order, although maybe too prideful. Tal Rasha was one of their order, and that should tell you something. Any man who believes himself strong enough to contain one of the prime evils is in for a rude awakening, I should think.
With the staff pieces in hand and the Horadric cube, we make haste, heading back to the Arcane sanctuary where we step through the ominous red portal to the Canyon of the Magi. As we arrive into the canyon, we find ourselves a welcome waypoint. Darkness has fallen and we step into the great expanse. We then make our way west and are immediately pounced upon by swarms of hellcats and giant beetles illuminating the night sky with pulses of lightning licking the sand every which way. After fumbling forward a bit further, we noticed a tomb's marking. Checking our journal, we realize that this is surely one of the 7 false tombs, and it's not long before we come across the next. And although we know the promise of loot in these false tombs is no doubt plentiful, as some are probably harboring a few errant gold chests, our quest has us stay true as we blindly search through the valley for the true tomb of Baal. Hours feel like days as we pass various fallen statues and have the shocking revelation that metal armor is a phenomenal conductor of electricity. It's then, finally, we find a forgotten nook of the canyon and the symbol which matches that of Tal Rasha's tomb, and tepidly step inside. Once inside the dark and dusty tomb, the air grows thick and bears all the hallmarks of death and decay, and yet a low, sinister energy echoes throughout. Unpleasant energies aside, we move through the tomb to meet more beetles and enemies such as Unravelers, Burning Dead, and Ghoul Lords, and super unique monsters. Whoever designed this tomb, one thing is clear, that they made it into a sprawling maze, not wanting its contents easily found. After much searching and slogging through waves of enemies, we finally happen into a room that seems different to the others, as it has an orifice in the center and all the false and true symbols of the tombs pointing to a hole in which would no doubt hold the Staff of Kings. However, we're nearly dropped where we stand by an Unraveler's dark waves of putrid energy attacks after we approach the staff holder in which light pours from, and realize now is the time to reforge the Staff of Kings and complete the quest. After reforging the staff, we place it delicately into its holder. Then light brilliantly crackles up from the staff base, and the 7 symbols shoot forth beams of light as the staff blasts a surge of energy into the wall, unveiling what appears to be a secret entrance to the once sealed Tal Rasha's tomb. We waste no time as we rush into the tomb to face what we can assume are the evils within. It's then bursting out of the darkness. Juriel, the lesser evil and Lord of Pain, mocks us. Absolutely stunned, we somewhat panic in the dark, stepping back to collect ourselves. These precious seconds lost, however, we pay for dearly, as Wahid is felled in a matter of moments. Juriel, with its giant, fetid, bloated, maggot body, sinister face, and swinging, gore-covered mantis blades, promises only one end. A painful one. Stealing our resolve, we down potions thirstily as we begin to absorb Juriel's namesake of pain in unending waves. Juriel then deploys cold attacks to freeze our limbs so we cannot stave off his vicious, bloody, sweeping, fleshy sides. We fumble through potion after potion of thawing and health, shakily alternating between the two and hoping the might of our zeal will strike true between being pummeled by this foe. After finally landing the killing blow, Juriel erupts in a sick heap of guts and putrid entrails as maggots scuttle from his bloated corpse, making us wonder if these are Juriel's foul babies or carrion he naturally nurtures in his belly. But it's sickening, the undescribable smell. We see that on his body he dropped yellow light gauntlets, ring, amulet, helm, and a Neph rune, a tidy haul he hid in his nest. And our quest updates telling us to explore Talrash's tomb. Before we step inside, we see what appears to be a man horizontal, bound by all four limbs in a mural on the wall. It seems to show Talrasha being bound and the soul stone of legend being inserted into his willing body to wrestle with the spirit of Baal for eternity. And although Juriel informed us we're too late, we hope against hopes that this was another trick of the evils and prepare ourselves for what is inside nonetheless. The walkways of the tomb are infested with an unidentified carrion. We make our way into a large main room that has a bridge over a pit of lava and a binding stone in the middle. No doubt where Talrasha was bound, and an angelic being with great glowing wings in his stead, and greets us saying,
I thank you for my freedom, but I did expect you earlier. I am the Archangel Tyrael. I came here to prevent Diablo from freeing his brother Baal, but I have failed. Now terror and destruction roam free throughout your world. Even now, they head towards the eastern capital of Kurast, to the very heart of the Zakharum Temple. There they hope to find their eldest brother, Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, who was imprisoned there ages ago. If the three prime evils unite, they will be invincible. Though it is unclear as to what their aims are, it is certain that they must be stopped at all costs. I am broken, and the energies that tie me to this world are diminishing rapidly. You must take up this quest and prevent the three brothers from reuniting. You must cross the sea and search for Diablo and Baal in Kurast. Now, hurry, mortal. Time is running out for all of us.
Before we give Diablo and his brother chase to Kurast, we speak to, perhaps for the last time, the townsfolk of Lut Gholein, starting with Adma, who says,
You have proven to be the greatest of heroes, and I am honored to call you friend. Thank you for bringing peace to our lives again.
We are grateful too to be considered friend to one such as her, and mourn the tragic loss of her husband and son, an ever-cruel reminder of the blight that has swept the land. We then see Geglash, mug in hand, and looking like he has something to say as usual, and he does.
You're an inspiration, and such a hero that it makes me look twice as bad. You're okay. Hey, just save some glory for us little guys, huh?
I didn't know my quote-unquote glory was stopping Geglash from putting his jug down and picking up a sword. Maybe next time the greater evils cross the land, Geg old boy. Hopefully not. Done with idle banter and wishing Geg goodbye, we see Deckard Cain once more, who informs us.
The Archangel Tyrael was the one who gave the Soul Stones to the Horadrim 260 years ago. It is highly unusual for the forces of heaven to so directly interfere with man's destiny, but Tyrael was said to act of his own volition. We have never been able to discern why. Perhaps he goes against the consensus of heaven because he doubts our ability to defend ourselves, or perhaps he sees more threat than his peers. Where the actions of hell often seem straightforwardly bent on destruction, the motives of heaven are unfathomable. Now make haste. Both Diablo and Baal must be stopped before they join with their brother Mephisto. If the three prime evils unite once again, the world as we know it will be no more.
We do not know Tyrael's intent. However, we do know the fervent desire of the three, and perhaps that is enough for now. Turning next to Farah, she says,
This is terrible news. Baal is in possession of one of mankind's most powerful mages, and the Lord of Terror guides his path. They must be stopped, for I am sure they mean to free their elder brother Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, who lies imprisoned under the corrupted city of Kurast. I fear you are walking into a great evil, but your faith can save you. May you walk in the light always.
I too mourn the loss of Tal Rasha and am more stalwart than ever to honor his memory. They call them great evils, but I'm yet to see anything great about them. Lysander, amazingly overhearing us, then beckons us over to say,
I'm sorry things didn't turn out as you had hoped. Go and remember us fondly. You know, you bothered me far less than most.
Thank you, I think. Elzix then informs us,
I heard that Diablo has managed to best you, at least for the time being. I hope you catch up with him soon, and send him back to hell for good.
I personally would prefer to wipe them from existence, but hell will have to suffice. We speak next to Greys, once more loitering near the sewer entrance.
I've heard that your foe got away from you this time. Well, look at it this way. You've got the demons on the run. If you're going to be leaving, then, well, thanks for your help.
Positive and a welcomed thanks. Many thanks to you and your mercenaries for guarding the city. We then see the Horadric scholar Drognan for further insight into the events that transpired.
It is most unfortunate that Tal Rasha has been consumed by Baal's destructive influence. There are many secrets known to the Horadrim which could be used by Baal against us. You must travel east by sea to Kurast and stop Diablo and Baal before they free their eldest brother Mephisto. The lands of the Eastern Empire are not the same as they used to be. There's been little word for some time. Speed is of the essence. Go quickly, my friend. May the fates smile on you.
Mephisto. 3 prime evils in one place? Our stomach churns and tightens as we realize that this unholy reunion is more dangerous than we could ever imagine. We then seek out Warrive next by his caravan, who says,
Never fear, my friend. You did the best you could. I suspect that Diablo and Baal are now heading east towards Kurast. You'll find them. I know you will.
I too have a feeling that I will find them. But beyond that, only time will tell. With the people accounted for and spoken to, I head to Jeren once more.
You have done very well. Few could have come this far, let alone discover the true tomb of Tal Rasha. Unfortunately, I hear that Diablo and Baal have eluded your grasp. This is most unfortunate. If you wish to travel east, I have authorized Mashif to give you passage by sea. I imagine he should be very anxious to leave by now. Good luck on your quest, and thank you again for saving my beloved city. You will always be welcome in Lut Gholein, my friend.
With no time to waste, we give Jeren our thanks, taking his palace in for the last time and hoping that Lut Gholein becomes the jewel of the desert once more. With no time to waste, we race to the docks heading east after the 2 brothers, hoping to stop them in their tracks, as we'd hate to think how powerful they would become if they became 3, and then we see Mashif to head east. Always, it seems, against the setting sun to the east.
Jeren tells me I should take you east to Kurast. I haven't been there for several years, but rumor has it things are pretty grim.
My companion drew in the dank, cold air of the tomb. It seemed to strengthen him. I stood in the doorway between light and dark. What was left of my sanity implored me not to enter. But that voice was just a whisper now. As we worked our way down, deeper and deeper into the crypt, I began to see a change in my companion. He seemed to be gaining strength. I could hardly see in the gloom, but my companion seemed to know the way. We came at last to a great hall. It was then I realized my companion hadn't been gaining strength. He had been losing what was left of his humanity. He moved with demonic speed, and then you appeared.
Stop! The beast contained herein shall not be set free, not even by you. Just ensured the doom of this world. You cannot even begin to imagine what you've set in motion this day. Go to the Temple of Light in the eastern city of Karast. There you will find the gate to hell opened before you. You must find the courage to step through that gate, Marius. Take the stone you hold to the Hellforge, where it will be destroyed. Now run. Take the stone and run!
What choice did I have? I ran.
Well, I gave you my word and brought you here as promised. But by all that's still holy, I wish I'd never returned to this accursed place. This fetid jungle can't be the fair Kurast I left behind. I don't know what all this evil is, my friend, but it's obvious that you must stop it. I only pray that you can before the jungle consumes the last vestiges of my beloved homeland.
Our story picks up after our journey from Lutgolain to a distant land of Karast. Upon arrival in this strange, overgrown city, we learn from a surprised Mashif that this is not the Karast he once knew. We see a local man garbed in red cloth waiting to greet us on the docks, who introduces himself, saying,
"Welcome to Karast, traveler. Few come willingly to this ancient city anymore. I hope you brought your wits with you, for sanity is in short supply here. My name is Ratli. I am a sorcerer skilled in metalwork. It'd be a pleasure to help you. I don't have many customers these days. As you can see, the populace has been brutally decimated by the forces of Mephisto. The canals run red with blood, and demons roam the land. The wretched jungle hell has already reclaimed much of Karast. The only safety you'll find is here at the dockside, where a magical warding holds the jungle evils at bay. But I don't know how long it will last. To make matters worse, the children of Zakharum are in league with the forces of Mephisto. The Zakharum have concentrated their power in the temple city of Trabankal, located within Karast deep in the jungle wilderness. It's true, their zeal is unmatched, but I say the so-called warriors of light are nothing more than the twisted puppets of a hidden hand."
Just as the young ruler Jeren welcomed us with grim news upon our arrival to Lutgolain, so too does the sorcerer Hralti inform us that Karast has suffered a similar fate. no doubt thanks to the baleful presence of Mephisto. Compounding the insult to injury is that the Zakharum was indeed the foundation of our very own order of paladins. However, the faith had since fractured due to a rebellion by my own brothers, who could sense the corruption that Mephisto had wrought on the order, the remnants of which are now confirmed to be in league with the Lord of Hatred himself. We promise we will avenge our brothers and bring light back to this land, but first we must acquaint ourselves with the denizens of Kurast to learn more of this magical ward that protects the land and how to best plan our next move, if it's not already too late. As we make our way east through the hodgepodge of huts above a ramshackle town interconnected by docks, we spy a warrior in red attire intermingling with villagers meandering about. Next to a great fire is a deadly woman in black. She introduces herself, saying,
"Greetings, hero. I've heard of your exploits and, I'm quite impressed. Very few mortals are capable of dealing with the three and their minions as you have. My name is Natalia. I am a hunter of evil, part of an ancient order sworn to hunt down corrupted sorcerers. If I could, I would gladly join your quest to stop the three, but I must wait here for further news. I can't predict what will happen, but the danger is greater than we can know. Until I receive my orders, I'll assist you with the information I have."
I've heard of the hunters of evil. What a dangerous and remarkable trade, to track and hunt rogue sorcerers. It's honestly one I can get behind. Although she cannot aid us directly in our quest, something tells me she's itching for a good fight and will be an invaluable asset down the line. We then happen upon Deckard Cain, standing looking perplexed at the jungle, who informs us,
"I've not set foot in glorious Kurast for many years, but I never would have imagined it could be so corrupted. Certainly this must be Mephisto's work. You'd best get going, my friend. Diablo and Baal are still out there, and you must find them."
Although Cain is correct, time is against us. If the tendrils of the three's evil isn't enough to contend with, well, light preserve us when it comes to hacking through the tendrils of the overgrown jungle. We've suffered enough in the desert. This humidity is absolutely wretched. It feels like walking on the inside of your own mouth. We then head around a stone temple structure and see underfoot chalk markings, which seem to be the magical warding Hralti first spoke of, and muse to ourselves, it must be a powerful magic to protect the city from a prime evil, but nothing will forever hold the collective will of the three. Head down and studying the mystic markings, we bump into an imposing figure and look up to see a bald man with a solemn face who's intensely studying us as if he is almost peering through us somehow and reading into something unknown. The man holds a staff with a rising sun on top, who in a slow, syrupy cadence introduces himself as Ormus.
"You now speak to Ormus, good paladin. He was once a great mage, but now lives like a rat in a sinking vessel. You have questions for Ormus, and doubt in yourself. Ormus sees a strange dichotomy in you, as he does in all would-be heroes. Speak to him, and he may grant you wisdom in turn, or turn from him and seek wisdom in thyself."
Ormus, the once great mage, may refer to himself now as a rat, when not in third person. However, there is an air of perception about him that is unmistakable, and we will no doubt seek his wisdom in the upcoming days. Making our way across the docks and tenuously stepping over the creaky boards in this heavy armor, we head west across the rainy village and step into a disheveled hut that appears to be some form of barracks, and are surprised to see at the end of the table a lone woman, barely clothed, casually feeding her pet snake. She glances over and says,
"Hello there. You must be a great adventurer to risk coming here. My name's Ashira, and I lead the mercenary band of mages known as the Iron Wolves. We've been hunting down demons in the jungle for months, but no matter how many of them we kill, they just keep coming. Seems this whole place has been overrun by evil. Rumor has it that you've come here to help. If that's true, then I'll let you hire some of my mercenaries. But be careful. If you piss them off, they can be worse than those monsters out in the jungle."
Like Grays and his mercenaries protecting Lut Gholein, the Iron Wolves are the men dressed in red that we'd spotted previously around the city. With the loss of Wahid in our battle against Duriel, we welcome her reportedly dangerous sword arm as a part of our party, and hire a man named Scorch, who ironically deals additional lightning damage. But we don't want to anger him by bringing it up, so under Ashira's advisement, we keep it to ourselves for now. Finally, we head to the end of the dock and see a small hut adorned with skulls of various creatures, some of which are human in appearance and on top of pikes. We step closer and see a preoccupied alchemist brewing away. We go to speak to him and he shoos at us before we can get a word edgewise, saying,
"Damn it, I wish you people would just leave me alone. Oh, you're new here, aren't you? I am Alcor the Alchemist. I dabble in potions and salves, and I can sell you some if you really need them. But don't make a habit of coming here. I don't like to be disturbed while I'm studying."
And I thought Lysander was one of a kind. I guess this is a common trait of the men of science in Sanctuary. After introducing ourselves to the townsfolk, we head outside the village and into the sinister embrace of the suffocating jungle. Just outside the village, we see what appears to be the Dark Wanderer himself. We race at him and lunge to attack, but hit nothing, as it seems to be a false visage, and then disappears in a plume of mocking smoke, and leaves us to attack fleshy beasts in his stead. Without pausing, we press on further into the jungle with naught but a taste of the evil to come. We head into the dark recesses of the jungle, the air thickening, the humidity is palpable, and are met with the biggest mosquito-like sucker from our nightmares. It's not long after felling said sucker and seeing dead birds and fauna limply strewn about that we cross the path of fetishes, demonic small humanoids quick to attack in packs, chattering away like wretched rodents. After we kill the first snotty unique fetish, it drops a unique item and our quest updates, to which we remark,
"Perhaps I could trade this for something more valuable."
Checking what on earth we could find off this fetish and perhaps trade, we search our pack and find an unknown jade figurine and get the feeling this unique trinket, although small and doesn't have any bonus for warfare or a stat boon, nor does it have an aura of evil to it, may be of great import to someone native to the land. So we head back to the grass docks for further clues to its origin and perhaps value, as our quest log had instructed. But according to Ashira,
only Deckard Cain can make sense of this.
With no other choice, we seek out Cain, who informs us.
Back in Lut Gholein, Meshif told me he had a fondness for jade figurines. On his trading voyages, he collected an odd assortment of such small statues. I would show him your figurine.
Ah, so Meshif is a collector. This will certainly lift his mood. We head to Meshif to inform him of the good news, and he joyfully declares,
"Praise you. That jade figurine will complete the set I was collecting. Here, I've had this statuette of a golden bird for years, but I consider it a fair exchange."
Happy to help, yet a bit perplexed, as our quest has devolved quickly from hunting greater evils to an antique dealer in mere moments. Our quest once again tells us to see Deckard Cain of the true origins of the golden bird statuette, and we speak to the other villagers about its history, starting with Natalia, who says,
"I'm having fun just watching you run from place to place searching for a golden bird. Some hero you are."
I see the village too is watching this unfold with some humor. Ashira then remarks,
Such a beautiful statuette. But you'd think it would have been better cared for. There's a compartment here that's full of dust.
I blame Meshif for that one. Hralti then solves that mystery, saying,
"You will have to take Kuilei's ashes to Elcor."
We don't know who that is, but perhaps Cain could shed light on this, as he has a keen eye for identifying unknown items.
I've read legends about a sage named Kuilei, who studied the mysteries of life beyond death. If I remember correctly, his ashes were ensconced within a golden statuette. It was a very strange tale.
This Ku'ile sounds like a necromancer, and the townsfolk seem to think Alcor might warm to me if I bring it to him. And our quest updates instructing us once more to do exactly that, so we head to the exterior of his hut to rap on his door once more, to which he says,
"The golden bird of Ku'ile? Thank you, my friend. Busy yourself while I experiment with the ashes within it. Then return and see what I've made for you."
Experiment? We have no idea what he will do with the ancient ashes, but hope and pray he doesn't suffer the same fate as Ku'ile. And we have no choice but to learn more about the statue, to which Cain states,
So, Meshif had the golden bird all along. I wonder if he knows what he gave up for that jade figurine.
Meshif then muses,
Immortality is definitely not for me. Can you imagine having to wake up every night just to piss for the next 1,000 years?
Immortality. That seems to be a recurring theme of those foolish enough to seek power that isn't theirs. Ormus then recalls,
Ormus remembers the tale of Ku'ile. That venerable sage forgot that there is no life beyond death. There is only life. Once prolonged unnaturally, it can become a living hell.
So he did attempt to prolong his life. We better go check back on Alcor before he gets any ideas. Heading to his shack once more, Alcor greets us, still mortal and with a gift in hand.
From the ashes of Ku'ile, I have mixed for you a potion.
The quest is now officially complete upon talking to Alcor, and we receive a potion of life, which adds a welcome 20 points to vitality, and worth drinking the ashes of some dead guy that Alcor just fiddled with and ground up, mixed with God knows what. But the taste is exactly as you'd imagine.
As far as we know, the Gidbin is in the possession of the Children of Light. They do not wish it to fall into the hands of those who can restore its powers. You may not believe it, but Ormus is the one who can use the Gidbin to protect us.
After successfully completing the Golden Bird quest and becoming familiar with the denizens of the Kurast dockside, we're beckoned by the enchanter, Hratli, who shares.
Good day. As I told you before, I placed an enchantment upon the dockside in order to keep the demons at bay. But lately, the enchantment seems to be weakening. If memory serves me correctly, there is a holy Skatsimi blade that could revitalize the enchantment. The blade is called the Gidbin. Find it, and our sanctuary here will remain safe.
A quest updates and tells us to look for the Skatsimi blade in the Flayer's jungle. Hratli is correct. We are somewhat stunned. Not only are the demon's presence the work of the three, but also why Deckard Cain and Meshif were taken aback by the ever-looming jungle creeping into the docks, signifying its waning protective spells, and it is indeed Ormus, the syrupy spoken healer, who has the power to stave off the Lord of Hatred's permeating evil, which threatens to engulf the town. Nevertheless, we must find this Skatsimi blade to aid the townsfolk, and should speak to them to find if anyone knows where it could be found. To which we enlist the aid of a man renowned for identifying items, one Deckard Cain, who says,
I've done some research on the Tan Mage clan, and it seems that most of their magical studies were focused on Skatsimi rites. If anyone is qualified to use the powers of the Gidbin, it would be Ormus.
That's twice the Skatsimi have been mentioned. They were a religious sect predating the Zakarum, if memory serves me, and they were nearly wiped out. Ormus is also dressed in similar garb to the Tarn Mage clan. We should tread lightly around the topic with him and speak to the others first, to which Alcor, the friendly alchemist, remarks,
Greetings. Have you not heard of the Gidbin? Well, allow me to reduce your ignorance on the subject. The Gidbin is an enchanted dagger, a religious artifact greatly valued by the old religion, Skatsim.
They say the enemy of thine enemy is thy friend. Although the Skatsim may be a casualty of Mephisto's corruption of the Zakarum, unfortunately, whatever quarrel they held with the Zakarum is immaterial right now. What matters is in this moment the dagger which holds the means to deter the powers of the Lord of Hate. Possible. We then pass Ashira, who confirms.
The Gidbin will reinforce the enchantments that protect the dockside from the evil that infests Kurast.
We're still in awe that such a weapon exists and isn't a mighty sword bestowed upon man from the heavens, but instead a tiny dagger from a forgotten religion. Mashif then says,
The Gidbin is one of the few remaining relics of Skatsim, the old religion. It is reputed to have great powers.
It always amazes me how these older religions may rise and fall, yet remarkably, unlike their faith, some of their power yet remains. Natalia then remarks about Gidbin's size too, saying,
Don't let the Gidbin's size fool you. Though it is only a small dagger, it holds tremendous power when in the hands of a true Skatsimi mage.
I still would feel better if it were a two-handed sword that could cut a clean path through the jungle and into Mephisto's lair, then his heart. But before we daydream about the properties of such a sword for too long, we finally seek the not-too-thrilled Ormus, the ex-mage who pontificates.
Ormus is familiar with the Gidbin, but how would a powerful Skatsimi artifact aid an unbeliever like you?
He's right. We're neither Skatsimi or fond of daggers. However, we are fond of aiding the citizens of Kurast and acknowledge how hard it must be for Ormus. So, with a rough idea of what we're searching for and little more outside that it does reside somewhere in the Flayer jungle, we head back into the unforgiving landscape once more to seek out this sacred artifact. It's not long until out from the underbrush pounces the chameleon-like jungle hunters with foul flying cloud stalkers waiting for fresh victims to fall, as if the very jungle had come alive and, in a mockery of its former glory, tasked with punishing us for trespassing, tree-like thorned hulks lumber over to smash us into the earth. Fetishes, not content to watch the actions from the sideline, look for points of weakness to attack, with their shaman sitting 2 heads high and distinct from the diminutive brethren, breathing fire through their headdresses and boast powers of resurrection. After hours of battling through the thick jungle terrain and the pestilent-like waves of enemies it spawns, we find ourselves lost, fatigued, and in a great unknown marsh, and realize we may be ambling in the wrong direction. Without the dagger in hand, we head once more to Kurast docks for further clues on its whereabouts, to which Hradli reiterates.
Once the Gidbin is found, Ormus will use it to strengthen the protected barrier around the dockside.
Natalia then warns,
You'd best get back out there and find that blade. The jungle creeps further into this camp by the hour.
Mashif then graphically explains,
The jungle is like nothing you've ever seen before. Imagine paradise festering like a wound, then bursting.
I'm sure paradise has no mosquitoes either, and I do wish I could have seen the city during its former glory. Ashira then tells us,
I'm certain that the Gidbin is very closely guarded.
Alcor imparts,
Legend has it that the Skatsimi priests place great power within the small blade. Power enough to repel this terrible jungle curse which encroaches on our sanctuary.
What kind of power did they funnel into this blade? Hopefully not sacrificial. Cain then guides,
Since you haven't come across the Gidbin yet, the dagger must be deeper in the jungle nearer Kurast.
And lastly, Ormus cryptically muses,
If we are to have peace from the shadow, you must find the weapon which will destroy the light.
With that, we do as Cain suggests, heading deeper into the Great Marsh and fighting for what feels like weeks. We finally find the entrance to the Flayer jungle. Inside, we happen upon remnants of an old village and a villager who looks to have been slain collecting water, no doubt at the hands of the innumerable demons lurking beneath the murky depths. We then cross into another village, but soon realize this isn't some former abode of citizens of Kurast. This must be a Flayer village built atop the ruins. In it lies several huts with knee-high doors and barbs sticking out of it, displaying skulls haphazardly on each end as a deterrent or a vile reminder of what horrors they've wrought. In the middle lies a cauldron and two unfortunate souls, now missing the meat from the bones, no doubt a meal for the denizens therein. And there's a large totem stone, perhaps their god or some form of worship, or maybe a menacing reminder of who now owns the land. Either way, nothing can come good of Flayers setting up shop here. Searching the village further, we find an entrance to a Flayer dungeon. And to the south, we see a small altar-like construct adorned with grass and the horns of a demon, and on top of which the Gidbin rests. When we try to grab it, the altar erupts in flames, and a unique Flayer named Devil Call emerges as if waiting in lieu of trespassers on their sacred ground. Killing the Devil Call, we reclaim the Gidbin and say,
"This blade shall pierce the heart of evil."
Dagger in hand, we waste no time. Head back to town and speak to Deckard Cain once more, who identifies it, saying,
Who could have foreseen that the old religion would play such an effective role in our war against the Three? Again, your efforts amaze me, my friend.
I too am still amazed that this religion's powers are still so potent. Horadric then instructs,
The Gidbin's magic can only be channeled through Ormus. Take it to him. He has the necessary knowledge about the ancient Skatsimi magics.
Before seeing Ormus, we have a quick word with the villagers. Natalia then says,
You are truly amazing, stranger. There are precious few items in the world that would tempt me to go up against the children of Zakarum and their midget minions.
Midget minions sure do pack a mighty wallop though. Mashif greets us.
With any luck, the spirits of Skatsim will grant us revenge upon the powers that ravaged this land.
At this rate, we are happy to take any powers that are on the side of light. Alcor exclaims,
Ha! You have stolen the fabled blade from right under Zakarum's nose! This is a great day indeed!
Hopefully a great day. And if by Zakarum he means pint-sized devils, then yes, there was a whole mess of Zakarum about. Wasting no time, we head to Ormus, who looks over the dagger once more and says,
You have done well, noble hero. Ormus congratulates you. The old spirits of Skatsim will watch over you for returning their sacred blade. Now, after all these years, Ormus will once again use his powers to protect the innocent from the shadow. The spell that protects the dark side shall now be reinforced.
With that, Ormus takes the dagger from us and walks off to begin his ritual. We are thankful for his help and the old magics to aid the innocents, and head to Ashir for a beverage and cool off, in which she rewards.
Now that fewer of the Iron Wolves are needed to guard the dark side, some of them have volunteered to accompany you free of charge.
Well, that was unexpected, but a welcome addition. Although knowing we could have gotten Scorch's aid for nothing is pretty cold, but we won't tell him that. Heading back to Ormus, we see how the ritual fares, and he places the dagger on a mantle and it starts to glow, and he greets us saying,
This magic ring does me no good. Here, wear it proudly.
With that, we receive a magical yellow ring which boasts +1 to max damage, +4% life stolen per hit, +2 to strength, +12 to mana, and +26 cold resist. And we also get a free supply of sword arms, and most importantly, the evil of the Three has somewhat abated around the grassed docks. For now.
The Black Book contains powerful secrets of Skatsim, the old religion long eclipsed by Zakarum. I should warn you, the Black Book is much sought after by both good and evil. Be wary.
After locating the Gidbin, or Blade of the Old Religion, and entering the Kurast Bazaar, or its temple, if we head back to the docks, we are beckoned by Alcor, the alchemist, who shares.
It pains me to waste time with you, so I'll get right to the point. There is a very special book which you must find for me. It was written long ago by a sage known as Lam Essens, who studied Skatsimi magic and the effects of the prime evils on the mortal world. The Black Book was lost when the children of Zakarum took over this land. Now you must reclaim it without delay. Its knowledge may aid us in this dark time ahead.
Our quest log then updates, telling us to search the 6 temples in and around Kurast for the book. This book of Lam Essens would no doubt be invaluable in our crusade to stop the 3. Especially after we had witnessed the power of the Skatsimi magic channeled through the Gidbin and protecting the Kurast docks once more. And we should speak to the rest of the citizens of the docks before we venture into the jungles, to which Ashira, the mercenary, states,
Many things can be found in the city of Kurast. The book may be there.
So our first lead is the fabled city of Kurast, no doubt overrun with horrors for us to experience. We then happen by Ormus, the ex-mage, who guides.
The children of Zakharum believe that the Black Book is filled with blasphemous heresy. In truth, the book may contain the secrets to our ultimate redemption.
What a foul trick to mark the greatest asset of the light as a putrid artifact of heretical writing. Horadric the Armorer then admits,
We have long sought the Black Book of Lam Essens. Rumors of its whereabouts spread as fast as jungle plagues. If you find it, take it to Elcor.
We know too much about jungle plagues as of late, and with that warning, we find Natalia the assassin by the fire.
I've heard of the Black Book. My order's code is based on many of its passages. If you find it, I will be greatly impressed.
It is unsurprising that an assassin's code is found in a black book. We then seek out the shipmaster Mashif once more by his boat, who muses.
Oh, no one really believes that the Black Book exists. It's just a symbol of Zakharum's anti-Skatsim propaganda.
It seems the Skatsim had a rough run at the hands of the Zakharum. If being killed off wasn't enough, the smear campaign to weaken their ranks would do the trick. And a dirty trick that a Lord of Hatred is no doubt behind. Speaking of ancient knowledge, we should see the Horadric scholar Deckard Cain, who is standing idly by the temple, who says,
The Black Book is a powerful source of information. The Zakharum will do everything in their power to stop you from obtaining it.
And with that, we set out back into the far reaches of the jungle and search for the now hidden city of Kurast. The once great city of Kurast is a shell of its former glory. Overgrown with jungle, the temples look as if they'd been vacant for years, save the fresh blood smattered about and the corpses littered through the streets. We pause to reflect on the temple's wall art, now horrifically awash in crimson copper blood, and mourn the loss of Mashif's home, as it once was a proud society that Mephisto's own artistry of hate has now drowned out any remnant of its original light. The denizens of the seemingly abandoned city spring forth in an unholy welcoming. Zealots and faithful of the Zakharum, whose skin appears red, yet on further inspection is either dipped in paint or blood. They dress in hedonistic tribal gear, resembling nothing of their former days as children of light. Their higher ranks, cantors, are dark priests, garbed in purple robes, who heal their kin as they yell orders in unintelligible barks and can teleport to safety if attacked. Of course, they're never quite safe enough from our own holy retribution as we free their souls from their damned fleshy prisons. If the vines weren't enough of the jungle to contend with, lumbering thrashers, giant tree-like demonic beings guard the city now and mob us, and it seems any other unfortunate interlopers. We then come across a forgotten temple with an altar bathed in blood and other gruesome offerings. Pressing the altar leads to a hidden stairway, and we cautiously step inside. The temple itself is dark and dank, foreboding, and the room smells of blood and rot. After battling through the blood-soaked halls and contending with flesh archers, a haunting reminder of the sisters turned by Andariel, we realize this is, like the tombs of Talrasha, a false temple. Yet, we have no marking to guide us to the real one. Just pools of gore and death to look forward to, and it seems Mephisto is intent on making our journey as hard as possible, as all those who oppose him pay, one way or another, in blood. The thought itself gives us pause, and we realize it's best to speak to the townsfolk once more for any clues on finding the true temple. Without the book in hand and lost in the maze of buildings, we portal back to the town for guidance, in which Cain says,
I heard that there are ruined temples in Kurast. Perhaps you will find the Black Book in one of them.
Horadric then suggests,
Not getting much help? You know, people are like rugs. Hang them out a window and shake them a couple times. You'll be surprised how much dirt comes out.
People are like rugs. I like that. Makes me miss Geed back in the rogue encampment. I can imagine what would fall out if he was shaken liberally. Natalia then urges,
I hope you find the Black Book soon. I could use something to read while I wait for my orders.
Mashif
then reminisces.
Kurost was once the greatest city in the world. Now, it is hard to tell where the jungle stops and the city begins. The jungle grows rampant on the soil enriched by the blood of my fellow citizens.
That was a queasy thought. Grass grows well on blood and bone, and to think of all his fallen comrades we have tread on in our search. Ormus then warns.
Even if you find the sacred book, you must still traverse the jungle of meaning within it. That journey could prove to be far more perilous.
Ashira reveals,
I believe I can trust you now. When you first arrived, I suspected you a spy for the Zakarum, the false religion whose faithful are now under the sway of a mysterious power. They've made a mockery of the old religion of Skatsim.
Spy? Of course, we should expect this level of treachery. We speak to Alcor once more, who reiterates,
Did I neglect to mention that the book contains useful information about the prime evils?
As we head just outside the bazaar, as if on cue, night has fallen and makes feeling around the city all the much more difficult. We contend with legions of cantors, still barking orders in the dark at their Zakarum zealots, and as we search back around the bazaar, we're swarmed with clouds of pestilent hellswarm, thick enough to choke on, before finally finding the entrance to the final ruined temple. Inside, we're given no quarter, as wailing beasts amble towards us, led by a unique wrath snarl, the axe, boasting spectral hit. All the while, ghoulish Night Lord mages float about, cascading fire around our feet. As we hack through the foes, we find the tome itself is guarded in a dark room adorned with pillars and piles of skulls, and of course blood pooling in the middle. A poison-laced super unique flesh hunter and her sisters called Battle Maid Serena waits for us, and some hulks teeter on the outskirts. After felling the Battle Maid and her kin, we see the tome of Lam Essens on the stand and hastily grab it, and are instructed by our quest log to speak to Alcor once more back in town. The book in hand, we head back to town, seeing Cain just outside the portal, who says,
You have found a source of information powerful enough to turn the tide against the Zakarum.
Now to find out how to wield this knowledge as a weapon of light. Although we can't read it, Horadric thinks the same, saying,
We have the book. Now we must see if we can bear its revelations.
Natalia, surprised, says,
So, you've returned with the book. You surprise me. You must be very resourceful.
We then see a thankful Mashif.
Thank all that's holy. You've returned with the Black Book. Maybe now you can put an end to the evil that has destroyed my homeland.
We ourselves are thankful Mashif hasn't clapped eyes on what has become of his beloved homeland. Ormus then reveals,
Why is the Black Book of Lam Essens like a coffin? Simple. Each holds the shape of our future.
That is deep and also a very macabre thought. Ashira meets us with her Iron Wolves, saying,
The Iron Wolves are very impressed by your skills.
We're honored to gain the veneration of such fine warriors. And finally, we speak to Alcor in his hut once more, who also says, for a third time,
You have found the book. It should give all of us here some insight into the nature of the prime evils. Ah, but as for you...
May the Black Book deliver us from evil.
Holy bolt of destruction. Alcor, for all his jabbering, just gifted us a boon of 5 free attribute points to dump straight into strength, giving us a bit more torque in our sword arm, and more danger for Mephisto's torso section.
You have done well, my friend. Your courage and valor are an inspiration to us all. But now the time has come to face those responsible for the evil that has stifled our land. You must destroy the High Council of Zakarum. Long ago, these elders were charged with the stewardship of Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, who was imprisoned within the Guardian Tower. Through the generations, these pious men slowly fell more and more under the sway of Mephisto's malevolent power, and the Council became an evil mockery of its former glory. It is Mephisto's hatred that has corrupted Zakarum and turned its devout followers into paranoid fanatics. That is why you must travel to the temple city of Travancal and slay the Council. Once they are gone, Mephisto's hold over this land and its people will be broken.
What an awful and dread-inducing thought, that Mephisto's hate is so undeniable it has pervaded the most devout followers of light and corrupted their ranks into shadows of their former glory. After all, what greater weapon is there than to turn an enemy to your cause? Although tasked with slaying Mephisto's council of unholy stewards and bolstered by previously sourcing the Black Book of Skatsimi, most of the dialogue for this quest has alternative lines if we had not previously gathered the Tome of Lam Essens. However, as we have retrieved it, we will only react to the true dialogue after we have found the tome and completed the quest, to which the Horadric scholar Deckard Cain says,
Ormus tells me that the council is comprised of tremendously powerful priests. It will be difficult to best them.
I would expect nothing less from Mephisto's shepherds. Horadric, the armorer, then reminds,
Remember, you can always find sanctuary here with us.
Sanctuary safety is tenuous at best. Natalia, the assassin still by her fire, bodes as well, saying,
You are incredibly brave to venture into the lion's den. I wish you luck.
Mashif, the shipmaster, then directs,
There is only one way to the temple city. You will have to cross many rivers and streams, but you'll find it. A great tower stands at its center.
We think we had spied the Guardian Tower previously from the base of the bazaar in Kurast, like a reminder of the sightless eye, ever watching our trespassing on their holy ground. Ashira the mercenary then warns,
The children of Zakarum who guard the tower square can be killed, but their numbers are vast. You must destroy their council.
We have met their children barking in an unintelligible demonic tongue, and we think it's best they're put down for a long nap. Alcor the alchemist inside his hut and book in hand warns,
The Black Book contains some vague prophecies regarding this undertaking. I'm not so sure it will turn out well for you.
Perhaps the prophecy has been misread, or at least we hope our cremated bodies don't end up in one of Alcor's elixirs. Portaling back to Kurast, as we fight through the bazaar, we find a slight incline of steps that host packs of faithful and twisted Zakarum zealots, aided by the Kandor mystics, shooting streams of lightning and calling unholy powers to their aid. After we fell the mystic, we pause to take in the archway, a stone monument that cleaves a path through the swampy waters. It has a tall archway girt in skulls and thorns, resembling nothing of the former holy cause it once represented. On the causeway, our path is blocked by 3 guards. We fell the guards and cross over into Travancal, in which we see a fouled well with not even the wildlife surviving the demonic purge. The zealots of Zakarum, now darkly dressed, showing their true nature, as a deceased man, whether prisoner or deemed heretic, is bound loosely to a tree, showing fresh wounds from his encounter with the neophytes therein. After contending with the more powerful Hierophant priests and their brethren, in the middle of the courtyard lies a raised sacrificial altar. Drenched in blood, the air thick with its copper smell, where its victims' heads no doubt lay, and long hollow pits to discard the flesh thereafter, with no bottom in sight. After much searching, we find a welcome waypoint and head north, where a Night Lord waits, his own quarry tied to a stump, as is the fashion in Travancal in these dark times. After felling the Night Lord, our quest updates and gives us but one directive: kill the High Council. Crossing the courtyard, a flaming hydra bursts to life beneath our feet. As we just step clear, the flames licking our heels. Red lightning spews from a creature a few steps above, and as we clear the hydra, more spawn from every direction. And we realize this is no creature, but the mutated, half-demonic visage of an ex-council member. Torque Icefist. As he raises his deformed demonic claw, more council members spew forth with their own hydra and watch from the windows as we cook hopelessly in our steel plate. Fireballs and red lightning start to cloud our vision, and we smell a sickly sweet aroma, which is, unfortunately, our own flesh beginning to burn and char. As we race backwards to cool off in the ponds adjacent, Water Hydra burst forth as if this is not the first time a victim has fallen into their same web. We move to face Torque, but realize the bulk of his mutated limbs weigh him down considerably and may be our salvation. Backing up as Torque is cocksure and stalking us for his victory, and so only enlists one of the council members for aid, no doubt a gladiatorial show for his brethren. We finally cleave Torque in twain, and he erupts in a wave of cold that pulses through our abdomen and nearly buckles our knees. But before falling, we find the strength to end his brother in arms, and picking up a flail that appears to be Khalim's. Knowing the council will soon be bolstered by the powers of hate, after seeing their fellow councilmen slain, we dive through the town portal and back to the docks for any information on how to best protect ourselves in the battle to come, in which Deckard Cain reminds,
San Kekur may be using a compelling orb to control the minds of the children of Zakarum.
Sankukur, the fabled vessel for Mephisto, shall pay for his transgressions. Horadric then warns,
The followers of Zakarum demand complete allegiance to their creed. They have slaughtered many of their own for minor grievances. They will not hesitate to kill you.
We, unfortunately, have seen their handiwork firsthand. Natalia then nods.
I respect your need to do this. Honor demands that you see this through. Yet your chances are so slim.
Mashif further guides.
Within the temple city is a courtyard. The council resides there.
Ormus then promises,
If you die on this quest, I will commemorate your sacrifice in an epic poem. You will not need a potion to achieve immortality. Ormus's words will do that.
We are afraid even the most epic of poems Sanctuary has ever been witness to may fall short, with Ormus waxing lyrical. We then see Ashira.
The Iron Wolves and I are at the ready to aid you.
And finally, Alcor imparts.
Kill as many as you can. I have a morbid love of excess.
And kill as many of the corrupt Zakarum we shall. It seems the High Council have grimly decided to face us out in the open. Two councilmen step out to greet us. The first falls, yet the second, super unique Geleb Flamefinger, refuses to go down so easily. Blinded by the cramped doorway, another council member rushes forth to aid in the assault. All the while, we're peppered by the Hydra's fireballs, scorching our exposed back and kidneys. The council members shift gears as Ishmael Vilehand steps into the fray, moving his Hydra beneath us once again, so we bear the full fury of hellfire once more. Yet this time, we do not turn heel. We sense they are demoralized, seeing their brothers fall, and the end is near. The final remaining council brother has his Hydra abate. He too easily falls, with naught left but carnage of the battle underfoot. Our quest log updates, urging us to seek Cain's help with Khalim's flail, and before we do, we head inside the temple, to which we see the all too familiar altar covered in blood, yet is barred by some kind of magical force. A skull with rubies for eyes laughs at us from above, no doubt a mocking calling card from Mephisto himself. In the corner, we also see the unholy red compelling orb, and although we attempt to destroy it, it's to no avail.
Impossible.
However, Mephisto's own protective council slain, we head back to town to share the news. Cain greets us by the portal saying,
Ridding Kurast of the Council of Zakarum was essential. Still, there is more you must do. The compelling orb, too, must be destroyed. Diablo and Baal must be close to finding their brother Mephisto by now. You've no time to waste.
We know his words ring true, and now have confirmed the only way we can breach the durance of hate is through the compelling orb and Khalim's will, and we can only pray we reach Mephisto before his brothers. Horadric then says,
The followers of Zakharum lacked all sense of moderation. The collapse of a tainted religion gives me hope.
Yes, they were corrupted, yet our own order of paladins shot forth from them, and I cannot help but mourn their passing, as their downfall was no doubt the wicked work of Mephisto himself. Natalia then further congratulates us, saying,
I can hardly believe you did it. Your power blankets you like a shining aura.
We appreciate the sentiment. We aren't sure if it is actually power she sees blanketing us, or a light mist bouncing off our superheated breastplate. Mashif then celebrates.
It seems the jungle is already dying back. You've broken the curse, my friend. May the light bless you.
Seeing Mashif's joy brings us hope, yet we know this is far from over. Ashira then muses,
The sun has set on the religion of light.
That it has. Alcor sincerely says,
You've accomplished the impossible. By killing the council, the curse of Zakharum will be lifted, and our land will be free. Oh, thank you.
And we then deliver the news to the original quest giver, Ormus, who thanks.
Ormus is grateful to you, stranger. You have broken the long, dark reign of Zakharum, and delivered the first paralyzing blow against the three. Yet still the true test lies ahead. For he whom the council guarded still lives within the Blackened Tower.
It's in the distance we spy the Blackened Guardian Tower, like a cruel dark finger pointing incredulously towards the heavens. And we know we have but one more duty, to find and banish the baleful presence of Mephisto and his brothers from this once pristine land, forever or die trying.
Never forget that your ultimate purpose here in Kurast is to destroy Mephisto. The ancient Horadrim imprisoned the Lord of Hatred inside the Guardian Tower that is located within the temple city of Travancore.
After completing the quest of the Golden Bird or entering the Great Marsh for the first time and heading back to the Kurast docks, Cain reminds us, saying,
Know this, friend. The only way to gain entry to Mephisto's prison is to destroy the artifact known as the Compelling Orb. Mephisto used this device to control the Zakharum priests and their followers. The orb can only be destroyed with an ancient flail imbued with the spirit of the one incorruptible priest. Soon after his imprisonment, Mephisto worked his evil corruption on the Zakharum priesthood. All were turned to his dark ways, save one, Khalim, the Hagen of the High Council. Mephisto directed the other council priests to slay and dismember Khalim, and then scatter his remains across the kingdom. The priest Sankakur succeeded Khalim as Hagen, eventually becoming the embodiment of Mephisto here on the mortal plane. The corrupted High Council fashioned an orb to control the rest of the Zakharum faithful, and used their powers to hide the lair of their master from mortals. Your task is to collect the scattered relics of Khalim, his heart, his brain, and his eye. Then, using the Horadric Cube, transmute Khalim's flail with his relics. Once this is accomplished, you must destroy the Compelling Orb with Khalim's will to open the way into the corrupt sanctum of Mephisto.
As we'd ventured through the pervasive jungle and aided the scattered townsfolk now seeking shelter, we ruminate on the dark and terrible fate of Khalim, drawn and quartered for his refusal to bow to the three, a man whose piety cost him everything. Ironically, a fate similar to the vessel of Diablo, once a holy warrior, known now instead as the Dark Wanderer. It's only in Travancore we happen upon Khalim's fabled flail when facing Zakharum's corrupt High Council. specifically killing Ishmael Vilehand and looting his corpse. With the previously mentioned flail in hand, we head back to the Horadric scholar Deckard Cain once more to learn of where to find other pieces of the powerful relic. Although it should be noted, this quest is much easier to complete if you collect pieces along the way and then the flail at the end, usually being the last. To help with the fluidity of the story, I have deliberately avoided collecting each piece until now.
Once properly imbued, Khalim's flail can destroy the compelling orb and reveal the way to Mephisto. Place it into the Horadric cube along with Khalim's relics, his heart, his brain, and his eye. Then transmute them to carry out Khalim's will.
Khalim's relics are scattered throughout the wilderness, but luckily the quest log provides some directions. The first relic, Khalim's eye, is hidden within a golden chest in the spider cavern in the spider forest. As we battle through the dank, web-strewn hole, crimson arachnids come to greet us in droves. And even in their largest forms, the giant arachnids had never been much of a problem for the inhabitants of the tropical forests. The primevals, though, have changed them, however, as large numbers of the spiders now actively seek meals of the human variety. These creatures are highly poisonous. Despite their defenses, they often flee when struck, sometimes spinning webs to entangle and slow pursuers. The Eye itself is guarded by a super unique boss called Zark the Burning, with his phalanx of nasty spider minions. Scorch, furiously casting lightning, is hit with a particularly nasty poison that incapacitates him during our battle. Dragging ourselves out of the pit, we emerge victorious with a suspiciously preserved human eye for our reward. And upon showing it to the Horadric scholar Deckard Cain, he remarks,
"Ah, Khalim's eye. Only it can reveal the true path to Mephisto."
So the eye spies the true path to Mephisto. Interesting. The next relic is rumored to be in the Flayer dungeon deep within the Flayer jungle. Within the small Flayer village where the Gidbin is found, its altar is still burning due to our absconding of the artifact, and the Flayer tribe are just as unforgiving of our trespassing a second time. The entrance to the Flayer dungeon we find in the northern section of the ruins and looks like a staircase hidden. The dungeon has several levels filled with scores of agitated Flayers. The shaman, which are deadly at short range as we have no immunity to their fire breath, attacking with enormous vicious knives or at range with deadly blow darts. The fetish and their variants are native inhabitants to the jungles that surround Kurast. Known cannibals, they're small, intelligent beings in league with the forces of hell. Individually, fetishes are weak and they're also easy to kill. However, they are much more formidable when attacking en masse. When accompanied by a shaman, they are doubly as dangerous, as their shaman, like the Fallen, possess the ability to revive their kin. The third level of the dungeon is a maze of small corridors and dead ends. At the end, we find a Flayer shaman boss known as Witch Doctor Ndugu. His flame breath is especially deadly, boasting high fire resistance. After felling Ndugu and his minions, we find Khalim's brain is also hidden in a golden chest at the end of the third level. With another relic put in the Horadric cube, Cain then tells us the secrets of Khalim's brain, saying,
"This is most fortunate. Khalim's brain knows Mephisto's weakness."
What an amazing thing that each of Khalim's body parts, although in a state of death, still hold retribution for Mephisto in ways specific to their individual attributes from life. But what is Mephisto's weakness, we wonder? After which we head back into Kurast with the heart rumored to be held within the Kurast sewers. The entrance to the sewers can be found in the bazaar and in Upper Kurast. Upon entry, we are met with a sprawling sewer system. The first level of the sewers is huge, and we battled through legions of undead, packs of gloom bats, and of course, unwelcome giant mosquitoes. The wet, humid atmosphere of the Kyrgyzstan rainforest is said to be an environment perfect for fly and of course mosquito larvae. Pools of stagnant water gather after the frequent rainstorms, providing excellent spots for the adults of these species to lay their eggs. Some of the mosquitoes found here are absolutely enormous, enormous and straight out of your nightmares. Straight out of our worst nightmares. With wingspans as large as 4 feet. Luckily, the larger species are also much more rarely encountered than their smaller cousins. Referred to locally as suckers, they are known disease carriers. Their large size makes them appropriate targets for hand or missile weapons. These insects can quickly drain the blood of their victims, causing a quick loss of stamina, making escape extremely difficult. By themselves, suckers are not usually deadly. However, if other threats lurk by, suckers will drain a victim's stamina, while other creatures can move in for the kill. Dealing with the giant mozzies, we find, after much wandering and being lost for hours, the entrance to the second level of the sewer, which is hidden, as we have to search for a special lever that will lower a staircase to it. Entering the second level, there are a few tentacle beasts lurking in the pools in the center of the room, waiting for hapless victims, and a greater mummy guards another chest. After contending with the unholy ex-Horadrim in a state of undeath, we find the final piece of Khalim's relics inside said chest containing the heart. We then head back to town and speak to Cain once more, who says,
"You have found Khalim's heart, and it still bears the courage to face Mephisto. Place it in the Horadric cube along with Khalim's other relics, the eye, the brain, and the flail."
With that, we have naught to do but place all of the items in the Horadric cube as instructed and create the flail, known as Khalim's will. To which Cain exclaims,
"Masterfully done, hero! You have crafted Khalim's will. Employ it to destroy the compelling orb and open the way to Mephisto. May the true light guide your way."
Now with the unique flail, Khalim's will in hand, the Guardian Tower should be clear of council members and vampires, and we're ready to smash the compelling orb and face the Lord of Hate himself in his lair, if we're not too late.
Make haste. Though the three are sure to reunite, it is uncertain as to what they have planned once they do. Be cautious, my friend. Though you are mighty, no mortal can stand alone against the power of the prime evils.
While searching for relics to aid in destroying the compelling orb, which locks Mephisto in his Guardian Tower, it's Ormus the mage who shares.
Diablo and Baal have surely found the Temple City by now. They seek to free their brother, Mephisto, who was imprisoned by the Horadrim in the Temple's Guardian Tower. You must reach him before his brothers do, and prevent them from releasing hatred upon the world.
It seems we may be too late and must rush to face Mephisto, praying we meet him before he and his brothers reunite. Before we do so, with Khalim's will, the flail to break the compelling orb in hand, we first speak to the townsfolk of the docks once more, and perhaps for a final time. It should be noted that townsfolk do have variant dialogue if Lam Essens Tome isn't found yet. Case in point, the Horadric scholar Deckard Cain, who then reveals to us,
"The ancient Horadrim always feared that the three would escape their prisons and unite. I can't believe that I, the last of their order, have seen it come to pass. You are the only one who can prevent this, my friend. The final hour draws near. You must reach Mephisto before his brothers do."
Harrowing it must be that Cain is the last of his order. Worst yet, the Horadrim in fact feared the three's reuniting, and it's all the more wasteful that the Horadric order fell into obscurity thereafter, somehow knowing that the threat of the three would always be ever looming. With that grim thought, we then visit Horadric the armorer by his forge, who also forewarns.
I hear there is a little family reunion about to take place in Karaz. Mephisto, along with Baal, was originally captured in the desert near Lutgolain. But imprisoning two of the brothers together was far too dangerous. The Horadrim built the Guardian Tower to hold Mephisto. When Zakharum came to power in this land, it took over the Temple City without paying any heed to what was locked within the tower. and it became their doom.
Although they do say hindsight is 20/20, allowing Mephisto to be stored under a city and his hate to permeate from the Zakharum seat of power seems negligent at best. We then seek out the mysterious assassin Natalia, gazing into the fire, to which she admonishes.
Now you rush to face Mephisto. Don't give in to your hatred. That is his greatest weapon against you.
Hate. How can we not hate the one who butchered the ranks of our own order, flayed and quartered the one man, Khalim, who dared oppose him and was guarded by the Zakharum Council no less, and Mephisto inhabiting the body of Sankakur, his own mockery of a priest? We stew in our bitterness and see we're standing in front of the shipmaster Mashif once more, who says,
"Be careful when you return to the tower. Though many of the followers of Zakharum have fled, there's no telling what horrors still lurk inside it. Move quickly, my friend, and end this curse once and for all."
We know once we break the compelling orb, the full weight of Mephisto's might will come crashing down upon us. A thought we do not relish. We then see, after the injury of Scorch, Ashira, the mercenary, who reports,
I sent a few of my Iron Wolves on a scouting mission into the jungle near the Temple City. They encountered 2 cloaked men who attacked them with horrifying powers. My men barely survived. I have to assume that the 2 strangers are Diablo and Baal. You better hurry. They're close to finding their brother.
So it seems the brothers have made it close to the Temple City already. Grim tidings indeed. Although how they can circumvent the compelling orb, we are yet to find out. It's then that Alcor, the alchemist, muses.
The hidden ways of the tower are long forgotten, though it is rumored to have been built as far below the ground as above it. We have seen Diablo, but remain unsure of his brother's whereabouts.
A chill runs down our spine at the prospect that the imposing tower is indeed entrenched deep in the earth as it is high. However, we do not have the luxury of choice on the matter. With our wares sold and pack restocked, we head back into the heart of Travancore in Kurast, Khalim's morbid flail in hand and his will to shatter the compelling orb protecting the Lord of Hate. Once we reach the Guardian Tower, we see interlopers loitering near the compelling orb. The once devout zealots now flee when beholding Khalim's will, with their council fallen and their faith shaken. Good, as it should be. We then head over to the compelling orb, flail in hand, and as the orb thrums quietly, we spy the audience of the ruby-eyed skull, a symbol of Mephisto's power on the wall, watching as we smash the captive prime evil's orb, in which a red mist emerges and wafts to the stairs of his durance of hate, revealing a bloody maw, inviting us to step inside at our own peril. Heading down into Mephisto's durance through barely visible light, similar decor as that adorning Travancore. Golden skulls embedded into the walls and ground with spinal columns attached. Similar jagged thorns line the room, interwoven with Travancore's own cultural artistry in a macabre display, mirroring that of the Zakharum faith of rich history, opulence, and ultimately the death and corruption that ensued. As we take our first steps into the northern room, we're rushed by a duo of skeletal champion Stygian dolls, intent on alerting the rest of the Durance to trespassing life to sacrifice more blood to the blood god. Indeed, as the poisonous cadavers shamble towards us, just to explode in plumes of noxious gas, and giant hulking midnight black maulers trample over corpses to cave our skull in with their chain-wrapped clubs, and we see our previous grim assessment to be true. Everything about Mephisto is caked in blood. Bodies either sacrificed in piles haphazardly strewn about, or corpses eviscerated where they stand. The gore seems to be his artwork, and it's clear the Lord of Hate's realm paints a picture that despises the living above all else. It's only further in the Durance that we realize that the sacrificial altars above weren't bottomless as we previously guessed, but were chutes to collect corpses in makeshift pits of blood and bone. Mephisto was gruesomely collecting the bodies, but to what end? after which we battle our way through scores of undead and floating skeletal dark lords hurling elemental attacks of fireballs and walls of flame underfoot in an attempt to fell us for their master, and no doubt toss our body aside like the innocents everywhere piled about. It's then we find an entrance to the Durance of Hate on the 3rd level, and our quest updates, but with one directive: kill Mephisto. We move to an experience shrine wanting to steel ourselves to the battle, and here, nothing. No noise, no sounds of cadavers, nor enemies and screams or taunts, and realize whatever lurks here is in the dark and waiting for us. As we take a few steps forward, we're greeted by a gaggle of dark lords to contend with and step into a larger room with a seal at its entrance, that of the Zakarum. This must be Mephisto's chamber. Before we can collect ourselves, however, we're rushed by its former inhabitants, an entourage of super unique council members, Brem Sparkfist, as well as his posse of other unholy councilmen. Backing up from the bottleneck of their flame hydras, we deal with the demon-enchanted Brem Sparkfist first, living up to his name with licks of lightning spewing every which way before we cleave him in twine. As we pass over the seal, another generic councilman races at us, but we cut them down with ease. We move forward into the room and see an entire river of blood and gore, yet no Mephisto, and can sense his hateful presence watching from not far. Momentarily shaken, we dive through our town portal for resupplies and any advice we can glean before we face the Lord of Hate himself, to which Cain says,
"Search the tower thoroughly. Mephisto must not escape."
So we may be but an obstacle for Mephisto, if escape being his true desire, perhaps. Horadric then ponders aloud.
Why build a tower to place the beast below ground? At times, I believe the Horadrim lacked common sense. Shouldn't you be running frantically up and down stairs about now?
Common sense? Or maybe they bury the thing they covet the most, as deep as they can. Then we see Natalia the assassin, who says,
"Beware, my friend. Sankakor may be the most powerful mortal in the world. He controls thousands of fanatical worshippers and embodies the Lord of Hatred himself. His death will be no easy task."
Out of all the death and misery caused by Mephisto, the rage that we feel at Sankakor betraying the Zakarum and Khalim cannot be expressed in words, and we wish to look deep in his eyes and experience his surprise as we plunge a sword into his black heart. Mashif by his boat, seeing our expression and blood-caked armor, then wisely muses,
"I ought to return to the ship. We may have to sail from here very quickly."
Ormus then decrees,
"I understand that the great patriarch of Zakarum, Sankakor, now embodies Mephisto. You must overcome hatred, lest terror and destruction claim us all. I am loath to describe what will happen if Diablo and Baal release Mephisto."
Don't worry, Ormus. We will overcome hatred. Ashira then rallies.
The sudden reduction in our ranks makes us eager to destroy Diablo and his brothers. Vengeance for the Iron Wolves. We will fight to the death.
Ashira is a good woman, and we will mourn for her loss. All that's left to see is the slimy Alcor in his ramshackle hut, who says,
"Well, the good news is that events are unfolding just as Lam Essens foretold. The bad news is that the story ends in our utter ruin."
We then press Alcor for more details of our supposed ruin, to which he squirms and admits,
"I'm afraid both fear and a large dose of elixir preclude me from answering."
Maybe when this is all over, we should remind Ashira what Alcor has been saying about her weekly purchases at his store.
"Oh, Ashira's a good customer. She buys a portion of manliness from me every week."
With not much hope left in our heart, we brace ourselves before stepping back into Mephisto's lair once more. Inside the Durance, we tepidly step up the main causeway, girt by blood, and see a brilliant red portal, its arches constructed of bone and death, and its crimson pallor sinisterly pulses in an uninviting manner. We try to step into the river, but to no avail, as it's too deep, so we move cautiously around the side of the room to the west, where we contend with more bloodlords and another errant council member, Maffa Dragonhand, who, seeing his fellow councilman fall, doesn't put up much of a fight. Around the corner, a trio of vampiric bloodlords hover en masse, huddled, waiting to strike with their flaming attacks and meteors. But it doesn't save them. The more we kill, the more we can feel our blood boil at all the carnage Mephisto and his ilk have wrought, and our holy wrath, as we are wholly justified in perishing, every last one of them. In the darkness, we feel hate first, and then see Sankukor in his horrific new form as the Lord of Hate steps, no, now legless, floats forth, saying, "You're too late." Taunting us, this huge apparition before us is over double the size of an ordinary man. Wretched arms splayed out like a spider about to strike. Skulls of his victims float around its torso, and atop the fleshy spiked torso is a similar skull to that of the artwork we've seen previously. Inside its sockets are those eyes, those baleful, burning eyes. As Mephisto hurls Frost Nova at us, we momentarily pursue the idea of diving after his brothers in the portal, even if it means into the river of blood, but it mars our path and our armor is too heavy. Oh, how we wish we had Khalim's flail to rend the flesh off this foul beast and watch the surprised anguish of Sankukor's unholy visage as he falls. Dodging lightning attacks, Frost Nova, and raised spirits, we are all but consumed with that murderous thought, and we run no more, and instead turn heel and face Mephisto directly. Mephisto proves his claws aren't just for show, as he swats at us between his magical barrage, and with great zeal and effort we hack at his limbs, bones, whatever our falchion will bite into so he may drink the poison deeply. However, we are overwhelmed by the Lord of Hate and try and find better ground to heal our wounds when the last shambling councilman Wyand Voidbringer lurks to intercept and pounces while we're in a weakened state. But we do not fall so easily, and with more might than we have mustered previously, we cave his face in with a barrage of attacks laced with fire and poisoned, and it feels good to watch him die. After dealing with Wyand, we race at Mephisto once more, and he anticipates us, shifting gears to exude poison clouds on the ground now where we stand, and we hack through gas, gritting our teeth, and realize he's bemused. He's feeding off our hate. No, it's making him stronger. He sees we have realized his ploy, and this time he gives us no quarter when we try and find a moment to regain our composure, stalking us down and hurling at us all of the magics at his disposal. Seeing the seal of Zakarum, the sun and the light, which has no other way to find us here, we remember our teachings and what we serve. In the light, hate has no place. We recommit to send him back to hell, but in the name of the light itself. Mephisto, losing power of hate, frantically paws at us as we cleave through his defenses in an unending flurry of strikes until he explodes in a cloud of unholy smoke and the earth tremors beneath him, spewing forth volcanic material, and we finally exclaim,
"The Lord of Hatred shall darken the world no longer."
Exhausted, we move to Mephisto's body and find among some unimpressive yellow items he was hoarding his blue soulstone, in which his essence is now trapped. After picking up the goods and further searching his chamber, finding some piles of gold and a few errant bloodlords to dispose of, we then stumble back to the blood-smattered platform in the middle of the room and a great bridge of corpses and death emerges from a river of blood. The portal now bursts to life. A wicked invitation awaits. We forgo said invite to first speak to the people of Kurast once more and tell them they at least not fear the wrath of Mephisto and his wretched followers any longer. To which Deckard Cain greets us saying,
"Our faith in you was well deserved. But Diablo has made his way to hell, and it is likely that Baal followed him there. Enter the infernal gate and kill the Lord of Terror before all is lost. Only then will our world be saved."
Although we don't relish the idea of stepping into the infernal gate, 2 primevals is no doubt better than 3. Arreat then jokes,
"It looks like you're going to hell before me. Put in a good word."
Will do. Hey, do you want to come see a river of blood or... You good? Yeah, I thought so. We then seek out the assassin Natalia once more and cannot find her anywhere near her fire. This is actually a known Easter egg in-game, as Natalia is largely for show of the upcoming assassin class yet to be announced for Diablo 2, which we see in Lord of Destruction. Although curiously, we never see Natalia again. The shipmaster Mashif then says,
"Now Kurast can begin the task of rekindling its former glory. I thank you."
We're honestly thankful for his aid in our travels and hope he gets to clap eyes on the Kurast he once knew and loved. Ormus then solemnly congratulates,
"You have defeated the primeval in combat. Ormus is impressed beyond words. But staying here will not end this conflict. You must enter the infernal gate and stop Diablo once and for all."
Thank you, Ormus. We'd give you a farewell hug, but are a little worried Ormus wouldn't let go. Ashira, girt by her iron wolves, then meets us saying,
"Well done, my friend. You are a great champion of order. Please consider yourself an honorary Iron Wolf."
Thank you, Ashira. We're honored and hope Scorch is on the mend. The world could use more Iron Wolves to defend it. Also resisting the urge to tell Ashira about Alcor's comments of her spending habits, well, in fear of his safety, we see the grubby Alcor bent over his potions and elixirs once more, who says,
"Your news is great indeed. You have saved us all. I would smile, but I'm afraid my face might collapse."
Speaking of collapsed faces, we're reminded we still have a score to settle. And although Mephisto and his dastardly vessel Sangukur have fallen, our fate is inextricably interwoven with the fate of his brothers. And so we say our goodbyes to the people of Kurast, save for Deckard Cain, who remarkably agrees to come with us and step through the infernal gate in Mephisto's durance to give Diablo and Baal chase into whatever nightmare they have in store for us.
I did as you told me, Tyrael. I found the temple of the Zakarum. In the deepest recesses of the temple, I found a dark gathering. My companion, the Wanderer, Talrasha, and a great evil who could only be the Lord of Hatred himself, Mephisto. I heard a voice then, like 1,000 needles in my heart.
My brothers, at long last we stand reunited. The infernal gate has been prepared, and the time of our final victory is at hand. Let the way to hell be opened. And the evil that was once vanquished shall rise anew. Wrapped in the guise of man shall he walk amongst the innocent, and terror shall consume they that dwell upon the earth. The skies shall rain fire, and the seas will become as blood. The righteous shall fall before the wicked, and all creation shall tremble before the burning standards of hell.
What I saw then was not meant for mortal eyes.
The gate stands ready. Now, my young brother, the time has come to assume your true form. Arise, Diablo, Lord of Terror. Send forth your terror into hell.
Our story picks up after tepidly stepping through the Infernal Gate in Mephisto's lair, and takes us from beneath Kurast to the otherworldly bastion known as the Pandemonium Fortress. Upon arrival in this strange floating landmass between worlds, we see the Archangel Tyrael in a great hall, hovering by a large fire adorned with various weapons and ornaments of battles of yore. He then relays somber news, saying,
"It is good to see you again, hero. Mephisto's defeat is a great victory for the light. I knew that you would eventually find your way here. The Pandemonium Fortress is the last bastion of heaven's power before the gates of the burning hells. This place has been hallowed by the blood of thousands of champions of the light, many of whom were mortal like yourself. Now the final battle against the prime evils draws near, and you must face it alone. I have been forbidden to aid you directly, save for a few bits of wisdom. For this is the hour of mortal man's triumph, your triumph. May the light protect you and the powers of heaven shine upon your path." There is a dark, tortured soul who was trapped within this forsaken realm long ago. He was called Iswal by mortal men, and in ages past he was my most trusted lieutenant. Yet, against my wishes, he led an ill-fated assault upon the fiery Hellforge itself. Despite his valor and strength, Iswal was captured by the prime evils and twisted by their perverse power. They forced him to betray his own kind and give up heaven's most guarded secrets. He became a corrupt shadow of his former self, a fallen angel, trusted neither by heaven nor hell. For his transgressions, Iswal's spirit was bound within the form of a terrible creature, which was summoned from the abyss. His maddened spirit has resided within that tortured husk for many ages now. It seems to me that he has suffered long enough. I implore you, hero, find Iswal and release him from his cruel imprisonment. Put an end to his guilt and suffering.
After initiating the quest, our journal updates telling us we can find Iswal in the Plains of Despair, and we cannot help but wonder what possibly could sway an angel to turn on his brethren. More tragically, Tyrael's own trusted lieutenant, who can never fully be trusted again by heaven nor hell, yet has betrayed the light and reportedly taken heaven's most guarded secrets with him. And Tyrael further recalls,
"Though Iswal no longer carries the angelic runeblade, Azurath, he may still possess great strength and power within his new form. Also, he may not be able to tell friend from foe while in his present state. If you find him, he will almost certainly be hostile. Proceed with the utmost caution.
It should be noted, this is the same Iswal who appeared as a demonic incarnation in our Diablo 1 cut content video, carrying the fabled angelic runeblade Azurath, but was removed from the final game. And before the angels of the Diablo universe were cemented in our collective consciousness as beings with unseeable features and wings comprised of light, Chris Metzen famously sketched Iswal's downfall in some Diablo 1 art, with the former angel resembling a more biblical take on angelic beings being dragged to hell by demons during his untimely capture. As we begin our quest and head down some stairs, we see two mysterious NPC merchants, Halbu, a warrior of unshakable faith.
What do you need?
And Jamela.
Hail to you, champion.
The armored mage. Both are mortals who reportedly had come to the fortress with the explicit intent of helping the heroes, though never offer advice or opinions on any further quests. And while we cannot glean any information from them directly, interestingly, as a part of Diablo trivia and history, Jamela has a peculiar at-rest animation. She reads from a book, concentrates for a moment, and then sketches a glowing rune word in the air. They aren't legible letters in English or any other language, and Diablo fans have tried to decipher those letters, but the official word from Blizzard was that they are unfortunately meaningless. They're just some symbols that the artist had made up. And it was also revealed in the supplement for Diablo's D&D edition called To Hell and Back that Jamela actually had serious doubts as to whether mortals could defeat the Lord of Terror, but kept them to herself. And lucky for us, she did. As we begin our search for the errant aberration known as Iswal, we step down the winding stairs with oblivion waiting for us if we make a single misstep, and pause to see the bottom of the fortress is wrapped with great chains binding fallen victims of wars long forgotten to its breast. As a cruel reminder, this is the grounds of a bloody eternal conflict, with both sides bound to the ground, as are its victims. As we move into the outer steps, we see a great gate, further punctuated with fresh gore and chains holding it in place, and a pillar with trapped souls bound to a spike, which we release from their accursed limbo. It's sometime in the bone-strewn wastes before we encounter our first enemies, the corpulents, sickly, fleshy beings who eat carrion of the dead and spit it as their own grotesque attacks. After facing the first pack of foes, we are then pounced upon by venom lords who surround us, breathing fire in chorus and burning our health down before dying in plumes of flame. Then we see the ever-lurking Doom Knights. We've heard stories of Doom Knights being undead warriors, said to attempt to fulfill the prophesied death of any being so fated by chance, fate, or at the order of a prime evil. And it's at the eastern end of the outer steps we finally find the entrance to the winding steps into the Plains of Despair, and are met by red, almost flame-like beings called Burning Souls, said to hate the living. These floating, semi-ethereal monsters are widely dreaded for their potent lightning bolt attacks. As they are transparent, they can be hard to see when they move between attacks, all the while popping to and fro and spewing chains of lightning. After much wandering through the plains, dealing with waves of enemies, we happen upon a cross-like structure, and seeking a moment of respite, we unfortunately find none. Instead, we're ambushed by two more burning souls, and then a Doom Knight beckons to his skeletal chums with an approximation of their own guard dogs, champion flesh spawners. These disturbing demons that crawl on two sets of hands are female in appearance, with a set of breasts, pointy and limp, and a demon's head atop their grotesque torso. With a long spine for a tail, they actively birth the flesh beasts, the very same the Wanderer conjured outside Kurast. We're wise to contend with the flesh beasts' mothers before stamping out any remnants of these fiends as the guts spill all over the hovering stone slab underfoot. After dealing with more scores of ethereal ghosts lingering on the battlefield and looking to snuff out the stench of life, we unsuspectingly happen upon a giant blue mega demon out in the open who grunts. before immediately setting upon us. Our quest updates telling us to destroy the demonic vessel holding Iswal. Surprised at his remark, we're put on the back foot momentarily. However, we're vulnerable in the open to more monsters attacking, so we begin frantically racing backwards, searching for the previously cleared cross-shaped building, where we may be able to lure the demon and have some chance to face him one-on-one. And as we make it into the cross-like structure, we move to the north end and frantically dive into a town portal before he can pounce on us. After gathering some much-needed supplies, we speak to Tyrael, who urges,
"You mustn't delay, mortal hero. Iswal must be put to rest, but Diablo still lurks within this realm. Go now. Hurry."
Deckard Cain then speaks of what he knows of Tyrael's involvement of the greatest schemes at hand, as well as Iswal, saying,
"Having trouble finding the fallen angel, eh? You'd better hurry. It's beginning to feel like some great evil is permeating the air around here. I have read much about the enigmatic Archangel Tyrael. He was revered in Horadrim lore, both for his compassion for mortals and his unquenchable spirit. It was rumored that he went against the wishes of heaven and gave the Horadrim the original soul stones in order to trap Diablo and his brothers."
Although Tyrael is no doubt a great angel for helping humanity, albeit indirectly at this point, and trapping the greater evils, we cannot help but wish he would be by our side when we put down this rogue angel. But to kill your kin must be a morbid thought for poor Tyrael. We step once more through the portal to see a Doom Lord and dispatch them with ease. And once more, Iswal urges us, saying,
"Save yourself."
However, still maddened, lunges at us with waves of frost nova and his giant sword. Iswal, although his cold, biting sword is deadly and frost nova makes him more than formidable, boasts an extraordinarily large health pool, and a war of attrition begins as we trade blow for blow, saved only by our sash that stops us from being frozen. His maddened eyes bore into ours, and we feel the pinch of tension creep up into our stomach, knowing we may run out of healing potions long before putting a dent in the behemoth of a demon. As we battle the fallen angel, upon closer inspection we see Iswal is similar looking to a mega demon with golden armor, 3 horns, a pair of tusks, a blue hide, a short spiked tail, and with slightly shorter wings, yet quicker foot compared to his contemporaries. As the battle drags on, we attempt to find sure footing away from being edged into the abyss and are mobbed unceremoniously by a trio of Doom Lords. Now, with a gaggle of foes to contend with, we say our prayers, yet somehow, against all odds, burn down the skeletal warriors, and in tandem, thanks to our zeal, Iswal himself, who bursts into a cascade of holy energies released from his fleshy prison, and our quest updates directing us to speak to his corporeal spirit freed from its cage, to which he reveals,
"Tyrael was a fool to have trusted me. You see, it was I who told Diablo and his brothers about the Soul Stones and how to corrupt them. It was I who helped the Prime Evils mastermind their own exile to your world. The plan we set in motion so long ago cannot be stopped by any mortal agency. Hell itself is poised to spill forth into your world like a tidal wave of blood and nightmares. You and all your kind are doomed."
What treachery is this? It was Iswal, Tyrael's own trusted lieutenant, who betrayed not only man, but his brothers too, and is less a victim of a botched assault, but more a willing ally of the forces of hell. Whatever his motive is unknowable, but as we turn away from his spirit, it fades, and
how can one who was once so holy fall so far from righteousness?
We hold the unenviable task of speaking to Tyrael of his former brother's treasonous act. Portaling back to the Pandemonium Fortress, Deckard Cain approaches us, saying,
"You're lucky to be alive, my friend. It is imperative that you find and stop Diablo. You should speak of this with Tyrael. He will know what to make of this."
Although we know we must contend with Diablo, we then see Tyrael and give him the grave news.
"Thank you, hero, for putting Iswal's tortured spirit to rest. May the light protect you and the powers of heaven shine upon your path. But if what you tell me is true, then I fear that we have been played for fools all along. Iswal helped Diablo and his brothers trick me into using the Soul Stones against them. Now the stone's powers are corrupted. With the combined powers of the Soul Stones under their control, the prime evils will be able to turn the mortal world into a permanent outpost of hell.
With that, the quest of the fallen angel is complete. We cannot help but feel for Tyrael, as this is dire news for the light and humanity as we know it, with Sanctuary poised to become an outpost of hell itself, and perhaps at the hands of an angel to boot. After defeating the rogue angel Iswal and learning of his treacherous plot, we return to the Bastion in the Pandemonium Fortress and speak to the scholar, Deckard Cain, once more.
The time has come for you to destroy Mephisto's Soul Stone. Take the stone to the Hell Forge, place it upon the forge, and strike it soundly with the hammer. Only by doing this can you prevent Mephisto from manifesting in this world ever again.
Our quest log updates to confirm we are tasked with destroying Mephisto's Soul Stone, which we are advised will remove a prime evil's foul essence from Sanctuary once and for all. Urged by Deckard Cain, we head out of the Pandemonium Fortress once more into the Plains of Despair. But how can such a forge exist? Surely Sanctuary can never be free permanently of hate if such an artifact such as the Hellforge exists to unmake a greater evil, that it surely will be well guarded by the forces of hell and will not be given up lightly. As not long after searching the Plains of Despair, we come across the City of the Damned, guarded by the hulking damned themselves, as well as dark Stygian hags and their dogs dragging their fleshy torsos for the next kill. It's here that we see the scars opening to the hellish depths below and become more pervasive in the land. An undead wraith and its stranglers surround us as they viciously sap our mana and life essence, trying to unburden us of life that befouls their desolate home. After some time, we find a great bridge over the fiery depths, guarded by a gaggle of damned demons, who we cleave through to pass into what they were no doubt guarding. A cracked moor appears in the earth and reveals a staircase. The staircase itself is girt by pillars with wretched, wriggling souls bound for eternity to ward off unsuspecting trespassers, or perhaps indicate what awaits for any soul who dares step foot therein. And we see that the staircase itself leads to the fabled River of Flame. Upon setting foot down into the cavern below, we're met with a seemingly unending sea of lava. The heat itself is unbearable. Every urge in our body is to relieve ourselves of our armored plate, lest we cook inside it, making the desolate sands of Lutko Lane seem like an oasis by contrast. An almost fond, albeit sweaty memory that somehow sickly brings us comfort. But this fire seems to be unholy in nature, as if it burns and permeates into the very core of our being, and licking at the seams of our soul and testing our very resolve. We've come too far to turn back. We will press on and expect the might of hell itself will come crashing down on us. But it's not just our lives we defend, but the citizens of Sanctuary's souls are at stake, and our fight begins anew, welcoming our faith, flesh and steel to be tested by the forces of hell. As if hearing our internal resolve, the treacherous group of pit lords and gargantuan beasts come cheerily to test us, yet all fall to the might of our zeal. After fighting through scores of enemies, we happen upon a large open building. The structure is constructed in monument to some great evil, adorned by pentagrams, skulls, and all manner of debauchery and death. We know that, like Mephisto, Diablo no doubt makes his presence known through the landscape where he dwells. After battling through the diabolical structures, we see a waypoint, and then a double row of statues that appear to be hellish knights guarding whatever lies therein. And as a side piece of trivia, they are a nice Easter egg as their heads subtly turn to watch as we pass on our way to an unexpected angel. But what is an angel doing in hell? Upon closer inspection, he seems to be more ethereal than real and perhaps a projection. As we approach him, he says,
"Halt! Before venturing into Diablo's lair, go to the Hellforge with Mephisto's Soul Stone. Place the stone on the Hellforge and use the Hellforge hammer to destroy it."
We decide to heed Hadriel's words. If we fall to the Lord of Terror, it's best we at least wipe the Lord of Hatred from the face of existence. With that, we realize we left Mephisto's stone in our stash at the fortress for safekeeping, and promptly head back to retrieve it. With the Soul Stone in hand, we begin to approach the Hellforge, and our quest log updates guiding us to destroy the Soul Stone and realize we must be close. It's then we encounter Hephasto, the armorer, who promises,
"Your soul shall fuel the Hellforge."
Hephasto is a large, unique overlord boss. Much like the smith, Hephasto has a powerful melee attack and moves quickly, hitting us like a jackhammer. And as we attempt to get more sure footing, we unwittingly lure him straight into a nest of maggots, which we are now forced to contend with too. Yet we manage to fell the armorer Hephasto first, but are knee-deep in sticky, poisonous, gelatinous goo, slogging our way through to the promised forge. Clearing the area near the forge of putrid maggots, we then see the fabled Hellforge atop some stairs. Our log updates and we're told to equip the Hellforge hammer and destroy Mephisto's Soulstone once and for all. We head back to Hephasto's corpse and retrieve, then equip the hammer and head to the forge. And place on the Hellforge Mephisto's Soulstone, which glows upon contact. After a few swings, the Soulstone shatters into several fragments and a storm of souls are unleashed from their prison, finally free of hate. After destroying the Soul Stone, several high-quality gems drop, including one perfect gem and a single Ith rune drops as well. With that, our quest is complete and we head back to the Pandemonium Fortress once more to see Deckard Cain.
Congratulations, hero! Surely even Diablo himself sensed the fury unleashed when you smashed his brother's Soul Stone.
And so now with Mephisto's Soul Stone destroyed, we have naught to do but head into Diablo's own Chaos Sanctuary to confront the Lord of Terror himself. After destroying Mephisto's Soulstone with the Hellforge hammer, and with it, the smith Hephasto, we are ready to enter Terror's lair. Seeking guidance at the Pandemonium Fortress once more, it's then that the Archangel of Justice, Tyrael, reveals,
"The time has come to hunt down and destroy Diablo himself. But beware, the Lord of Terror is not to be underestimated. He single-handedly destroyed the town of Tristram and corrupted the last noble hero who tried to stop him. This time, you must defeat him for good. Only by destroying the Soul Stone which he carries will his spirit be banished forever. Good luck, though this be our darkest hour. It may yet be your greatest moment."
It's then our darkest fears are realized. All of the previous heroes who valiantly stood in the light and opposed the burning hells were struck down and twisted to bend to the will of the Lord of Terror himself. As a holy paladin of virtue, we can think of no worse fate. Turning to the grim face of the Horadric scholar Deckard Cain, he too echoes Tyrael's sentiment, urging,
"You don't have time to dally about here. Diablo awaits you in hell. Remember, Diablo's greatest weapon against you is terror. Don't give in to your fears. Resist his power and put an end to him for good."
It's at the behest of Cain we head once more into the particularly scorching bowl of hell, known as the River of Flame, and once more crossing past the two rows of armored guardians ever watching our movements. We see the angel, Hadriel, guarding its entrance, who warns,
"Proceed, hero, into Terror's lair. Know that Diablo's innermost sanctum is hidden by 5 seals. Only by opening each of these seals can you clear your way to the final battle."
As we enter Diablo's domain, we're inevitably met with swarms of his minions, hell-bent on blocking our way to the 5 seals in which Diablo's innermost sanctum is fortified by. The ground becomes thin and more treacherous as the river of flame creeps up to only allow slivers of safe platform beneath foot, and undead wraiths attempt to strangle out our remaining life and will to push on. After battling through the scores of undead knights and their ilk, we finally find the steps leading to the Chaos Sanctuary, guarded by a gaggle of stormcasters swarming us at its entrance. It's then we take in the dark, gothic, almost church-like gateway, and we cannot help but be reminded of Tristram's own unholy cathedral. However, this church is cruelly lit by surrounding lava and guarded by, again, the dreaded armored knights, as well as a few live Doom Knights who have come to see which mortal is foolish enough to come knocking on Hell's door. As we enter the cathedral, we are peppered by spells of Doom and Oblivion Knights who nearly drop us where we stand, to become just another skull on their pile in their unholy den. We cut a path through the hordes of demons and come into a larger room in the cathedral with a massive pentagram on the floor. The unholy power is almost overwhelming, and the points themselves seem to represent the 5 seals. Battling further through wretched Oblivion Knights and Venom Lord demons, we happen upon the first seal. Opening it releases a glyph with a pack of wraiths, draining our health and magics, and a super unique leading the charge, the fire-enchanted Grand Vizjerei of Chaos. However, we pass this first obstacle somewhat with ease, but we know deep down the rest will not be so forgiving. It's then we open the second seal, and yet curiously, the glyph appears and there is no resistance. Upon searching for the third seal in the northwest corner, we're set upon by more wraiths and Oblivion Knights with their foul magics, curses to slow us, and ghastly apparitions that hunt us down while we fervently dodge their homing attacks. After clearing the northern tip, we find and unlock the third seal, this time guarded by a group of enchanted Oblivion Knights. It's said of these undead fighters that they are to be souls of the most ruthless and corrupt mortal warriors to die in the Sin War. Often they would come to reside in hell. Forged in the fires of eternal punishment, some of these spirits are reborn as cruel shadows of their former glory, clad in demon-forged armor and wielding arcane weapons of destruction. They roam the gateway to hell in search of those who would invade their sinister domain, and their leader appears, called Lord Decice. The undead mages, like their brutish counterparts, are minions of hell that are comprised also of the most mendacious and merciless sorcerers and necromancers slain in the Mage Clan Wars. Their thirst for power has followed them to the grave and was easily manipulated by the prime evils when creating these dark mages. Also wielding the same powers in hell as they did in the mortal realm, it's easy to see how they pose a fatal threat to even the most experienced adventurer. Like the Lord of Terror himself, all of his minions seem to be once great warriors who have been twisted and corrupted by hell itself. In the southeast corner, we find the 4th and 5th seals, and after felling more Doom Lords, we find a wicked flail called the General's Tan Do Li Gar. With enhanced damage, attack speed, it also slows targets by 50% and boasting 5% mana stolen per hit, like Khalim's will. This flail, no doubt, will be an invaluable aid in the fight against the prime evils. As we unlock the 5th and final seal, we step back towards the open hall, but are pounced upon by huge demon lords that are faster than any demon we've met. Their size belies their true speed, as we just squeeze through the pack of attacks of steel and fire, racing into the open ground lest we be cornered again. We then realize they're empowered by their gargantuan blue-skinned leader, known as the Infector of Souls, and while we try to filter the demons, more flank us as we are unwittingly backtracking into an ambush. We continue to push to face them one by one, nearly diving into the safety of a town portal, but instead we turn heel to face the infector and tear the skin off his hide with our biting flails, slowing aid. As he falls, it seems the cathedral is aware of the last of the seal's guardians perishing, beginning to shake as we hear an ominous voice that could only be possessed by the Lord of Terror.
Not even death can save you from me.
And the great, huge red demon bounds towards us at full pelt, taking a single swipe at us as we barely sidestep his huge claw. Turning to us, he spews hoses of red destructive lightning, and we race back around the pentagram, barely able to compose ourselves after witnessing the ferocity. And as we clash with the demon, we sense something else. It's the soul of the warrior Aiden. It's faint, but we can feel his anguish. And as metal meets tooth and claw, we seem to get brief glimpses of his sorrow and sacrifice. We first see his imbuing of the Lord of Hatred stone into his own head and feel his pain rip through us, and experience his descent from a proud warrior to a husk of a man that could barely carry his own sword, and then becomes all but consumed by terror itself. As we are overcome with despair at the warrior's fate and fears of our own shared destiny begin to cloud our mind, we see a flicker of satisfaction from the beast before us and comprehend this is but a dark and terrible ruse. Deckard Cain had previously warned Diablo knows our fears, and we nearly fell prey to him for revealing them so easily, as our own greatest fear is to succeed in felling Diablo and succumb to the same fate as the warrior. But so too did Tyrael see our victory, and we rally our attacks again with might and zeal, as if bolstered by the heavens themselves, with a volley of attacks that visibly make Diablo bristle. Diablo, with his ruse cast aside, begins his final physical assault. First summoning a firestorm from underfoot, as we're forced to race backwards lest we become engulfed in the flame. And as we turn to face him, he spews a wicked arc of red lightning in a hose that licks at our heels. Breaching the gap, we in turn are hit with a fire nova ring as the brawl becomes steel and claw. As he swipes at us, our new flail works in rapid succession, slowing the Lord of Terror while biting him with poison in a fantastic flurry. Desperate and slow, Diablo switches gears back into his devastating red lightning, which would have killed us in one arc if we hadn't anticipated it. We dart backwards, and as he raises his hand in a final gesture of raising all of the hellish fire he can muster, we finally finish the foul fiend, and we proclaim,
"Let Diablo's death end the reign of the three."
We feel the presence of the warrior Aiden once more, free of his fleshy prison, and we pray his soul knows the rest he undoubtedly deserves. It's then our quest log updates confirming we have brought terror to an end. On Diablo's body, we find a few items, but most notably the unique plate mail bone flesh. Coloured in a golden hue, it is far superior to our own plate, boasting an outstanding 246 defense, plus 35% attack rating, 5% life stolen per hit, which will go nicely with our zeal-laden flail attacks, and the fact our flail steals mana, and 25% open wounds. Plus, it's a handsome match to our golden helm, as if divine providence for our noble deed. With the items in hand and weary of the smell of sulfur, we head back to the pentagram in which Diablo was summoned and ourselves teleport back to the Pandemonium Fortress once more. It's there we see a relieved Deckard Cain who says,
"Good to see you. I knew there was great potential in you, my friend. You've done a fantastic job. Though my ancestors often struggled against the three evils and their minions, I've always lived a shut-in, scholarly life. I'm glad that my wisdom aided you. Now, I wish to leave this place. Though heaven's gates are a marvel to behold, I hope I won't have to see them again for many, many years. Please, talk to Tyrael about leaving this place now."
We too hope Cain has many years of peace ahead of him, and tales of the Lord of Terror will be but a memory he can share with friends and family by a nice warm fire that he too has earned. As then we turn to the motionless angel Tyrael, who praises,
"Praise be to the light. You have accomplished the impossible. Diablo and Mephisto have been banished back into the black abyss that spawned them, and the corrupted soul stones are no more. However, while you were fighting here, Baal remained behind in the mortal realm, building an army of hellish minions. Now Baal's army is searching for the World Stone, the ancient source of all the soul stones and their power, while leaving behind a wake of destruction. They have forged deeply into the barbarian homelands, heading directly for the summit of Mount Arreat. Baal knows, mortal hero. That is the very site of the blessed World Stone. Now, enter the portal I have opened for you. It will take you to the barbarian city of Harrogath, the last bastion of order on the slopes of Arreat."
Baal, the Lord of Destruction. They say there's no rest for the wicked, and he has been a busy boy. But so have we, and while we feel this is a net victory for the light, which honestly we never dared to believe was possible, our task is yet to be completed. We ready ourselves once more, bidding farewell to the gates of heaven, and step through the red portal to the barbarian homeland of Mount Arreat, where no doubt Baal and his minions await our arrival.
I heard later that he was defeated. And that the Soul Stones were destroyed in Hellforge. All except one.
Oh, I failed, Tyrael. I couldn't do as you asked. I couldn't enter that gate. Forgive me, Tyrael. Forgive me.
Marius, give me the stone, and all is forgiven. Give it to me, Marius.
Take it. Take it, take it. I'm glad this is finally over, Tyrael. Look what the stone has done to me.
You haven't failed, old man. You've done exactly as you were meant to do. However, I am not the Archangel Tyrael.
Baal. No. No, 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 no.
You have done well, Marius. Now I think you shall have your reward.
I don't deserve.
Baal.
Baal! The gates of Secheron have stood for eons beyond remembrance, and you shall not breach them now. Remove your foul demons from our lands. We stand on the side of light, and you shall not be allowed to reach Mount Arreat. And that which you seek will not be yours.
Enough! Enough! I shall take your position into consideration. Well, it seems your terms are not acceptable.
Our story continues after defeating Diablo at the behest of Tyrael and giving Baal chase by entering through the portal to Harrogath, the last stronghold held by the barbarian defenders against Baal's siege to eradicate all opposition and corrupt the fabled Worldstone. Upon arrival in the distant land, we see Deckard Cain, the scholar, loitering about a well, which seems to be his lot in life. And upon our arrival, he says,
I am amazed to find this place so untouched. Everything else in the path of Baal, the Lord of Destruction, lies in ruin. These barbarians must indeed be the legendary guardians of Mount Arreat. They are a proud, hardy people. Don't expect to be greeted warmly. Strangers here rarely are. Perhaps I can gain their trust. I'll spend some time with the townsfolk and try to understand them better. I'll let you know what I discover.
We agree with Cain. It's best he tries to befriend the barbarians and hopefully gain their trust, and we too set off to find word of Baal's next move, when we're beckoned by the blacksmith, Larzik, who says,
I am Larzik, the armorer. My ancestors were some of the finest craftsmen in Harrogath. Regretfully, my supplies run lower with every passing day, yet the demons beyond the walls have not weakened. I fear the time is near when I must put down my hammer and take up a sword instead. If you're here to defeat Baal, you must prove it. As we speak, Harrogath is under siege by Baal's demons. Catapults rain death just outside the town walls. Baal himself travels up the sacred mountain, having left in charge here one of his most vicious generals, Shank, the Overseer. A ruthless taskmaster, he lashes his own minions into suicidal frenzies on the battlefield. If you wish to prove yourself to us, destroy the monster Shank that commands those infernal catapults outside Harrogath. If you manage to do this, return to me.
What a foul creature Baal has left to bombard Harrogath's walls. This Shank, stripping flesh from his own ilk and driving them into suicidal frenzies, is a more horrific thought than we can imagine. No wonder the atmosphere is so bleak here. Before we speak to the other of Larzak's barbarian brethren for more clues on this infamous and hideous shank, Larzak is seeing us mull over our quest and hesitantly reminds us of one ominous oversight once more.
Did I mention there were catapults?
As Larzak meanders back to his forge, we remember the saying, "There's no rest for the wicked," and can't help but wonder who we upset in a past life. As we seek out the scattered camp inhabitants, we come across a necromancer of all things, milling about a campfire, who says,
Well, the siege has everything in short supply, except fools. Why would you seek this place, stranger? Are you a vulture come to loot the bodies of our fallen warriors? Regardless, this is no place to make a name for yourself. The mountain is ours to protect. It is only a matter of time before Hell's legions are routed. After so many have died, who are you to think you can accomplish what our proud warriors could not?
Nilathark seems quite confident that even at their clear disadvantage, the barbarians are in a position to defeat Baal. It's too early to gauge if he's correct, but hope whatever ace he seems to be holding up his sleeve indeed is enough to defeat a prime evil. It's then we see, still by his familiar well, Cain, who imparts,
I believe that stopping the siege on Harrogath is the only way for you to earn the trust of these people.
It's true, no doubt barbarians respect action above honeyed words. And speaking of honey, close by we see a huge barbarian in golden armor. This must be the man-at-arms Qualkek, who greets,
A paladin. I have long heard of your people. As a young warrior, I even considered the pilgrimage to Kurast. But I was younger then and foolish. My place has always been here, protecting Harrogath and Mount Arreat with it. I am Qualkek, the senior man-at-arms of Harrogath. You have the look of a warrior. An extra soldier will be useful, but don't expect anyone to mourn if you get yourself killed. Baal is true to his namesake. He has ravaged through our lands like a merciless plague. The protective ward laid down by our lost elders helps hold the evil at bay. But Baal's siege has taken its toll all the same. Most of my men are now dead. Others are trapped in the mountain passes. But I swear we are not beaten yet. We will fight to the end to protect this mountain.
With that encouragement of an early coffin when facing Shank, we then search for the elderly healer Mala atop the steps of the keep, as she says,
I, Mala, welcome you to Harrogath, the last stronghold of order on Mount Arreat. You have come to the right place if you intend to defeat Baal, the Lord of Destruction. Baal has laid waste to our mountain and its denizens. His minions continue to attack our town, while Qualkek and his men have proven helpless to stop them. Baal is still out on the mountain looking for something, but I know not what. All of the elders, save Nilathak, sacrificed themselves to place a protective ward around Harrogath. Some of us here, certainly Nilathak, do not appreciate your presence. We are a proud people, and it is not easy for us to accept aid. I, however, am glad you are here. If you need healing or a potion, please come to me. See Larzak for weapons, armor, and repairs. Nilathak, despite his disposition, may be of some assistance with other wares. Finally, Qualkek, our man-at-arms, leads Harrogath's remaining forces against Baal. Qualkek and his men have been fighting to break the siege for some time. Where many have failed, you may succeed.
We then head down the stairs to the great castle gate and ponder. It must be hard for Qualkek and the proud barbarians to be rendered helpless against the great evil that has ravaged their proud home. And we prepare to face the destruction Baal has reportedly wrought on the lands. Stepping into the bloody foothills for the first time, we see their brothers strewn about as we curse Baal's name under our breath.
Baal, I'm coming for you.
Soon after stepping out of the confines of the keep, we see the barbarians of the land are fervently fighting off hordes of demons, some of which are the newest monsters created by Baal to serve in his army of destruction, the enslaved. They are stealthy, quick-footed, and unusually tough for their size. Bony knobs protrude from their thick hides, giving them added protection against melee weapons. But Shank's fanatics are numerous, and they are bolstered by wicked demons known as Death Maulers. They are a type of earth demon rumored to dwell deep within the network of subterranean caverns of the Burning Hells. They're well protected by a hard shell bristling with spikes and a thick, gnarled hide. Hulking, tenacious beasts with the strength of 20 men. They can attack at close range with enormous claws or use their special attack to strike from a distance. While we aid the barbarians breaking the line and are peppered with blasts of missiles from above, we spy one of Shank's fabled catapults and put an end to it in a plume of fire before it retreats into a glyph in the ground, as if summoned from the depths of hell below. But we have no time to ponder the catapult's origins, and instead we push forward to free more of the warriors who are being swarmed by packs of bloodthirsty demons, hopefully before it's too late. We then happen upon what seems to have once been a village or outpost, littered with spike-laden weapons of war and long abandoned as the barbarians and their peoples have been forced to retreat to the city or killed where they stand. But if we're ever to face Baal, we must push on and clear a path to rid the keep of Shank and his unending deluge of projectiles bombarding the last bastion for the barbarians' peoples. It's then, as we check on a felled barbarian laying in a pool of blood, we encounter a new foe, a small demon gremlin standing in a pack of its ilk. Teleporting to and fro, we chase down each is no match for a speedy flail's cruel lick on the hide of his grubby green flesh. As we free more men, we realize our numbers too are somewhat bolstered. However, the Death Maulers cleverly take advantage of the bulk of the barbarians, using their ranged attacks of tendrils to burst forth underfoot in deadly spikes from the relative safety of the higher ground. But we protect our stoic brothers by caving in the Maulers' heads one by one. It's then our flail begins to fail, and we realize it's been damaged in the ruckus. Just as we find ourselves at an outpost of some sort, with a flag flying overhead, we sense danger is near, and our quest updates confirming as much with one directive. Kill Shank, the Overseer. Before we face Shank, we retreat back to the relative safety from the unending elemental bombs lobbed at us and head to Harrogath to repair our weapon and seek guidance from the townsfolk. To which Marla remarks,
"This may not be very encouraging, but you have fared better than the others who passed through those gates. In regards to Shank the Overseer, remember, a general is nothing without his men."
Uplifting words, and we agree. It's best to deal with the hordes than get swarmed like a fallen brethren on the battlefield. Lazik then questions,
"What's the matter, hero? Questioning your fortitude? I know we are."
Well, they never said gaining the trust of barbarians was easy. However, we then see Nilithak once more, who scoffs.
"What are you still doing here? I thought you were going off to die. Go. Be quick about it."
We're starting to see a pattern here. There's always one cantankerous person per camp. Always one. Not that I expected a necromancer to be a pillar of charm and hospitality, but they could at least try to surprise me once. Maybe. We then look to Cain by his well and hope for wisdom, to which he imparts,
"I understand your reluctance, but now is the time to strike."
One would be a fool to not be wary of these catapults and the Overseer Shank. But before we step through the portal, we'll see Qual Kek once more, who bristles.
"So, you still live. You're either quick or a coward."
I never thought I would miss hell and the river of flame until I'd been privy to the hospitality of barbarians. If you think the ice here is cold, you should experience their demeanor to strangers firsthand. I guess actions do speak louder than words, and with all they've gone through, fair enough. All we're left to do now is find, face, and kill Shank himself. Heading through the town portal and back to the steps of Shank's camp, we are once more swarmed with more enslaved, and atop the stairs lie what can only be one of Baal's most vicious generals, Shank, the Overseer. The large, spiky demon lives up to his reputation, not just in size, but as a ruthless taskmaster, inflicting frenzy on his enslaved minions around him with his whip as he lashes them, turning them into fanatic enslaved, who then, in turn, become enraged and suicidal, exploding upon impact with their kin, rather dying in a ball of flame than live under the yoke of their Overseer. We then face Shank alone, and although formidable, he knows his only gambit to survive is more minions, but like the barbarians, he's somewhat slow on foot thanks to our flail that imparts 50% slow. And as he turns heel, we strip the flesh off his back in a bitter taste of irony before he explodes into a foul mess before us, the nearby catapults to explode. Then, all around us, as if in a last-ditch assault, the grounds are peppered by numerous elements before going still.
Harrogath is free of your kind, demon.
With Shank fallen, and now well into night, we head back to camp once more, when Marla greets us, saying,
"Oh, at last the siege is ended. You truly are an angel. I thank you."
We've seen angels before, and I don't think we compare, but what a lovely sentiment. Bracing for a less warm greeting, we see Qualkek, who says,
"So, you managed to stop the siege. You are more powerful than I gave you credit for. You have rightfully earned my respect."
Well, thank you. I guess actions are admired. I'm beginning to warm to the barbarians, but what of the catapults? We ask Cain, who answers,
"Stay a while and listen. Those catapults were like nothing I have ever seen before. You have prevailed against Shank, my friend, but Baal is still far ahead of you."
Agreed, but at least we made a dent in his assault. For now. Speaking of warm, we see the ghoulish Nilathak by his fire and wonder if his demeanor has thawed at all.
Ending the siege does not earn immediate respect, outsider. Respect only comes with sacrifice. Something I'm sure you know nothing of.
Nope. It doesn't seem like he's sacrificing any space around his fire for poor frozen Cain either. Lastly, we then update the blacksmith, Lazuk, who says,
"Evening. You're an even greater warrior than I expected. Sorry for underestimating you. As a token of my appreciation, I will craft sockets into an item of your choosing, and from now on, you'll get the best price for all my wares."
Ho ho ho! Looks like this flail is going to get even more deadly, stripping chunks out of demons' backs. With that, we have ended Shank, but as Cain warned, Baal is a far way away. After casting Shank the Overseer back to the abyss and breaking his siege line, the mistrusting townsfolk of Harrogath have somewhat warmed to us. And as we gather supplies in town, the mercenary leader Qualkek enlists us for aid, saying,
"My concerns have turned to my men taken prisoner on the battlefield by Baal's demons. I hate to think what's happened to them. As you journey up the mountain, keep your eyes open for my soldiers and bring them back to me if you can."
It seems Baal's destruction of the barbarians and their land is far-reaching, and the danger has unfortunately just begun. Seeking word of the wayward warriors, we first approach Marla, the diminutive healer, who says,
"Qualkek's men have been in prison for some time. They are certain to be tired and weak. You must protect them once you free them."
It's one thing to be killed at the hands of a demon, but to be captured is a fate we do not wish to imagine. It's then Lazuk the blacksmith, looking up from his forge, hails us and says,
"I crafted the swords and armor for Qualkek's men. They were like brothers to me. I can't imagine the pain they must be suffering. Save them if you can."
Well, on a bright note, they must have been well armed and done some damage before they were captured, though we can only imagine the state they're in. Rounding the corner by the fire is the last elder of Harrogath, Nilathak, who questions,
"You have proven you can take life, warrior, But can you save it as well?
For all of his brooding, Nilithak seems to care about the fate of his brethren at least. And finally, we see our old friend and Horadric scholar Deckard Cain by his familiar well, who confides.
I know firsthand that captivity is a sad fate for a man. Find them quickly.
Cain, obviously haunted at his stint being held prisoner in a gibbet back in Tristram, afforded a front row view of the demons slaying his friends and loved ones. A fate, we vow, will not befall these proud peoples. With resolution anew, we head out of Harrogath's relative safety once more and begin our search. After entering the bloody foothills and dealing with errant death maulers, we cautiously move through the sadistic Shank the Overseer's camp, and we see behind his mantle a path leading to the frigid highlands that he must have been guarding. We also see signs of battle on the ground, weapons and armor, perhaps that which Lazark spoke of. If this was his work, then the barbarians surely should be close. It's then we're surrounded by enslaved, bolstered by one Eldrict the Rectifier, though without Shank the Overseer whipping them into a frenzy. Eldric and his crew fall to our flail. As then, heading east, we happen upon a slain barbarian, and as we approach his corpse, we're rushed by a group of demon imps and their blue rascal counterparts. As we go to squash their numbers, we realize they're baiting us into their Goliath crush beasts, manned by an imp hopping madly atop its perch, pressing the beast as it spews flames, while its grounded kin hurl their own elemental attacks at us from every which way. It's said that the crushed beasts stampede across the vast plains of hell, oblivious of the eternal conflict that they're often enlisted to fight for. For the assault on Mount Arreat, Baal had his personal metal workers construct plated armor with riding harnesses on the beasts. Oftentimes guided by imps, these beasts are almost impossible to control. It's thought that the imps don't actually control these beasts, but merely use their height to get a better vantage point to fire from. Either way, it doesn't appear that the siege beast is aware of the passenger. It's then we see that this was an outpost now under imp occupancy. Approaching a small home, we also spy some of the barbarians that were not granted a swift death, as one of their bodies is heavily mutilated and beyond recognition. Moving northeast, we see an even more ominous outpost with red symbols on banners and a headless barbarian swing in a mocking display. Moving around the southeastern side that is girt by a steep fall and mist below, we encounter an imp perched on a tower and rip him down before knocking out the second barricade. As we battle through scores of imps, we cannot help but recall their place on Sanctuary and how it was tied to the arrogance of mages. We were once told a tale that centuries ago, when men were foolish and practiced the demonic magics, it was common to invoke lesser demons and subdue them in order to gain their power. Of course, in their foolishness, mages like the Vizjerei tried to bind these demonic creatures. Some say it's how their burning hells found out of the existence of Sanctuary, because the demon, even in death, would return to the burning hells at some point and whisper what they saw into the ears of their dark masters. Fooled by the imp's small stature, sorcerers, of course, underestimated their powers and often summoned them to serve as familiars. Now, once lulled into trusting these clever and conniving demons, the master would find his will subjugated by that of his quote-unquote servant, who would then vivisect the mage and create numerous homunculi from the pieces. In time, these homunculi would grow into other disgusting imps. Our mind back on task as we become a tad too comfortable with kicking imps out of their makeshift abode, we spy a few rogue enslaved and realize all too quickly that they have their own taskmaster, the unique Sharp-Toothed Slayer. As we step in close to contend with the whip-wielding fiend, he sends suicidal ice boars as his comrade Shank once had to blow up in our faces. We momentarily back up to regain our footing, casting off imps left and right as Sharptooth dances out of harm's way. But as we do so, we see the corner of the cage that seems to be housing the wayward barbarians. Before we can help them, we decide it's too dangerous to release them while Sharptooth lives and make a mad dash to his location. But it's too late. Heavily fatigued by our full plate and packing steel, we cannot muster more than a half jog and somehow can't keep pace. Realizing, despite his size, Sharptooth is enhanced for extra speed, letting minions do his work as he drags us into stray imps or only takes pause momentarily to curse us. He must have caught word of our slowing and hacking of his comrade Shank. We then see his ploy as he pulls us right into the belly of the beast and see he's led us into another camp entirely. Fatigued, we raise our arm and bash his brains into an exploding pile of blue, gelatinous goo. Contending with the horde of imps and heading back to Sharptooth's camp, we finish off his enslaved and stamp out any remaining imps, like rogue embers on a fire that just won't go out. We finally aid the barbarians who beckon to us for help.
Help us!
Kicking down the door of their wooden cage, we open a portal for them back to safety of the Harrogath's walls as we step through ourselves. Severely battered, fatigued, and with a near-broken flail from Sharptooth's head, we speak to the townsfolk for clues on the other barbarians' whereabouts and rest a spell. We first speak to Larzik, the blacksmith, to repair our weapon, who remembers,
"As a kid, I used to play soldier among the barricades on the mountain. There's no easy way through that maze of walls."
Nilithak then thumbs his nose at us.
Did you ever stop to think why these demons are capturing Qualkek's men? Why they are attacking us? Have you considered what Baal wants with the mountain? No, you've not. You have no idea what you are dealing with.
What an odd question. Demons are holding Harrogath's forces at bay, presumably until Baal has corrupted the Worldstone. Then it will be too late. Troubling that Nilithak seems to know more than he shares. Cain then directs us, saying,
"If you are having trouble finding Qualkek's soldiers, you should talk to Mala. She healed those who made it back before. Perhaps she would have some advice."
And before we see Mala, we are stopped by Qualkek, who reworks a tired platitude.
They say that discretion, not procrastination, is the better part of valor.
I wonder if he's ever met Wareve. No matter, Mala then calls to us and instructs.
Soldiers who made it back told of a system of barricades placed among the mountain passes. They said that is where the prisoners are held.
So, we know that barricades are the key. By the time we head back through a portal into the foothills, night has fallen. And as we clear out the camp, we see a strange red portal surrounded by decorative skulls and intuitively know this is a portal to hell, and perhaps we'll investigate it only when the barbarians are safe. However, as a player, we know that this is just a mini instance with a gold chest at the end. As we head further, we cross paths with a few death maulers under an old, leafless tree and are nearly knocked off our feet by their leader, Ibak the Unleashed, with a strong barrage of punches to the face. Caught off guard after dealing with so many tiny imps, we stumble east further, checking on burning bodies, and we realize we've strayed into the Arreat Plateau. Must head back to find the last handful of lost barbarians before the night is over. As if hearing our pledge, the dawn breaks and we find our way haphazardly back into a camp just in time to free some of the brothers, with a host of imps awaiting our arrival. As they are funneled safely into the portal, we realize there are still a handful of errant barbarians left. So we head just south of the prison and find the last of the barbarians as we clear out the keep and beckon them to follow us back via portal to Harrogath.
Let us out!
Follow me.
As we head back, we're greeted by a cheery Mala who hugs us, and we realize she is actually kind of small and cute, like a koala.
You have inspired the people in this town. Not only those you rescued, but those you've helped in other ways as well.
Feeling accomplished, we thank her and head to Larzik, who admits,
"Since your arrival, Cain has spoken of your deeds in the southern kingdoms, defeating both Mephisto and Diablo. At first I scoffed at his tales, but I'm finding them more believable with every passing day."
It's a tall order to believe one man and his party could defeat a prime evil, but our job isn't done yet. Nilithak then somewhat cryptically remarks,
"So, you've brought the lost sheep home to the shepherd. Well done."
We cannot tell if that's praise couched in self-aggrandizing, but we have had enough of this shepherd for one day. Cain then warmly exclaims,
"You've become a hero to this town, my friend. The shadows have lifted ever since you brought the light to Harrogath."
We fear that a shadow on the townsfolk's heart is one thing, yet the horrors Bale's forces have wrought on the land are far-reaching, and he must be ever closer to the top of the mountain. Seeing our trepidation, Qualkek makes us an offer, saying,
"Thank you for rescuing my men. They have spoken well of your bravery in battle. Perhaps there is hope for us after all. If you wish, you may hire some of my mercenaries that you saved. And please, take this set of runes. I had been saving them for a socketed shield, but I think you'll make better use of them. Be sure to set them in the right order for their fullest effect."
And we gladly take him up on the offer and hire our very own barbarian, the mighty sword-wielding Hengest, a welcome addition versus the forces of hell. We find the dark atrocities that have waylaid Harrogath from within begin to unfold as Marla meekly approaches us, confiding,
"There is a matter which I hesitate to share, but I believe you are the only one who can help me now. Anya, the young alchemist and daughter to one of our slain elders, has been missing for some time. She is a strong, crafty woman with a spirit like no other. One night, just before your arrival, I overheard her and Nilathak arguing about her father's death. The next morning, she was gone. Nilathak has his own tale as to where she went and why. Don't believe him. I fear he's at the root of her disappearance. Please, if you can, search for Anya and bring her back to us. She'll know what to do about Nilathak."
Nilathak. There's something foul at play here. We must make haste and have word with the crafty elder about the disappearance of Anya and their troubling talk. Before we head off, Marla further warns,
"When you talk to Nilathak, be careful. There is no telling what he will say or do."
Heeding Marla's advice, we first seek out the blacksmith, Larzik, for more information about the young alchemist Anya, who says,
Anya is an amazing alchemist, especially for her young age. As long as I've known her, she's never let anything stop her from pursuing what she believed in. I wouldn't doubt that Nilathak is involved. Ever since her father died, they haven't gotten along.
Alchemy, although largely foreign to us as a paladin, is no doubt especially useful in these trying times. This makes two townsfolk highly suspicious of Harrogath's only remaining elder. We then seek out the aging mercenary leader, Qualkek, who says,
"Anya's father, Ast, was our wisest elder. He was killed along with the other elders who erected the ward that protects the city. The ward has kept Bale's demons out of Harrogath, but at a costly sacrifice. Nilathak, on the other hand, was the only elder to escape the demons. Somehow, he alone managed to find sanctuary, while the others died around him. Ever since that day, Nilathak and Anya have been at odds."
No wonder Anya mistrusted him, while her father Aust and his fellow elders committed the greatest sacrifice to ensure Harrogath's people were safe, at least for a time. The slimy serpent Nilathak somehow slipped out of death's grasp. Was that what has weakened the ward protecting the keep? We inquire with the Horadric scholar Deckard Cain, who postulates,
"I would listen to Mala. Nilathak speaks with a venomous tongue, and acts as if the entire weight of this town rests upon his shoulders. Perhaps there is more going on here than we know."
With all roads leading to Nilathak, we brace ourselves for a confrontation. Our sword hand rests gingerly on the hilt of our flail as we attempt to inconspicuously saunter over to the Elder's campfire, or an approximation of a saunter in full metal plate. When in close proximity of the ghoulish Elder, we whisper, "What happened with Anya, Nilathak?" Much to his dismay.
"Anya? Who have you been talking to?" Likely it was that meddling Mala. Well, I'll tell you what really happened. Anya came to me for guidance after receiving a vision that her mother and younger brother were trapped in the lands beyond the ice caves. She had decided to go rescue them. I told her that her quest was a foolish one, and that she would be safer staying within the city walls. However, she is a willful girl and would not listen to me. The next morning she was gone. No one is more distraught than I over losing her. However, if you feel the need to be Mala's errand child, I'll try to stop you.
Having spoken to the other villagers and our guard up, we realized two important factors. One, he wouldn't dare try stop us as it would show his treachery, and two, we may very well be walking into a trap. We once more call upon heaven's might and storm out of the tenuous sanctuary of Harrogath, which Anya's father and his elder brethren afforded us, and begin to search out these ice caves. A few hours pass and we arrive where we last left off, in the frigid highlands at the eastern side entrance to the Arreat Plateau, which is a broad area said to be marred by both madness and brutality. Barbarian corpses are strewn about amid fresh fires standing in defiance of the cold. Slayers stand ready to defend whatever lies ahead. A variant of the enslaved, the minions carry long scimitars, wicked axes or mace-like weapons, almost as tall as themselves, and swing it in a gigantic downward thrust that tears apart their victims. Sometimes they spawn with a shield, but even if they do not spawn with one, they can block incoming melee attacks with their bare hands if need be. But despite their strength, it isn't enough to stop our joint effort in felling the foul foes. However, the Slayers are not alone. As we inspect a pile of rocks with a corpse strewn across it, it props up in a strange manner when disturbed, and we're waylaid by more Slayers and their suicidal kin as more overseers are present than ever before, frantically whipping the Slayers into a frenzy. The most powerful of the trio, a unique called Gut Eater, blessed with spectral hit, but also cursed, with his last meal being a flail to his malevolent mandible as his putrid corpse explodes. As we probe the mountain further on the eastern side and move up north, we encounter a large glacial pocket guarded by a unique crush beast, girt by imps guarding the entrance to what must be the fabled crystalline passage. As we focus on tackling the scattered imps, the beast Thresh Socket curses our companion Hengest before we realize it's too late. As we turn heel to help our comrade in arms, he's felled. Knocking off Thresh Socket's rider, we send the foul creature back to the abyss before its friends can join it. Wounded, flail damaged and alone, we realize we are now unable to face the crystalline passage and drag ourselves through a town portal for aid and healing. Mala then tends to our wounds and remarks,
"If it were anyone else, I would assume her dead. However, Anya is not so easily beaten. I know she must be alive."
This Anya sounds resourceful. Larzik, repairing our flail, informs,
"As the daughter of Elder Ost, Anya is the only person, besides Nilathok, who has any real knowledge of Mount Arreat's secrets. I'd hate to see our fate in the hands of Nilathok alone."
Perhaps Nilathok thought their secrets were best buried in ice. Qualkek then queries,
"It seems like everyone feels Nilathok played a part in Anya's disappearance. Why would he do such a thing?"
Why indeed? Was it because she blamed him for her father's disappearance? Was it his grief at being labelled a coward where the others had sacrificed themselves? Or was he perhaps telling the truth? Something doesn't add up, but I get the feeling we shall know soon enough.
Nilathok's story does sound reasonable, considering what I've heard about Anya. However, the best lies are often hidden within truth.
Hidden in a cave of ice, perhaps. It's time to thaw Nilathok's cold tongue as he himself incessantly attempts to warm his hide by his fire, and he exclaims,
"Look, I've told you. She's dead. If you knew what was good for you, you'd concentrate your efforts on saving Harrogath, not on lost causes like Anya."
What is good for me? Lost causes. Okay, stay right there, Nilithark. I'll be back. And I assume when I bring in tow, you won't find amusing. As we head back through the town portal, now alone, we hear the eerie call of the tunnel and hesitantly step inside. Inside, we find the passage is more hospitable than expected. With fires lit and foundation in the walls, structurally it actually seems sound. However, with the gore to greet us embedded in the ground, we know too well that this is where our warm welcome ends. It feels like a trap. Before we can finish our thought, we're stampeded by a frenzied group of blood-red minotaurs called Moon Lords. Led by an extra-strong blue bovine, Sin Tongue, we're nearly cleaved in twine by the Goliath swaths as they dual-wield axes and swarm with alarming precision. Reports actually said that they were largely seen aiding Baal during his siege, and all grave news for Anya and our odds of reaching her in one piece. As if awakened by our trepidation, winged succubi known as Stygian harlots rush us. It's said that these are the handmaidens of Andariel herself, powerful demonesses that were thought to have all but been killed off during the battle below Tristram. But Baal has unleashed his personal harem on Mount Arreat and enlisted their charms to help fulfill his desire to control the mortal realm. Succubi are among the most zealous minions of their master. They possess an incessant craving for blood, especially that of human men, and they take to battle with a passion and joy not often seen in demons. They're fast and mobile in combat, preferring to weaken their prey from a distance with a diabolical curse that causes the afflicted to lose life instead of mana when using their skills. Once their prey is weakened, the succubi move in for the kill, slashing viciously with their long, curved talons. We are also confronted by groups of frozen creepers that move slowly and attack with their claws at relatively long range in comparison to other melee attacks. These ambling ice demons explode into icy balls upon death. Finally, we make our way to the entrance of the frozen river, but are ambushed by 3 champion snowdrifters. Although they are the weakest of Abominable, these champions pack a punch and prove that without a doubt somebody has taken great efforts to thwart our crossing beyond the crystalline passage and into the frozen river. After defeating the ice-like yetis, we head down into the frozen river and see a large cavern with an even larger body of water. More succubi and Abominable move to block our path. Compounding our injuries are the Death Slayers, which attack from the safety of across the river. Curiously, a new enemy meanders our way: Rot Walkers. It seems Baal, unleashing his personal harem, has also pulled out all stops with these Rot Walkers. Legend has it that whenever Baal needs vast numbers of troops to lay siege to any stronghold determined to resist him, he musters the reanimated horde. These undead minions are the twisted souls of dead soldiers whose hearts turned black while still in life, and have now been given a new existence in the service of Baal. Chosen from only the strongest and most fearsome of warriors, the members of the reanimated horde can be distinguished from normal skeletons by their greater size and vicious charging attack. It's best to remember, when you encounter a member of this dark army, kill it and make sure it stays down, as they have a nasty habit of refusing to remain dead. After clearing most of the caverns of the undead multiple times, we sense that Anya is close. However, things are never that easy. Guarding Anya are a pack of frozen abominables with their leader aptly titled Frozenstein. As tons of raw flesh come raining down upon our head, our teeth are rattled and nearly knocking our flail apart again. We try and back up and thirstily gulp healing potions, but just as we think we're gaining the upper hand, Frozenstein finally falls in a wave of frozen death that nearly kills us where we stand, save for our trusty sash that stops us from becoming frozen and smashed to bits by his remaining snowmen. After they have been dealt with, we approach the clearing, and atop it is a black-haired woman on some kind of a ritual pad frozen in ice. This must be Anya, unless a succubi is playing a treacherous trick. We cautiously approach, ready for anything, and she says,
"Hero, Nilithak did this to me. If you've come to help me, My only hope lies with Mala. Please, tell her you've found me.
Nilithok. Her vitals are bad, and she doesn't have long. We race through a town portal in hope of Mala's help to free poor Anya, but first, we're going to confront the reptile known as Nilithok. As we head to his fire, it seems his survival instincts miraculously kicked in the nick of time, and he's nowhere to be seen. We start to ask around town where he's sought refuge, to which Lazik says,
Poor Anya. I should have known Nilithok was a traitor. If you find him alive, kill him for me.
Oh, don't worry. If he's dead, I'll still lay the boot in for you. Qualkek then explains.
The snake has slipped our grasp. While you were gone, Nilithok disappeared. I'll bet Anya knows how to track him down.
Damn it! We vow to make Nilithok pay, but our number one priority is Anya. Perhaps Cain knows how to free her.
Goodness, Anya frozen by that fallen barbarian Nilithok. Perhaps Mala can help you where I cannot.
With no other hope, we see Mala, who says,
So, that snake Nilithok was behind Anya's disappearance, and he trapped her with a freezing curse. Here, take this potion to Anya and give it to her. That should release her.
With a special thawing potion in hand, we head back through the portal and attempt to free Anya, and as we do so, the ice bursts upward in a brilliant plume. Anya then steps back into the portal freed, and we follow her in tow. With Anya a bit cold but safe in the walls of Harrogath, she thanks us, saying,
You have proven yourself a true hero to me and my people. These are dark times, warrior. I hope you can bring an end to Baal's reign of destruction. Our Council of Elders is gone, my father Ost among them. The one thing that keeps us from total despair is the promise of vengeance against Baal. Thank you, hero, for rescuing me. To show my personal gratitude, I give you this. I had it custom made for you by Larzik.
Even with after all she's endured, she still finds time to gift us with a boon of a rare class-specific weapon, ours being a shield. We then head to Larzik to repair our wares and thank him for making the shield, making sure that our flail is in pristine condition for the day when it reaches the decrepit coconut that rests atop Nilithok's treacherous shoulders.
I never liked Nilithok, but I never suspected that he'd betray us. I just can't understand how an elder could do such a thing.
Neither can I. Was it a promise of power? Madness, perhaps? We will ask him again. And next time, let our flail lick at his ear first. Qualkek then congratulates us, saying,
Your rescue of Anya was quite an accomplishment.
Cain tells us further of Anya's reputation.
For one so young, Anya commands great respect. Now that she is here, I will make it a point to talk to her about Mount Arreat. You should do the same.
Funny, her reputation around town sits in stark contrast of Nilithok's. No wonder he wanted her gone. But we then see Mala, who says,
Thank you so much for bringing Anya back to us. I have devised this spell to increase your resistances as a token of my thanks. I know it isn't much, but I hope you find it helpful. Please, go talk to Anya. She has urgent news concerning Nilithok.
Thanking Mala for the increase in resistances and promise, once Anya's healed, we will uncover the rest of Nilithok's treacherous machinations.
Our people believe that the ancients protecting Mount Arreat have the power to stop Baal. Unfortunately, the Lord of Destruction has shown great power to undermine our faith.
After rescuing the trapped Anya, daughter of the Elder Oust, from the prison of ice at the hands of the betrayer Nilithok, she approaches us and reveals why the one-time Elder of the Barbarians betrayed his people and imprisoned her to keep his secrets, saying,
Nilithok told me he struck a deal with Baal to protect Harrogath. In exchange for the demon's mercy, the misguided fool plans to give Baal the relic of the ancients, our most holy totem. Doing so will allow Baal to enter Mount Arreat unchallenged by the ancients.
I tried to stop Neelathok, but he imprisoned me in that icy tomb. Neelathok must be stopped before he dooms the whole world. As much as I would love to strangle the life out of him, I'm afraid I haven't the strength. You must go to his lair through this portal I've opened, kill him, and then bring back the relic of the ancients. Stop Neelathok from destroying what we have striven for eons to protect.
It now makes sense why Neelathok bristled at our attempts to thwart Baal since our arrival. Although twisted in his logic, believing he could placate a prime evil, does he really believe Baal's benevolence would extend 1 second past his capturing the World Stone? Surely he must sense the Lord of Destruction will never stop until Sanctuary is but another twisted plane of hell itself. Whatever his quote-unquote logic is, it's too late. We gaze at the crimson portal before us and know we're going to need guidance before facing the crusty lunatic. As we pass Neelathok's old fire and clench our teeth at the thought of his stupidity, we then see the Horadric scholar deck Cain for guidance on this relic of the ancients, saying,
Regretfully, I know very little about this relic. However, if what the others say is true, then Baal must not gain possession of it. Stop Neelathok before all is lost.
Unfortunate, but perhaps the barbarians native to the land know more due to its cultural significance, to which the aging mercenary Qual Kek remarks.
I saw Neelathok leave town just before you found Anya. He must be held accountable for his criminal deeds. Find him and bring him back if you can. Likely he won't come willingly, and you'll be forced to kill him. So be it.
Capturing one as crafty as Neelathok will be a feat indeed. Killing him, well, we know due to whispers of his necromancy, he probably won't be undefended, and we will not have the element of surprise on our hands. Seeking Mala the healer on the steps of her infirmary, she says,
My worst fear has come true. Neelathok has gone mad. You must stop him before he gives the relic to the Lord of Destruction.
It seems, unfortunately, no one knows more of this relic outside the fact we must intercept Neelathok, but we fear it may already be too late. By his forge, Larzik, the armorer, then states,
Now, rescuing Anya, that's good. Talking to me while Neelathok hands over the relic to Baal, that's bad.
I can only imagine the cultural significance and wound it must cause to these proud peoples. With only a sparse lead to go by, we realize we will have to extract all information directly from Neelathok himself, a thought we ponder as we step through the menacing red portal and into the unknown. As soon as we enter, we exclaim,
By the light, what is this place?
Surrounded by darkness and a cliff face with a sheer drop below, we press up into the icy unknown just to be ambushed from the underbrush by prowling undead. As we contend with the first, we see a slew ambling towards us, dragging their claymores, promising of our own undeath to come. After hacking through the masses, we see a large golden arch that seems like it's burst forth through the ground, and we wonder what demonic influences abound as the obelisks close by, adorned with skull, seem unnatural as the archway. Is this too a false reality such as Horizon's own sanctum? The air still feels real here though. Before we can contemplate the magical nature of this place, the undead around us rise again, and we realize we will be swarmed soon by the reanimated horde on our heels if we don't press on. Rushing to shelter, we find what must be Neelathok's temple, and we hope to thin their ranks, but as we step inside, we're met with naught but more danger. Although the undead outside was shambling, we find out they're capable of unleashing a fast, short-range charge attack which greatly increases their damage. Bolstered by their fire-enchanted leader, Pindleskin, we're forced to meet them on their own terms. After Pindleskin's pitiful party has perished, we do not wait for their reawakening and instead step into the door leading to the Halls of Anguish. The halls themselves smell of death and decay, a crude crypt which may have been a hallowed ground previously for fallen warriors. Now Nilithok's personal playpen. We contemplate if these are fallen barbarians killed in battle, gifted to Nilithok and his necrotic ways. Surely he cannot have fallen so far, so fast. The walls, dark and forcing us to feel our way through packs of undead. They, however, are not bound by mortal sight and rush us from the dark corners of the maze like halls. The walls of the halls seem to bear crude art, whether murals to Nilithok or to Baal is unknown, but upon closer inspection, we make out what appear to be red eyes, gazing out at us in an almost mocking fashion. As we step through the gore-laden halls of the temple, we finally find the entrance to the Halls of Pain. Inside, we're met by more burly brawlers and a new enemy, the disgusting putrid Defiler. These demons look like floating flayed corpses and live up to their name. It's said these vile and loathsome beasts strike fear into even the black souls of Baal's own troops. Not only can Defilers viciously attack using its razor-sharp forelegs, it reproduces at will by silently hovering near an unwary demon and parasitically infecting the hellspawn with pain worms. These pain worms immediately travel to the brain of the host monster and grow fat on the vile thoughts of the fiend. If the monster is killed while the worms are gestating, the parasites eat their way through the beast's brain and ultimately burrow out of its skull in search of a new body to inhabit. After what feels like hours of feeling our way through the crypt, we finally happen into a room that we see has the fabled passage to the Halls of Vort, and realize, looking at the wall to the north, the very foundation of this place is largely made of bone and death. With that grisly thought, we step down another level. Seeing a poor barbarian strung up, we cannot help but wonder how Nilithok can rationalize any of this to aid Baal. His intent may have started out as altruistic at some point, but this place reeks of lunacy and death. Realizing we will face the very lunatic at the center of this horrible charade, we step through the portal once more and seek the wisdom of the inhabitants of Harrogath. Marla then questions,
Nilithok was never the kindest man, but for him to betray the whole world, where shall his soul finally rest?
His soul? Hopefully in the soul stone to dance for Baal's amusement until we smash it. Then the abyss. Larzik then bluntly states,
What's there to talk about? Kill Nilithok.
He's right. Talking to him while Nilithok lives is not advisable. Anya then barks,
Nilithok is a traitor. If Baal gets the relic, he shall enter the mountain and wreak havoc there. I cannot believe that Nilithok would give the relic to Baal in any kind of trade. He's truly insane if he believes that he can deal with the Lord of Destruction.
Cain optimistically muses,
Oh, this is a truly horrible turn of events. I know it seems you have always been one step behind, my friend. But look at it this way. You have evil on the run.
A day late and $1 short, my friend. It seems to be our lot in life. Lastly, we see Qual Kek, who says,
My advice is to go in quick and hit hard. Nilithok can't be half as tough as the beasts you faced out there.
I tend to agree. Although there's not much surface area on his bony old behind, there's a lot of knobbly bits for our trusty flail to latch onto. However, I dare say we should not underestimate Nilithok, lest we are then gifted up to Baal along with the relic. Heading back down through the portal to the Hall of Vort, we see 4 hallways spreading from the entry point and are met with flocks of hell temptresses. Though their outer form is of a voluptuous female human with wings and talons, we know that these are Baal's personal mistresses of hell, and he does not want Nilithok to fail. This level is the most disturbing of all. It seems Nilithok is cruelly torturing barbarians for the sheer thrill of it. Surely he's gone mad to bear his brother's corpses littered about proudly in cauldrons of blood for his minions to feast on. While exploring an eastern hall, our quest updates with one directive: kill Nilithok. we sense that Nilithok is close. As we feel his eyes upon us, as if somehow watching us through the very walls, like his murals depict, we do not see him first. Instead, his minions flock to us, and as they fall, corpses explode in our face, and we wonder if there's an overseer present as we're pushed to a poor naked woman's body strewn across the wall, and I'm bombarded with flesh and sinew exploding into shards of pain, piercing our armor and every crevice in between. Then we realize this is Nilithok's doing. Atop a dais in the middle of the room, Nilithok promises,
"I will kill you."
"You first," we counter, and go to rush him as horny harlots hover at us and block our path. Finally, with numbers dwindled, we step in to acquaint his bony carcass with our flail and realize he's not defenseless even without his army. Blasting wafts of arctic blasts, we're all but frozen, our flesh to the bone, save for our enchanted sash that disallows freezing. We thirstily gulp health potions as we hesitantly breach the gap and dance around Nilithok's ice blast, knowing pain is in store for us no matter which way that we attack the situation. After a grueling battle, Nilithok falls and his soul bursts forth from his body in an agonizing scream. We utter aloud,
"Nilithok, what led you to this end?"
We then search his corpse, and although it seems Nilithok was well paid in coin from the encounter with Baal, but beside coin there is a strong barbarian helm. However, the relic is nowhere to be found on his person. Frantic, we rush back to Harrogath with the news, and Mala states,
"So the relic is lost. Do not dwell on failures past. It is your future that matters more."
Although she's right, we can only lament the thought of Baal's grubby paws on such a treasure. As if defining our thoughts, Larzik looks up and ponders.
What does Baal plan to do inside Mount Arreat?
The seed of the world and the eye of Anu live in Arreat, we know. Nothing good will come of this. We then see Qualkek once more, who says,
Nilithok was a vile demon that shall find his home among the tortured minions of hell. You battled the darkness without fear. I laud your skill and courage.
Although thankful of his kind words, only a fool does not hold a healthy fear of the forces of darkness, and I've seen too many brave men succumb to their misguided self-belief. Cain then warns, saying,
"Beware! Baal grows stronger with every passing moment."
And finally, Anya, standing by her portal, once more says,
"You have stopped Nilithok, but he didn't have the relic. He must have already given it to Baal. Now Baal will not be tested when he reaches Arreat's summit. Damn Nilithok. I do thank you for trying, though. Please allow me to honor your courage by magically inscribing your name onto an item of your choosing. It's the least I can do."
We decide to hold off on inscribing our weapon until we get closer to the Lord of Destruction. With Baal unopposed at Arreat's summit, our encounter is almost upon us. After felling the foul fiend Nilithok, we found he did not possess the relic of the ancients, and as such we seek aid in reaching the summit of Mount Arreat, to which the mercenary leader Qualkek reveals.
Every time I hear of you, warrior, your deeds become more legendary. But take heed, you are approaching the very summit of Mount Arreat. I have never dared venture there. It is sacred, our most holy place. The legends say it is guarded by the Ancient Ones, who block the path of all who are unworthy. Your reputation here does not matter. It will be the Ancients who determine your worthiness. Good luck.
So these ancients are what Baal feared to face, making a pact with Nilithok instead. We think it wise if we ourselves find a guide into the hallowed ground, and Qualkek gives us leave to take his man Wolf with us. Before we head off, we speak to the healer Mala, who states,
"By reaching the summit, you cease being just a simple warrior. When you come back, you will be far more
Or far less, depending on how the ancients receive us. The armorer Larzik, standing by his forge, then tells us,
"Every night I've prayed to the ancients to bring us peace, and now you must fight them." Who shall I pray to now, warrior?
Fight them? We knew deep down only a test of metal in combat would be a true reflection of worth to a barbarian. Anya the alchemist then states,
You wouldn't have to test yourself against the ancients if it weren't for Neelithok's treachery. He was a fool, and deserves to suffer for eternity.
It's true, but he did at least save Harrogath in the process, and who knows if the ancients were enough to stop the Lord of Destruction. Dark times indeed. Standing by his familiar well, Deckard Cain then echoes our sentiment, saying,
"A test of metal is a fitting rite of passage for a barbarian hero."
And with that, we grab our gear and new companion Wolf and head towards the icy summit. As we head inside the mountain's crystalline passage and fighting off frozen creepers, it's said of these ice fiends that not all of Baal's minions need have form. Many of his demons are completely intangible on the mortal plane, so a bulk of Baal's armies are wraith-like in existence. However, this makes attacking helpless mortals impossible. In their case, the ice in the caves of Mount Arreat is a limitless resource for these demons to take their form from, and hence why they explode into fragments of ice when destroyed. Heading deep into the glacial trail in search of the Ancient's Way, we find a passage to the frozen tundra, and upon emerging, night has fallen. We appear to be on the other side of the mountain, but not all the way over. In a forest clearing, however, before we can gain our bearings fully, a pack of demon imps attack us from the south. Fighting through imps and pressing north, we find hordes of them have ravaged the land and established themselves as the dominant force of the tundra. Errant barbarians continue to fight as we happen upon a disheveled camp, one such barbarian, his body before us, and we see then the fabled entrance to the Ancient's Way. Heading inside the icy cavern, we're greeted by more frozen creepers and the devastating Bonebrow, who brings a posse upon Wolf and I as we are forced to fervently fight off their attacks. Desperate to keep Wolf from falling, we clear the mobs just in time to fall Brow himself. After battling through the caverns, we find respite by a frozen smear of a beast. As we follow the blood smatters, they lead out of the cavern and into the Ancient's Way. The passage snaps shut behind us, and we see we're atop a mountain with a fall below of hundreds of feet. And to the north is a grand entrance to the Worldstone Keep. However, without the relic of the ancients, our way too is barred.
Impossible.
Forced to head back south, near the tundra's entrance, there's a platform of stone, adorned with ancient barbarian carvings and a circle level a few steps up. In the middle sits the inscribed Altar of the Heavens, and surrounding it stands 3 barbarian warriors, no doubt the effigies of the ancients themselves, said to be original Nephilim barbarians. To the right, holding a 2-handed axe to the heavens, is Korlik, the Protector. North of him is Madork, the Guardian, arms outstretched bearing 2 small hatchets, and to the left a sword and shield wielding Talik, the Defender. Knowing once we read the altar there is no going back, we prepare ourselves first by heading back to town momentarily in preparation of the trials to come. Marla then soothes.
Do not doubt yourself. I believe you are worthy to pass through the Ancient's gates, but you must believe as well.
Larzik then warns.
You've walked on the burial grounds of our greatest ancestors. I'm not sure whether I should bow before you or revile you for committing sacrilege. Tread lightly when you walk with gods.
Anya apologizes.
Look, I must apologize. I feel responsible for your current struggle. If I had only stopped Neelithok from giving Baal the relic, you would not have to fight those ghosts.
True, but Harrogath may not have stood against Baal. And Cain contemplates.
We have come too far to be defeated now, my friend. I have seen you complete many difficult quests. Though this may be your greatest trial, it is not beyond your reach.
While Keck then admonishes,
I warned you. The ancients are not like the demons you're accustomed to fighting.
With a heavy mind and a clear heart, we head back to the summit and decide as a sign of respect is in order and stow our weapons before approaching the altar of heaven. It then glows red and otherworldly voices say,
We are the spirits of the Nephilim, the ancient ones. We have been chosen to guard sacred Mount Arreat, wherein the world's stone rests.
Few are worthy to stand in its presence.
Fewer still can comprehend its true purpose.
Before you enter, you must defeat us.
Before we can comprehend what is happening, the statues spring to life. Tarlik springs forth and swipes at Wolf with his sword, and we draw our weapons rushing to his aid. Korlik then literally leaps into the fray between us and our goal of aiding Wolf. Trying to rout him from Tarlik spins into a furious whirlwind of steel and death. Bearing the brunt of his dizzying assault, Wolf aids us as best he can, holding off the other barbarian, and we realize that Madork hurling tomahawks at our kidneys from a safe distance. We toss a potion to Wolf, but we're too slow as the trio move in eerie unison and fall Wolf in a bloody mess, slain where he stood, limp body left in the damp snow. Realizing our only hope is to break up the trio, we back up behind the original entrance of the tundra. Qualkek was correct. We have never dealt with warriors this strategic before, as Korlik leaps 20 foot in the air, bearing his axe down on us in a moment of respite. Now forced into a game of cat and mouse, and using our 50% slow from our flail, we attempt in drawing Korlik out of his leaps, and trying to burn him down while simultaneously avoiding Madork's many axes and the already slow to foot and fast spinning Talik. One-on-one we realize we will fall if we try and face Talik, as his whirlwind is too powerful, and that Madork is much easier prey alone. We fell Madork first, and he dies in a spectacular mist, his effigy now back atop his podium. 1 down, 2 to go. Now both remaining burly barbarians bear down on us, and we try and separate them desperately again. Korlik leaps at us on the platform, breaching the gap once more. However, as he is bleeding heavily, we use this opportunity to open his wound further, and he uses one last burst of energy before falling, leaving us to face Talik in his frenzied glory. We again move in to intercept Talik, using the same open wound technique and retreating back to the platforms as his spin works against him, and his blood loss becomes more profuse, and we see he is bleeding. But he never makes it atop the steps, and 2 perishes in a brilliant light show, and then his soul retreats to its individual pillar. We take a moment and see Wolf downed, not moving, and pay a moment of respect, as without his sacrifice, we would have never gotten this far. We then see our quest is complete and receive 1 full level of XP as a reward, and head back to town to rest a spell and nurse our wounds. The way to the Worldstone open after we pass the test of the proud warriors. Arriving back, Marla then warmly greets us, saying,
I knew the ancients would find you worthy of Mount Arreat's secrets. Now, stop Baal before he destroys all that is sacred.
All paths lead to destruction. Larzik then says,
The ancients have honored you, and in turn so do we. I have no remaining doubts about you now.
We feel blessed to hold such reverence. Anya then proudly exclaims,
You stand before me a worthy hero, and on you rests the last hope of our people. Bear it well, warrior.
Heavy is the toll indeed. Cain then says,
You have proven yourself to these people. They look to you as their warrior, their champion.
Champion. And the title carries a certain weight with it. And with that, we see Qualkek once more, who questions,
Besting the ancients in battle is a mighty feat indeed. I hope this means you're ready to battle Baal.
So do we, Qualkek. So do we. The quest is complete, and we gain the trust of the ancients and clear a path to Baal and the Worldstone.
You are a worthy hero. We augment your skill and grant you entry to the interior of Mount Arreat, wherein lies the World Stone. Beware, you will not be alone. Baal, the Lord of Destruction, is already inside. The Archangel Tyrael has always been our benefactor, but even he cannot help us now. For Baal blocks Tyrael's spiritual presence from entering the chamber of the World Stone. Only you, mortal, have the power to defeat Baal now. Baal threatens the World Stone, and through it, the mortal realm itself. You must stop him before he gains full control of the sacred stone. With it under his control, Baal could shatter the boundaries between this world and the burning hells, thus allowing the hordes of the primevals to pour forth into the mortal realm like an unstoppable tide. If you are weak, the world as you know it could be lost forever. You must not fail.
After defeating the Ancients, our path to Baal in Mount Arreat is now open, the Lord of Destruction promising to tear down the boundary between Sanctuary and the burning hells, with the World Stone now firmly in his grasp. And so we call in every favor of the peoples we have met on our journey thus far, as we will need their combined strength to defeat the final primeval. Retracing our original steps, before we even headed to the Pandemonium Fortress, we travelled west back through the jungle lands of Kurast, and via caravan through the desert jewel known as Lutgo Lane, back to where our journey began, the rogue encampment where the Dark Wanderer had wrought so much destruction before him. There we see Chazi the blacksmith, who, after we ourselves had felled a demonic blacksmith in the rogue monastery, promised to enhance one of our items, in quiet desperation for any edge we can get in the battle to come. As such, we call in the favor and see our newest companion, Heramud's helm imbued with a stat burn. After once again saying our goodbyes and making haste back to Harrogath, we see Larzik to receive our previously promised socketing of our shield. And now, with at least 3 sockets spare, we will use the runes gifted to us by the mercenary leader Qual Kek, with the Ral or Tal runes respectively, creating the item the Ancients' Pledge, boasting largely enhanced defense and high elemental resistance across the board, and 10% going to mana. It's as if we are now protected by the Ancients themselves, with our weapons and items imbued with strength anew thanks to the peoples we aided during our journey. We're as ready as we will ever be to face the Lord of Destruction. We again reclimb atop Mount Arreat and make our way back to the entrance of the Worldstone Keep, arguably the most sacred ground on Sanctuary, now defiled by Baal and his minions. Bracing ourselves for what lies ahead, we tepidly step inside. As we enter the keep, we see it has an intricate pattern on the floor, and the walls are adorned with barbarian writings in similar fashion to the inscribed pillars outside, and there is naught to hear but eerie, unnerving silence, leaving no clue to the destruction wrought, save sparse gore etched in the surroundings. A deceased barbarian, loosely bound to a makeshift crucifix, his corpse falls limply to the floor as we free him. As we head north, vigilant, it's there we're met with vile witches, hand-picked from Baal's harem, hurling torrents of what appears to be their unholy blood magic, and we contend with their brethren, the defiled corpses of warriors fallen and resurrected, and the fetid defilers who bore their own sickly maggot-like children into the brains of the undead demons to rise anew in a putrid maggot form. As there was nothing but death for us in the northwest end, we about-face and head southwest until we find more defilers guarding a bridge across an abyss. Felling the foul fiends, we head across the bridge and stop in wonderment. Are these fragments of the Worldstone? They burst forth through the ground as if their power is unable to be contained by man, thrumming with a resonance and energy that is palpable in the air. In awe of the aura of the stone, we move to touch the nearest and are electrocuted by a bolt of wicked lightning that licks through our conductive armor. In agony, we are haunted by a disembodied laugh that is unmistakably of a prime evil. Baal is watching our every move and taunting us to boot. We draw in a deep breath and ready ourselves, moving swift of foot to the entrance to the second floor of the Worldstone chamber. 1 down, 3 to go. As we move through the second floor, we find greater hellspawns marring our path. Instead of sickly succubi, Baal opts to send forth his more brutish minions, as their explosive counterparts attempt to bar our path through sheer explosive destruction. After felling waves of the knobbly and nefarious nuisances, we happen across a now familiar bridge, girt with shards of protruding Worldstone and access to the 3rd floor below. It's there we're greeted by a behemoth bovine overlord, Baal clearly intensifying the threat against us as we fight them off. Defilers burrow their spawn into them again, and imps encircle us, attempting to hurl magicka at us while we fend off the hulking heathens. Once again we are met with a final familiar bridge, and pause momentarily before stepping into the throne of destruction, only again to be assaulted by Baal as clouds of poison fill our lungs and we hear his disembodied laugh again. As soon as we enter the throne's level, all bets are off. The crimson red of the Worldstone illuminates the room, filling our vision like blood, and we are granted no respite, as we're viciously assaulted by a group of Death Lords. Stygian furies hurl their magic balls of death. As we clear the level, we enter a great room to the northeast, marked by a large entrance and pathway to what we assume must be the throne. Any remaining Death Lords and succubi rush to meet us. The source of light, the Worldstone fragments, line the sides of the room that now pulses with wicked power. As we dodge the last of the demon's magic missiles and move to the room's end, we see perched atop the platform Baal himself, wickedly watching our assault with undue glee. He seems to be protected somehow by energy swirling about his four-legged demonic form as he lets loose a familiar laugh as our eyes meet the deformed face of Tal Rasha, now worn like a mask made of flesh that someone stretched across their knee. Before we can move, he lets loose a burst of energy that spawns several falling onto the ground. Their chieftain, Kalenzo, the Annihilator, is the leader of the band of Warped Ones. There are a few lore facts about this interesting encounter that should be noted, which are, this seems to be the same Kalenzo that is said to be a deity to the Fallen, and sometimes they'll shout its name in battle. Kalenzo is possibly named after Karen Kalenzo, a longtime Blizzard employee and friend of Blizzard creator David Brevik. As each encounter here marks each act of Diablo 2, the Fallen are a staple of Act 1. After felling the Fallen, Baal, amused, spawns the next wave of minions. Arkmel the Cursed, representing Act 2, a super unique Horadric Ancient, and leads the second wave, which consists of Unravelers and Skeleton Mages, and uses a recolored model of Radament. As we contend with waves of noxious gas, we become too concerned with Arkmel's minions, and our companion, Heremod, pays dearly for our mistake. It's then a third wave of council members appears, summoned by Baal, and they in turn summon a pack of Flame Hydra, forcing us to retreat and find shelter, lest we be turned to ash on the spot. We then see their leader, Bartok the Bloody, and accompanied by numerous council members. Curiously, Bartok too is steeped in lore. In legend, there was a man named Bartok who was once the Warlord of Blood, a Vizjerei mage who was in rivalry with his brother, Horizon. However, if they are the same character, it's not certain, and more so highly unlikely. They both seem to be the same character because they share the same name and same blood reference, but this Bartok could be just a tribute to the Warlord of Blood, as Bartok himself needed his famous armor to be resurrected, and it was destroyed by Horizon in events prior. After defeating Bartek and his crooked council, Bale spawns Act 4's Venom Lords, which rush at us at such a ferocious speed we leap backwards and are pressed out of the throne room itself. Famous for encircling and killing foes, we wisely keep our back clear as their leader, the super unique Vanta the Unholy, uses his enhanced speed to press us against a wall. We then believe we're doomed as they breathe fire in unison. However, we are saved by our shield, the Ancient's Pledge, resisting their fire attacks long enough to bludgeon the fiends one by one. It's only then that Bale calls his trump card, said to be his personal pets to represent the destruction of Act 5, the Minions of Destruction. They're led by Lister the Tormentor, who can almost always be seen with at least 2 minions on either side waiting for his command. When they attack and we are hit, it feels like we've been hit by 20 fists and not just 4. These beasts are said to like to snap the neck of their prey with a single strike, dragging them off to eat for a future meal. They can, unlike other monsters, regenerate their health, and are therefore one of the most deadly enemies to fight against, and possibly the most dangerous, save for bosses, in the entire game. After slogging our way through the minions, beaten heavily, our weapon nearly broken, Bale still laughs mockingly atop his dais and turns his back to us as if satisfied with the show and ambles into the Worldstone chamber. Knowing the end is close and thoroughly exhausted, we decide it wise to consult with the people of Harrogath for perhaps a final time, to which the healer Marla says,
"You knew it would eventually come down to this. Kill Bale. Finish the game."
Pretending Marla didn't just break the fourth wall during the epic culmination of the RPG, we reply, all games, unfortunately, come to an end. We then see Larzik, the armorer by his forge, who admits,
"I may be just an armorer, but I know this. Bale plans to destroy the world with the secrets contained in that mountain. It doesn't take a genius to know he has to be stopped."
He's right, destruction is said to be the most direct and brash of the evils to contend with, but underestimate Bale we shall not. Anya the alchemist then states,
Bale has blocked Tyrael from entering the Worldstone chamber? This truly has become a battle against hell. Whether or not it was the heavens' decree, this is your fight now, your destiny.
Dire tidings indeed, when justice itself is expunged from Bale's seat of power so casually. This is a testament to the power of the Worldstone and Bale's own corruption. Deckard Cain, the Horadric scholar, standing by his familiar well, solemnly imparts,
"The angel Tyrael has watched over the guardians of Arreat throughout history. I do not believe that Bale and Tyrael have come to fight over a paltry few souls. They are here to settle a conflict as old as time itself. Remember this. Bale once possessed Tal Rasha, one of the most powerful of the ancient Horadrim. Your battles with Mephisto and Diablo will pale in comparison to your battle with Bale, the Lord of Destruction, aided by Tal Rasha's knowledge. Oh, the mountain itself will tremble when you clash."
We have seen Tal Rasha's face darkly smattered upon Bale's own. We feel for Cain, knowing one of his Horadric brothers is but a pawn to Bale's plans. How many more righteous must be sacrificed themselves to their wicked ways? We shudder at the thought of becoming but another tool of destruction. Finally, we then see Qualkek, the greying mercenary leader who warns,
"You have ventured to a place beyond legend. You rush to face an evil few can even imagine. Be careful, my friend, and may the light watch over you."
May the light watch over us all. Although Qualkek offers the aid of more of his men, we cannot bring ourselves to take his aid of another companion, just to see them fall and decide at best we face Bale alone. As we enter the swirling energies leading to the Worldstone chamber, once inside, we're taken aback by the sight of the Worldstone itself and exclaim,
"The Worldstone. Praise the light."
Before we can even finish our thought, festering appendages burst forth from the ground, whipping at us as we draw near. Forced to contend with the fleshy tendrils, we feel somehow slowed. We've been cursed by Baal, and our defenses drop significantly. Breaking into a sprint away from the many appendages, we move towards the source of the power, the World Stone in the center of the room, and Baal promises.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Once in sight, Baal spews forth a fiery mana rift as a show of his fury, followed by Hoarfrost, a blue V-shaped blast, sending a chilling wave that slows us down and knocks us. As we move to re-engage, it seems Baal has somehow cloned himself. We're seeing double. Now 2 Lords of Destruction to contend with. We attack what we assume is the clone and are assaulted by various blasts, including the powerful Incineration Nova. Baal Prime, it seems, looking for better footing for an attack, teleports to a vantage point, and we realize the only way we will survive this initial volley is if we too reposition, putting the pillar firmly between us and Baal, while trying to still attack his doppelganger and attempting to stay cognizant of our range lest we are licked at the putrid fingers of his appendages, simultaneously dodging attacks from him swiping at us overhead. We finally destroy Baal's vile effigy as it shrinks back into a blue shockwave of nothingness. We then rush Baal, who echoes his earlier sentiment, and realize he's cloned himself again, enjoying our confusion immensely as we cannot tell them apart. However, we quickly identify and attack his dark mirror image once more, the clues to his true identity being in different skewed nameplates for his clones. However, as Baal dances around the appendages he spawns, delighting in our struggles to survive, his barrage of attacks continue. With his second clone down, we square up to the Lord of Destruction and see he is no longer toying with us. And then we remember, when we battled Diablo, he forced us to relive our greatest fear. Mephisto reveled in our hatred, forcing us to overcome our rage and leverage the light to defeat him. Yet Baal, wearing a menacing grin and the grotesque visage of Tal Rasha, his eyes only burn red. There is no lesson in his countenance. No ruses nor goading, just a demon hell-bent on destruction. And the fiery malice of 1,000 suns burn bright in his eyes as we know he intends to burn the world to a cinder if he's not defeated. And we resolve to defeat him, lest the world fall at his feet. We then realize we need to distract Baal instead and bolt for the source of his corruption, the World Stone that he covets. There it sits in all its awe-inspiring glory, tainted by evil itself. Baal, unsure of our plan, yet covetous of his power source, takes the bait. Blasting us with Hoarfrost, he backs himself up to the edge of the T-shaped platform and attempts to knock us back with Hoarfrost once again, hoping we'll fall over the edge, as if baiting us into being thrown into the depths below. However, it seems the light somehow guides us, plants our feet firm, and we feel calm. Strangely, as might and zeal explode from us into a blur of attacks so potent, we see Baal bleed dark red globs of precious ichor until we burst our flail directly through his stomach and into his putrid guts as he keels over and screams an unholy sound, spewing up his rotting essence. Looking as if he will fall off the platform, props on the steps, as souls explode from inside their unholy prison, we see his own soul flees from the shard of destruction and back into the black abyss where it belongs. And we say,
"You shall no longer taint this mortal realm."
Hello.
It's then Tyrael, free to enter the chamber as it begins to flake and crumble around us. It seems, unfortunately, Baal's damage is already far-reaching. We turn to Tyrael and he tells us,
I am impressed, mortal. You have overcome the greatest challenge this world has ever faced and defeated the last of the prime evils. However, we are too late to save the World Stone. Baal's destructive touch has corrupted it completely. Given enough time, the World Stone's energies will drain away and the barriers between the worlds will shatter. The powers of hell will flood into this sanctuary and eradicate your people and everything you've labored to build. Therefore, I must destroy the corrupted World Stone before the powers of hell take root. This act will change your world forever, with consequences even I cannot foresee. However, it is the only way to ensure mankind's survival. Go now, mortal. I have opened a portal that will lead you to safety. May the eternal light shine upon you and your descendants for what you've done this day. The continued survival of mankind is your legacy. Above all else, you have earned a rest from this endless battle.
Damn Bale to the hells, deciding to seek our confidant's advice once more. Before Tyrael commits this final selfless act, we portal to Harrogath a final time. Marla, seeing our return, rushes to us and says,
"If Tyrael says the World Stone must be destroyed, then it must. We cannot let Bale's corruption prevail. The world will change, true, but who is to say it isn't for the better?"
We tell her, we honestly don't know, but trust in the heavens we must, as we're about to find out regardless. Larzik then says,
"The ancients themselves will envy our songs about you. Please, don't forget about us. Farewell, my friend."
Never, my friend. Although a good deed is its own reward. Hopefully in the songs, don't feel obliged to stick to the facts. Feel free to make us incredibly tall and make sure to add that Nilithak cried before we even hit him. We then see Anya, the fiery alchemist, who praises,
"You have done the impossible, hero. Your defeat of the last of the three primevals is a great victory for the light. Strange that you say that the World Stone must be destroyed. The prophecies said nothing about that. Perhaps all we have fought for will be lost. Or perhaps we'll never need fight again."
Prophecy? We don't know if anything's set in stone anymore. Especially as the World Stone itself is about to shatter into a million pieces. It's then our old friend, Deckard Cain, congratulates us.
"I knew in time you would defeat Bale. You have done everything you set out to do, my friend. Ever since you rescued me from Tristram, I have believed in you. It has been a supreme honor to aid you along the way. So, the World Stone was corrupted by Bale, and now Tyrael must destroy it. Worry not. Through whatever lies ahead, I have faith that the light will guide us both. Go now, back to the World Stone chamber, and enter the portal Tyrael has opened for you."
We smile at Cain and hold back a sudden, sullen feeling that we may not get to see his old cheery face again. He's been the only familiar feeling like home we've had in many moons, and glad to call him friend. Lastly, we see the mercenary, Qualkek, who worries.
"The destruction of the World Stone does not bode well for our world, but I'll try not to worry. After all, we have warriors like you fighting for us and for the light. Farewell."
We've still got a few battles left in us. Unfortunately, the conflict Tyrael mentions seems eternal. Worries aside, it seems we must accept Tyrael's decision, and so we head back to the Worldstone chamber. It's there we look up at Tyrael's blackened and featureless face once more. Usually his energy seems unknowable, yet somehow foreboding for an angel. Now it feels almost sad, as if the Archangel of Justice is bound to his duty in ways we can hardly comprehend. We thank Tyrael, although unsure whether angels feel as mortals do. Although we know we're mistaken, we almost sense what we believe registered as a smile, and he waves us into the red portal as we're whisked away to safety. Tyrael, though, stays, as he has one duty left to do: destroy the reality-altering artifact known as the World Stone. The consequences are unknown, but that is a story for another time. Where the hell am I? Cows? Cows on... Get out of here. Great teleporting skills, Tyrael. This isn't the rogue encampment. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Are they freaking halberds? Why are they working on their back feet? Tyrael! Tyrael! Oh god, there's so many... No! Oh my god! Cain! Anybody! Help! God damn it! Help!
Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo.
I think I'm fine, as long as Cain doesn't start rapping.
No.
God damn it.
My name's Deckard Cain, and I come from Tristram. If you're looking for Diablo, then you just missed him. If you find old Griswold, then you can take him down, but you'll get no reward till you come back to town. Thanks for my life. I'll identify your stuff, but if you choose to journey on, then it's gonna get tough. Greetings, friend. Here's the road to the east. You'll find that it's blocked, 'cause Andario's a beast. Greetings. 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 Stay a while and listen. Stay a while, listen. Charcy can shield you if you have a lot of cash. If you're all out of room, you can stick it in your stash. My name is Deckard Cain, and I've come on out to greet ya. So sit your ass and listen, or I'm gonna have to beat ya. If I don't know the answer, then go ask Mala. She's a funky little broad that looks like a koala. My homies were destroyed, but I carry on with the help of young Anya, who's no Amazon. Greetings. Greetings. Can't touch this. 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 Greetings. Stay a while and listen. Stay a while, listen. My name is Deckard Cain. I'm the last of a breed. When I give out a warning, you'd best take heed. I am the sworn enemy of Big Bad Baal. He was first in line at the evil sale. Evil sale. Evil sale. Even though I'm ancient and somewhat of a relic, people tell me I look like Tom Selleck. I'm nasty, I'm old, and a little bit ornery. I look like Patrick Stewart and sound like Sean Connery. Greetings, greetings, throw your hands in the air, wave them like you just don't care. Greetings, stay a while and listen. Stay a while, listen. Kick it. Way to go, homies. That was dope. We'll have to do this more often. That was way fat. Yeah, boy! Cain in a house! Give it up for the Horadrim! 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 Who let the barbarians out? Who?